Good morning. Good morning. Welcome, everyone, to the Wednesday, June 4th, 2025 Board of Forestry public meeting. The first day of a long two-day event. For the record, I'm Jim Kelly, Chair of the State Board of Forestry. Today's meeting will be live streamed on YouTube. To make sure our viewers online can follow along, I'll provide some best practices and housekeeping tips as usual. Everyone participating in the virtual and physical meeting room, please silence your cell phones and try to limit background noises. For online participants, remember to mute yourself when not speaking and disable your video when not presenting or providing public comment. We ask that everyone participating today to state their names before speaking so that those listening can track commentary for the meeting recording. If you experience technical issues in the online meeting room, use the chat function on Zoom to connect with ODF hosts during this event. For the June meeting, we have 7 decision items in front of the board, 1 in block form, the consent agenda, 5 decisions that will take place over the course of the first day, and 1 that will take place tomorrow. As a reminder of our general order of operations, after an item is introduced, I'll invite the presenters to begin. Board members, if you have any qualifying or clarifying questions, please raise your hand and I'll call on you. Presenters, we will do our best to ask questions one at a time. After the presentation, we will shift to a discussion space where the board can ask further questions or present a motion for deliberation before coming to a vote. For public testimony, our agenda offers 2 opportunities for the public to provide comments. Each day, the public forum item allows members of the public to share their perspectives with the board about items not on the agenda or regarding the informational items included with the meeting agenda. Testimony under the public forum is limited to 3 minutes. As an additional note, no public comment will be accepted on the topic of post-disturbance harvest, the decision item for tomorrow's meeting, as the public comment period has closed. Public comment can be accepted for all other decision items. And we do understand this is not a lot of time, but if you would like to share more information with the board, we recommend sending written testimony to the Board of Forestry's email. To enter it into the record for the June meeting, please send your comments by June 20th. With that, any questions? I will perform a roll call. Liz Agpawa.
Chair Kelly, I am present.
Keith Curtis.
Present.
Ben Doimling.
Present.
Joe Justice.
Present.
Alexi Lovecchio.
Present.
Brenda McComb.
Here.
And I am present as well. Okay, moving on to the consent agenda items. Would anyone like to declare a conflict or an appearance of a conflict on the presented on block items? Okay, if none, would someone like to present a motion on the consent agenda?
Chair Kelly, I move to approve the consent agenda in block.
Do we have a second?
Chair Kelly, I second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda items with made by Ben Doimling and second by Liz Agpawa. And with that, we will go on and I'll call a vote. Liz Agpawa?
Aye.
Keith Curtis?
Yes.
Ben Doimling?
Yes.
Joe Justice?
Aye.
Alexia Latrio?
Yes.
Brenda McComb?
Aye.
And I approve as well. So with that, we have, with board consensus, the motion carries to pass the consent agenda items A through F. Okay, moving on to State Forester and board member comments. I think we should start with the State Forester.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everyone. As I was getting my notes together last night for my comments, I realized today is my service date with the agency. So 28 years. Yeah, so I was thinking back this morning about the person that hired me, described me as a bit of a wild card and wasn't sure it was going to work out. So look at me now, Wayne. But no, I also wanted to just note, over the years, a lot of mentoring, coaching, advising from everybody, and I appreciate none of us are successful without the group we have around us. So thank you, everybody. The next topic I wanted to talk about was just picking up a little bit about where we left off on the April meeting. As requested by the board in April, I had reviewed the Davis Ridge timber sale and provided a memo with kind of the timeline and the decision points there. And for members of the public, I wanted to make sure that you saw that it was attached, my memo was attached to the April Board of Forestry on the website there. I think it says full memo that you can click on and provide that information. So since that conversation happened, the Astoria District has done additional work to coordinate with the landowners that are adjacent to the timber sale. I think some of the landowners are actually in contact directly with operators, log haulers, rock haulers, all those kind of things to talk more about their concerns and the daily schedules. So those pieces are moving forward. I also wanted to just say that yesterday closed our fiscal year 26 annual operations plan, public comment process, and a lot more work was done this year ahead of time on adjacent landowner contacts, letters, points of contact to the districts. In addition, our public affairs office and some of our division chiefs met with OFIC and some landowners, I think Hampton, Stimson, to learn what they're doing as well for adjacent landowner contacts and working with them. So trying to move forward on those pieces and of course improving. And I think we all understand the challenges of trying to implement the forest management plan and the greatest permanent value and our folks are striving to improve with each AOP and each operation. And really at the end of the day, I had made some decisions with Astoria District as far as one sale we had pulled back that was adjacent to another sale or another landowner group. Just because in my mind is we also just want to show what we can get done and that what we can, the good work that they're doing on the ground and show that to the community. So that's moving forward. And again, that's on the website for the April meeting if anybody would like to look at that. Next, I wanted to just touch on our budget for 25, 27. Tomorrow, we are scheduled for our hearing with the Ways and Means Committee, Subcommittee. And really, right now, the budget is our current service level. And so I feel very positive about that. It does not reflect the ongoing conversations for the large fire funding, wildfire funding bill, and that's still working through the legislative process. But tomorrow afternoon, that will be scheduled. And then the last piece I wanted to talk about a little bit is I think we've all noticed that the weather has changed significantly from April and May. Moving into fire season, I think all of our Central Oregon district, Eastern Oregon and Southern area districts have gone into fire season already. And so we do have folks on board. Our seasonals are coming on board this week. And we're already responding to several fires across the state. Luckily, catching all of those very small at this point, as we still have some green up. So trying to balance that conditions in Oregon as well as across the Northwest and across the country. Right now, we have about 28 employees dispatched to Florida, Minnesota, Alaska, and a group up in Alberta, Canada right now, and they're assigned to 4 different fires in that area. So still repaying everybody's response from last year that came to help us, but also trying to be ready because we'll be calling on them as well as the year goes on, I'm sure. So the last piece, I just wanted to say thank you. This has been a large 2-day agenda. There's been a lot of changes, a lot of making things better as we go along, and just thank everybody from staff and all of you to help us improve this and get through this next 2 days agenda. It's a full package for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I've got a few things that I was going to announce. One, we are going to be voting on a package for updating the board policy manual. And I'm a little grumpy about a few things in there, but I can live with them. That they sort of enforce collaboration on appointments. Seems like it's going to be a bit of a waste of time. So my first announcement, so I can avoid having to call all six of you after you pass that, is to just announce that Brenda McComb will be the vice chair. So that should hopefully stay true until both of us are no longer on this board, I'm hoping, Brenda.
Am I supposed to thank you for that, Jim? I'm not sure. Because I do have options. I just want you to keep that in mind. Yeah.
I'm well aware. You remind me regularly.
Yeah.
Second of all, as we enter into the process of hiring the state forester, we've talked about a subcommittee. And I think the subcommittee's main work will be likely to be working with the search firm and in developing the interview questions and whatever kind of scoring rubric is developed and all. And I think that would be the base work of that committee. As I mentioned before, I am guessing that we will, as a full board, probably have 2 meetings where we are looking at candidates with one, earlier in the process, probably when we're looking at 8 or so candidates, and then a second meeting where we would actually make a decision from a field that will likely be of 3. So I don't really see the subcommittee, the subcommittee's not going to be making all those decisions by themselves is, I guess, what I'm trying to say. And so the subcommittee, which I haven't formally announced, will be consisted of Ben Doimling and Joe Justice and myself. Any questions on any of that at this point, process-wise or anything? With that, I don't think I have anything else that I need to make clear and open this up to board comments. Go ahead, Brenda.
Yeah, mine will be very quick. At the last board meeting where we were discussing the state forester search, I made a comment that I did not receive the information via email. And I just want to publicly apologize to Ashley Olson and Eleni. They sent it to me. I just did not do my job. And so I want to thank you for circumventing the ODF email and getting it to me. In the future, I'll try to do my job better. Thank you.
Keith.
I just wanted to encourage, for purposes of that subcommittee, the kind of description of the process you just gave there. Just make sure you stay close with ODOJ and their counsel on confirming that the process you intend to observe conforms with public meetings law.
Yes, I was doing that this morning already.
So was I.
Yeah, because you're absolutely right. It is a little bit challenging because I've gotten conflicting viewpoints on some of the issues. And there's clearly some gray areas. And so I wish it could all be perfectly black and white and risk-free, but I'm afraid it's not. But agreed. Yeah, Liz.
So Jim, while we're on the topic, I just wanted to reflect that when we had the presentation on the state forester, what I thought I heard, and this was concerning the job description and possible follow-on questions for interviews, is that we would just take the deputy position and sort of blow that up and make it, the state forester position. And I had some problems with that because I think that the deputy position is more managerial in many ways, and that what I saw was a lot of managerial context in that description, which I thought was absolutely not what we wanted for a leadership position. And I just confirmed this morning that it actually was that whole conversation was about allowing deputies to move into other, opportunities for leadership positions. So my final piece is like, I just believe there is so much in the state forester job description that really should be about leadership versus the day-to-day piece on managerial, because that is really, that's not the most important thing. So just wanted to say that. And can I just follow on this topic?
Absolutely.
Okay, so board members received a little template that is based off of some of the our experience, Brenda's and mine, with OWEB. And in OWEB, what they do is they pull up possible motions for decisions for that meeting. And I sent this to Elaine and I said, would this be helpful for the board? So if you wish to make a motion and wish to use this, it's optional. But when I come away from the OWA board, it just is a nice template of all the decisions for that month that we made. And so it's just as a guide. And of course, you can change it, any other motion that you like, but I just thought it would be helpful. And that's what I got. Thanks.
Great. Brendan?
Yeah, thank you, Liz. That's a great suggestion, and I wish I had thought of it when I was on the OWEB. But so thank you for that. And it just caused me to think that different boards and commissions have different ways of doing things, but we don't tend to learn from one another. And that's a great example, but I wonder if there's some way that in the future, when things aren't quite so pressing, we can find a way of learning from some of the other best practices.
Yeah, supposedly one of the benefits of the liaison positions that we should, and by the way, that just reminds me, since we are going to be looking at the board policy manual, and it does list the responsibility for appointing those positions as the board chairs. And historically, I think I'm guessing it's been done collaboratively, but when I first came on the board, it was the state forester who seemed to just do that. So I don't know what the will of the board is there, but I do think history puts that more in the responsibility of the state forester. Chew on that.
All right. So the role of the board chair, as I think it stands now, is to manage the board, but I think the
Right.
language is being proposed to change to be a bit more inclusive. And if you, the chair, are managing the board, then it really should be your responsibility to provide those appointments. It may come as a recommendation from the state forester, but I do think it should come from you.
I don't disagree. I don't have a problem with that, but I did think it was important just to mention that to wholly own it without the state forester's involvement would be a departure from the past practice. And I don't think there's any reason not to have it be a collaborative done with the state forester. Any comments on that? State forester? Okay.
No, that would be fine. I'm sorry, I'm writing a bunch of notes down here. So yeah, I think that sounds like a good way for us to go.
Other opening board comments? Great. All right. All right. So with that, we'll move on to the next item 2 on our agenda. This is public forum and our time allotted for that. For those participating, we ask that everyone in the queue, whether online or in person, not exceed their allotted time of 3 minutes. As a reminder, this forum is reserved for remarks on topics off the agenda. Before you begin, please state your full name and any associated affiliation if you are representing a group or organization. A timer will be provided to track your time, and each commenter will be called on by the board administrator. With limited time available, anyone who exceeds their time will be prompted to provide a closing statement and muted. With that, Eleni, are we ready to engage with the public comment?
Good morning, Chair Kelly and Acting State Forester Kate Skinner and members of the board. You are running ahead of schedule and only half of our individuals signed up for public testimony are online right now. So I don't know if you want to wait a few more minutes or if you want
Well,
to
we've
just.
got some folks available. I think we should probably, how far ahead of schedule are we?
8 minutes.
8 minutes, yeah. Let's see if we can just keep rolling with who we have.
All right, so today we have 4 people in the queue who have signed up to provide commentary today. I will call on their names in the order that they have provided me, and hopefully they are here in the order that they wanted to be called on. So when you begin, a timer will be displayed for 3 minutes. When the timer runs out, we ask that you provide your closing statement. All of our testimony providers are joining us virtually, so I'll work hard to make sure that they are pinned on the screen here for those of us in the room. To start, do we have Gordon Culbertson online?
Not yet, I think.
All righty, and then I believe Dan Newton is coming after Gordon.
Yes, and I am here.
All right.
Did you hear that?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Are you okay going first?
I can. I think Gordon will be here in a minute or two, but if time is of the essence, I think I could do that. Yeah.
All right, Dan, I'll go ahead and ask you to go first then. Thank you for your flexibility.
Okay. Tell me when you want me to get going. There's Gordon. I see Gordon is on right now.
Wonderful. All right, we'll go ahead and pivot. Gordon Culbertson, when you're ready to begin, go ahead and begin your testimony.
Very good. Thank you very much. Chair Kelly and board members, good morning. My name is Gordon Culbertson, and I'm the president of the Oregon Small Woodlands Association and a small woodland owner. 4 members will address you today on the topic of restoration forest policy, and a 5th will follow up with written comment. We're concerned the board may be responding to urban Oregonians who don't have experience of how to care for woodlands. This may lead to a bias against responsive management to mitigate fire hazards and restore forests after catastrophic events. Small woodland owners' heritage and care for the lands is crucial, and we wish to keep family forests as forests. We own about 35% of Oregon's private forests and produce a bit more than 10% of the annual harvest. Small forest owners typically use longer rotations and older trees and higher value per acre. This places the owners at risk of greater loss in the case of catastrophic events. Much of this land is in the hands of the older generation. In many cases, there will be succession to younger family members in the near future. Is forest ownership in Oregon a good long-term investment? It's a risky combination of creeping regulations, the cost of doing business, land and timber harvest taxes, and ultimately estate taxes that often force families to cut trees prematurely or sell the land. These are grave concerns. Oregon's small woodlands provide clean air, pure water, fish wildlife habitat, and sustainable wood products. Are these public values appreciated and encouraged? Will owners decide it's not worth the risk and trouble and sell out or seek alternative uses? ASUP warned of killing the golden goose. It's my caution this is coming closer each day. A significant portion of small woodlands have been restricted by the private forest accord. In our case, about an additional 10% is now off limits to active management. We're unable to remove dead trees, mitigate fire hazards, and restore the forest. And that's not forward thinking, in my opinion. As the Board of Forestry evaluates policy, I'm concerned there is an unwillingness to consider science that is contrary to the decided outcome. For instance, there are numerous well-documented studies that contradict the science justifying stream measures in the PFA, yet they are ignored. Is the sanctity of the PFA more important than forest restoration after catastrophic events? Don't be afraid to endorse research and science that may be uncomfortable under the dominant paradigm. The board should encourage a
Gordon, your time
vigorous
is
and
up.
robust adaptive management committee promoting incentives for imaginative restoration projects that will be valuable tools to reach desired results. I urge you to willingly support desired future outcomes using creative active management strategies rather than strict, absolutely no touch, politically motivated guidance. Remember, communities with real people, with real families, homes, and heritage forests are part of the equation too. Don't let blind public policy lead us to killing the golden goose. Thank you very much.
Dan Newton, it's your turn.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair Jim Kelly and members of the board, thank you for this opportunity to comment. My name is Dan Newton. I've been part of 2 stream advisory committees in the 90s. Given my experience on the stream advisory committees, I'd like to emphasize the value of doing a rigorous evaluation of ORS 527.714 prior to adopting new rules. It is a very reasonable ask. We have not been asking for compensation for the take of our assets, but this will help keep our rules science-based and least burdensome. Let us review the law along with a few comments on the various sections. Okay, and now I'm going to attempt to share my screen, and I hope it works. I think it will. Okay, so I have shared it, and I'd like to start with the first point there, monitoring evidence of resource degradation. It's always an interesting question, what is degradation in the context of dynamic ecosystems? For example, what if actual stream temperatures are colder than optimal for a fish in a particular stream? Should a 1-degree temperature increase that dissipates within a quarter mile downstream be considered degradation if the fish biomass increases in the harvested section due to greater food supply? That's an example. The second sort of bullet point there is, does the rule reflect available scientific information? The comment here is this just needs to include an objective review of science that shows both the positive impacts as well as negative impacts, if any. Third bullet point there, are objectives clearly defined and restrictions on practices substantially advance the objective? For example, if the goal is to increase survival and conifer growth for future large wood recruitment, then would restrictions on vegetation management substantially increase the objective? Probably not in my book. Number 4, consider alternatives, including, in bold, including non-regulatory approaches, and choose the least burdensome. This is an opportunity for landowners to offer options to accomplish the objective more effectively and/or at lower cost. This also gets at the feasibility of even accomplishing the proposed rule in actual field conditions. Number 5, resource benefits achieved are proportional to the harm caused by forest practices. This is where it is important to look at other land uses. Are we being asked to restrict the use of tools that ODOT, residential users, or any other land use for that matter, routinely use that already have less restrictions. So in conclusion, we believe that the Board of Forestry should rigorously use the 714 process to sift through recommendations when deliberating proposed rules that can impact forest landowners. Getting public input will improve the result, and OSWA is very happy to help with that. Thank you so much for this opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Dan. Kate McMichael.
Okay, Chair Kelly, Acting State Forester Skinner, and members of the Board of Forestry. My name is Kate McMichael. I am a small woodland owner in Vida up the Mackenzie. As many of you know from multiple years of hearing me speak as landowner at large on the Committee for Family Forest Lands, my wife Teresa and I have the privilege and responsibility of caring for 39 acres of Oregon Tree Farm certified forest land devastated by the Holiday Farm Fire. Being on the cusp of another fire season grounds today's comments. None of us relishes the prospect of another catastrophic fire season. Yet as I look across the valley, seeing more standing dead and dying trees each year and brush cut along our property line, where we share a Mackenzie tributary stream with a neighbor who has left his side untouched, I fear for the coming summer and the reignition of the trauma lingering just under our skins and on our landscape. Post-fire restoration has been a struggle. 5 growing seasons punctuated by dry springs, hot summers, delayed fall rains, winter ice storms, and rain and wind events have continued the battery the fire began. Jackstraw deadfall, toppled live trees that rip the soil and slam into struggling seedlings, shattered habitat trees and hardwoods, acres of Scotch broom, thistle, and blackberry. The stream corridors on either side of our property, although particularly on the side shared with our no-touch neighbor, are like a chain of interwoven slash piles, just waiting for a spark to transform all our work since 2020 into smoke and ash in a heartbeat. The profit from our small salvage harvest ran out years ago, but our commitment to the rebirth of the forest we had, even though we won't be alive to see it, keeps us working, planting, pilfering from our remaining retirement savings. And there's the rub. More and more, it feels like active management, active care is under attack, not simply disincentivized, but villainized, as if we, not just T and me, but small woodland owners all over Oregon, pour our limited resources of time, energy, and money into caring for our woodlands for some nefarious, destructive purpose. Every plea to keep our toolboxes full seems to fall on deaf ears, as if simply having tools, even the evil H's of harvest and herbicide, constitutes an unthinking and intentional attack on water, fauna, and flora. According to ORS 527.714, there are evidentiary criteria for forest practice rules. Resource degradation needs to be monitored, science needs to be followed, alternative approaches that might be less burdensome need to be considered, and the benefits achieved must be proportional to the harm caused. These touchstones seem to be missing from current forest policy conversations. There is no magic protection against disturbance, but the science shows that we can mitigate some of the devastation, both of the event itself and of the aftermath. Fuels burn, so mitigate the fuels, and there's less to burn. Invasive vegetation hinders the reestablishment of native species, so mitigate the invasives, and the natives have a chance. It's science that even a former theology teacher and small woodland owner can understand. As you reflect on regulatory decisions that impact Oregon's forests and those who dedicate their lives to caring for them, please consider that caring about forests is never enough. We must care for them with sound science, with all the tools in the toolbox, with the humility to adapt as necessary, with the courage to embrace the ambiguity of allowing short-term disturbances for long-term gains. Thank you.
Thank you. And last, Teresa Hauser.
Hi, Chair Kelly, Acting State Forester Skinner, members of the board. My name is Teresa Hauser, and I'm here today as a woodland owning member of the public. 6 years ago, my wife Kate and I moved to Oregon. We moved for a forest property in Vida that we had fallen in love with and had closed on months earlier, days before Snowmageddon. It was an exciting and overwhelming time, retirement at last, having a home built, learning a new context. At least we had our own little slice of paradise to tend and care for. We got our first inkling we didn't know a lot about our context when we went to a book event and the environmentalist author physically recoiled from us upon hearing we owned a small woodland property. Clearly, it was something we had said, but all we had said was that we had just purchased a small woodland property. A small woodland property we needed to learn something about, and fortunately there are a lot of avenues for that. Extension, OFRI, OSWA, our stewardship forester, forestry supply stores, consulting foresters. So many people were helpful and supportive with science-based information, including our extension and stewardship foresters who each provided copies of the many, many rules governing our land and our care of it. It wasn't a surprise by then, but the author had said small woodland owners had virtually no rules to follow. Fast forward, every day, Kate and I deal with the effects of the holiday farm fire on our woodland. We're still relatively new as landowners, but catastrophic fire really pushes you up that learning curve. For us, it underscores some of the things we learned and forced us to grapple with trade-offs we might not have had to consider if our little woodland hadn't experienced a stand replacing fire. Trade-offs like, do I want to use grass seed on exposed slopes knowing that I will later be trying to kill that grass in order to protect my seedlings? Or do I hope water bars will be enough protection from potential erosion until understory and trees reestablish? Trade-offs like, do I want to have trees and native vegetation on my woodland? Or do I want to use only mechanical means of invasive plant removal? Because even with careful herbicide use, limiting the proliferation of invasive plants is the stuff of nightmares. Trade-offs like, do I let nature do its thing and let the woodland heal itself? Or do I honor my responsibility to the woodland that I fell in love with and listen to the land that without my intervention, it will never be more trees than it is Scotch broom, thistles, Himalayan blackberries, poison oak, and honeysuckle that girdles the few trees that do make it to free to grow. Unfortunately, catastrophic disturbance is becoming the norm in Oregon. That means more and more landowners have to grapple with difficult trade-offs and how to pay for their ideal stewardship practices. The Board of Forestry can make responsible, responsive management of hurt woodlands more achievable rather than more burdensome. ORS 527.714 lays the groundwork for approaches to management parameters that can facilitate management that sets damaged woodlands like ours on a path to recovery. And can I get the music? The music is off. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa, and thank you all for respecting the time limit. Chair Kelly, Interim State Forester Skinner, and members of the board, that concludes our public testimony for the first day. Thank you.
Yeah, just going to go ahead and ask for any comments from board members.
Yeah,
Questions?
thank you, Jim, and thanks to the folks who testified. My impression is that most of the testimony was related to the post-disturbance rules. But this is outside the public comment period. So are we to listen to this testimony and consider it, or are we to ignore it?
I think they pushed the edge of that.
Excuse me?
I think they pushed the edge of that in terms of was it directly related. I think, yeah, I will ask Annika to comment there. They were close, if not.
So, good morning. So my advice, it is outside the comment period. You are to disregard comments that are outside a comment period in your consideration for your future votes. So that is the rule. A comment period ends and you are to disregard comments received after that time period.
Okay. Okay. I was asked before whether, that they could, some folks from OSWA could comment, and I said, I believe my advice was you can't, address directly this issue, and I'm thinking they kind of did, so that was their choice, and so I think we've been given advice to ignore those comments, and that seems appropriate. Brenda, go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. I think it's great that they testified, and I think it's great that we heard from them. But I think each one of us then needs to interpret that rule in terms of whether it does or does not relate directly to the item that we'll be voting on. And it's not clear.
Yeah. Well, certainly my advice to any potential commenters will be, in the future, will be much more specific. You know, they really need to have much more of a clear line between their comments and the issue where the comment period is closed.
So Chair Kelly, what I would like to ask Annika is specifically, where is the line on that you, how do you, what is that threshold from what we've heard on that? I mean, generally, could people have said something more general, or, so I'm fuzzy about that right now. And I'd like, since you're here,
Yes.
yay, I'd love to hear, give us some threshold pieces, please.
Well, thank you for the question. So keep in mind, the law is restricting what is considered by you, not what is said by the public, right? You could be walking down the street and have a person come up to you and try to provide you comment. So my advice to you is, in those particular situations, you say, sorry, it's outside the comment period. I can't consider it. Thank you for reaching out, but I urge you to consider reaching out before the comment period in the future. So that is, just helpful guidance for you to do, in the future. Obviously, you can also, stop someone when they're talking at your public forums or things like that. But to the extent that the law is just that the comment period closes, and your choice is either to reopen the comment period and, change your rulemaking, or not to consider the comments received.
So Annika, I would interpret this as if their testimony was limited to talking about the challenges that they all face, without any citations of specific statute or recommendations there, that they would have been okay. Does that sound right?
So again, they are just individuals providing their perspective and opinions. You are taking in their perspective and opinions, and you can consider their perspective and opinions, but it is not to be taken into account when you're deliberating and considering what next to do.
Okay. Other questions, comments? Okay. With that, we'll move on. Thank you for everybody who joined us for that. We appreciate it. And next up on our schedule is the legislative update. And just checking, we're a few minutes ahead of schedule. And so is Derek here, or are you ready to go at this point? We are. All right. Yeah, we're like 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Good job, you guys. Welcome, Derek.
Well, good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Skinner. I'm Derek Wheeler, Legislative Director for the department. Yeah, I walked in right at the right time, I guess. So welcome. We're on the home stretch of the legislative session. Sine Die is scheduled for June 29th. So we have just a few weeks left, which means the business is very hectic right now in figuring out what to fund and what bills to move. So I'll put that out there. I say one of the major themes in the building right now is and has been transportation. There's a significant ask in the billions to fix our transportation system, and there's been a lot of ink spilled and words said about where that transportation package is. And I will say, I hear pretty much every day that it should be ready in a day or two. And I've been hearing that for weeks and weeks. Still no end in sight on when we'll actually see a transportation package. And you may recall about a week ago, another entry into that game of how to fund transportation was made, in that they resurrected the idea of cap and trade to fund transportation. I'll be perfectly honest, and I don't want to editorialize it. It's very late in the session to bring such a controversial topic in, but that is being discussed right now, and it wouldn't simply fund transportation. It would tangentially fund some of our wildfire. So I wanted to bring that up. I will say again, we've got a month left in the session, and having lived through 2 walkouts, I'm not optimistic that a cap and trade would move, but I wanted to bring that up to this board. So first order of business is our budget. And our budget is inherently tied to harvest tax, as harvest tax produces revenue that must be fed back into our budget. So tomorrow we'll be going in front of the Natural Resources Subcommittee of Ways and Means for the harvest tax and for our budget vote. That being voted out of committee, will move it to the full Ways and Means Committee for its final vote in Ways and Means, and then it must pass each chamber. But we're on the home stretch there for both of them. It was late going with the harvest tax and getting the actual numbers in there, but we're on track now. Of course, a complicating factor for these two, our budget and our harvest tax, is that our main wildfire funding bill, HB 3940, raises revenue for the department. It also has changes to the fire protection rates in the harvest tax. So those inherently have to move together. And I'll talk a little bit about that a little later. But first, I'd bring up, as we're looking with 1 month left in this session, I said, how are we going to slice this pie across the entire enterprise? And that's what's being discussed now. On May 14th, we had a revenue forecast, and that forecast put out a number that was anywhere between $500 and $700 million less than the previous forecast. And I want to put that in context. That's a number that was from the previous forecast, and that forecast was made on February 26th of this year. So while a number of 500 to 700 million less than the previous forecast is not exactly a rosy picture, it's not actually too traumatic, because in total, the state is still dealing with $2 billion more this biennium than it had last year. So again, not a rosy picture in terms of budgets, but still not terrible. And that's reflected in agency budgets that I've seen so far, including our own, which are largely current service level. And so that's what we'll be expecting. We're not looking at any major cuts as an agency or other agencies that I've seen so far. So I mentioned that our budget is tied with the wildfire funding concept. That concept right now is in Ways and Means. I'll be getting to that. And that's tied to our harvest tax. I would be remiss if I didn't bring one more bill into the mix to complicate factors, and that is the wildfire hazard map. Senate Bill 83 would undo the provisions of the wildfire hazard map. So far, it has sailed through the legislative process. However, it was last week, I want to say, it was scheduled for a vote out of a House committee to move to the House floor. That House vote would have been its final thing. But instead, it was scheduled to move. They moved it over to a committee that does not have any deadlines. So in a sense, the wildfire hazard map is being used as a negotiating chip for this broader wildfire funding package. And the House Speaker said it bluntly that she wouldn't want to repeal the map without making sure that our wildfire funding in general, as a broader package, is also looked over. So if you're counting, that's 4 bills that are all very, very much intertwined right now. And it's confusing. And I'll be perfectly honest, it's hectic. So let me talk a little bit about where 3940 is and what it does. A quick refresher is that it offers a number of funding solutions for our large fire. It also would help fund numerous other things like landowner assessments, et cetera. So there's the funding component of 3940. There's also the landowner assessment mitigations. So these are massive policy changes that are baked into this bill that are coming directly from last year's effort of 4133, which only failed due to timing, really, last year. So those policy changes will make our landowner assessment rates significantly lower going forward. And so that's a massive change that we feel is incredibly needed for our system. There's also looks at making it easier for RFPs, rural fire protection districts, a lot of acronyms in my world, to be able to charge a fair price. So that helps out our small fire service folks as well. And then lastly, the bill contains a provision that we would be able to go to the Treasury to help cover our gross fire costs. So ideally, once our gross fire costs become unmanageable, we could go to them as opposed to going directly to, say, a special session as we saw last year. So these are all part of the mix of what 3940 is. Three of those provisions that I just mentioned are hardly contentious, but the first of where to find the money is. The stumbling block that's happening in the legislature is not at all that they want to fund this effort. Everybody broadly accepts that this change needs to happen. It's about where that money comes from. And I pointed earlier to a less than rosy revenue forecast, and that's speaking to this problem. There's discussion of, well, we need new money into the system, whether that be kicker as the governor has been signaling lately, or should just general fund already cover this, or is it a mix? And so we're talking about a package as we're going forward. And right now we're having those discussions about what is the appropriate mix and how to get that through. It's currently in House Revenue Committee, and we need it to move so that it can go to Ways and Means Committee and be considered as part of this broader package, your harvest tax, your 83 in our budget. So we're trying to put pressure on the legislators to get action on this, to move it. Again, the department is pretty much agnostic about where the money comes from. We would just like to see this solved. So with that said, I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the interplay between our budget and 3940. So I said that our budget is largely CSL, and that's a true statement. However, there are aspects of our budget that are noticeably not there this year because they were intentionally left out to be looked at in the broader 3940 package. I'd point directly to severity. Usually we find that in our budget. Severity is the funds that we can hire, airplanes, helicopters, et cetera. No, again, that's usually in our budget. However, because it's part of this broader funding package, they're waiting to see what happens in 3940 to fund that. So all of that is to say that in a world where 3940 doesn't pass, we literally wouldn't have the severity budget to hire a helicopter on July 2nd of this year, which is a scary notion. Also, 3940, of course, looks at our landowner assessment rates and makes noticeable changes there. We're talking about a firefighting system that is pretty much at its brink. And without those needed changes, we would be looking at capacity shortages as early as next year. And these are some of the talking points that we're bringing into the legislative session, into the legislators to give this a sense of urgency, to get this moving. I'd point to the Fire 35 who came up with this concept. It is a broad swath of people. It's also a broad swath of very powerful lobbyists. So right now that building is buzzing with folks talking wildfire, trying to get the narrative solely off transportation, because, well, we haven't seen that package yet either. So that's what's happening with 3940. Of course, the kicker is in the mix with that one, and that's its own discussion. There's been a lot of discussion about, well, do you take the kicker as a whole, use that as a and I'm forgetting the word, but essentially you hold the funds in an account and live solely off the interest. And then there's been multiple other iterations that would have income thresholds. So folks below, say, $100,000 would still get their kicker. And so of course, there's complicated math involved there, and quite frankly, even more complicated politics behind any of that. So I wanted to put that in the mix of what's happening there. Switching gears to a few bills, just for broad awareness, the department brought two bills into this session specifically. There's the Forestland closure by permit. This is one of three ways that we can either open or close lands that we manage, and we found that using a permit to close during fire season is, one, incredibly difficult because that's time that our folks could be using fighting fires. And as a result, people applying for, processing, and posting permits has really never been used. So what our bill that we brought in this session would simply eliminate that permit closure. The bill itself has passed the whole system. It went through both chambers, and the governor has signed that. Our one remaining bill is House Bill 2819. This authorizes our protection folks to write citations for illegal burning without having to physically see it. I believe I characterized it as walking up to an illegal burn and seeing somebody with a gas can in one hand, a lighter in the other, and an illegal fire happening, but not being able to write a citation because you didn't see them physically light that fire. So that's what 2819 is fixing that. We can conduct an investigation and write a ticket for that illegal burn. That's moving. I'm still waiting. It's passed the House. I'm still waiting it to go to the Senate floor, but it has moved out of Senate committee. Moving over to just a few other bills that I believe that this body might care about. And the first is Senate Bill 179, which has to do with landowner immunity. It's been a long time in coming with this. Last year, I mentioned a case where somebody was on county land and slipped on a bridge. And they successfully argued that because they were coming back to their car and slipped on that bridge, that they were no longer recreating, and therefore recreational immunity laws no longer applied. This obviously becomes problematic for public owning land entities like ours. So last year in this short session, there's a temporary fix to shore up those loopholes in the law, and Senate Bill 179 makes that temporary fix permanent. Another one that I think a lot of the folks in the audience would care about, and it's moving as we speak, actually, as there's a hearing today, is Senate Bill 485, which looks at estate tax. And basically what it does is it allows actively managed small family woodlands to qualify for an exclusion for the estate tax. This keeps family forests in the family. When your grandfather passes away and wants to leave it to the next generation, this makes it significantly more affordable to do that. So that has passed the Senate. It is up for a hearing today in House Revenue. It sailed through the Senate it sailed through the Senate unanimously. So I expect that one to go pretty well. Elephant in the room real quick. 1051. I know this board cares much about 1051. And the last time I spoke about this is the ability for the governor to select the new state forester. I didn't have much to say of news on it the last time I spoke to this body. And I'll be perfectly honest, until about 2 or 3 days ago, I had heard even less. But now I can only speak in broad swaths that I am hearing 1051. I'm hearing that. You can speculate as to what that actually means. I'm not hearing that it's moving. I'm not hearing that it's not moving, but I am hearing it. So I would expect that, just don't be shocked if you hear Senate Bill 1051 is moving. It would be news to me, but again, a lot of what you hear in that building is through the grapevine, and I wanted to relay that to you. And then the last bucket of bills that I would speak to are some of the bills that are in Ways and Means. Again, reflecting back, we're still waiting to see what our budget looks like, what our wildfire funding group looks like, what transportation looks like, what housing looks like, and what all is left over is what funds some of these policy bills that are in Ways and Means. And one of them is our semi-annual appropriations to sudden oak death. This year, that's Senate Bill 339. Every 2 years, we ask money to fight sudden oak death, and here we are again. We've got an important study through Senate Bill 494 that allows the Department of Administrative Services to study the classification and compensation of forestry and wildland firefighter positions. This is a needed change as we look forward, trying to keep seasonals permanent and to just build out our workforce. That bill is in Ways and Means looking to get funded. There's House Bill 3103, which we had some discussions the last time about. This creates the sustainable harvest calculation on our state forests. That bill is also in Ways and Means and waiting to see its fate. The last two I would bring up are House Bills 3349 and 3350. They're sort of a package. These would create a structure where it'd be much easier for the department to get old, no longer used equipment over to our partners at the RFPAs. And also 3349 specifically sets up a fund. It doesn't populate that fund, but it does set up a fund where the RFPAs could actually use it. As we saw last year, as they were fighting those fires for extended attacks, they were running out of fuel. They needed hoses, they needed equipment, and this fund would be there And then 3350, its corresponding bill would actually put $1 million into that bucket that was created in the previous bill. So there's my quick snapshot of where the legislature is happening. I can assure you, if you ask me tomorrow, I'd give you a different take because things move very, very quickly right now. But I will turn this over to any questions.
I'll just comment. I had an update this morning on 1051, and apparently there's been some bumps in the governor's office with getting all the language just the way they and stakeholders that are interested want. And so I guess the message I got is it's not dead, but it's no sure thing. So we need as a board to continue our process as if we expect to be doing what we've always done, which is be in charge of hiring the next state forester until we hear different. But it's not dead, so it's out there. Okay, Joe.
Thanks, Chair. I got a couple things, Derek. One, I wanted to make sure I understand what's happening with severity, make sure I'm clear on that. So the current budget removes the severity and what landowners, some of that is paid by landowners, correct, in severity. So it's changing that out of the current budget. And if we don't, what I heard from you, if the fire funding bill doesn't pass, then potentially the severity program would go away.
The general fund portion of our
General fund portion of the severity, so the landowner portion would remain. So it'd be effectively funded at half, right?
I don't want to get up my skis.
Is that an accurate statement? I'm looking at Kyle. Little less than half. It'd be a little less than half. I guess that's kind of scary.
Yep.
I mean, I've sat in this boardroom for the last 7 years touting the severity, program and the effectiveness of it. That's very, very concerning. I mean, that's been a really effective tool for the agency to stop a lot of fires that I think anyway. So I won't beat that drum, but thanks for that update on that. And I guess anything I can do to help with that conversation, let me know. As a landowner directly affected by, or represent a landowner really affected by the severity program. The other thing I want to talk about, ask a question about the budget, about the PFA. It's my understanding the PFA is potentially going to be funded about half of what was potentially promised or talked about. I'm assuming that's accurate, the information I got on that.
I would, with that specific question, I would turn to either Josh or James if they're to speak to that. I don't want to get out of line.
Okay, sorry for the surprise, Josh.
Oh, yeah. I think they had this on their radar.
Oh, they did. Okay, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. But.
Good morning, Chairman, Chair Kelly, State Forester Skinner, and members of the board. So to the question, private forest accord funding, correct? So just to back up a little bit, all the positions that we need for private forest accord implementation are part of our CSL budget. So those are currently included in that base budget level. The outstanding pieces that were awarded one-time funding previously were the Adaptive Management Program and the SFISH program, or the Small Forest Land Investment in Stream Habitat for small landowners replacing culverts and things like that. And so in the current budget bill that is going to be heard downtown on Thursday, or has a work session on it, I want to make sure, grab these numbers real quick. It has 2 million general fund for SFISH program, one-time funding in there, and it has 4.5 million for the adaptive management program, one-time funding. And then you will also see an increase in our other fund spending for SFISH because those funds go into an account along with other funds that have already been deposited that can carry over into the next biennium as other funds. So there's a total.
Isn't that significantly less than what was initially talked about in the PFA?
So for
for instance, in adaptive management, they talked about $20 million going into adaptive management, right?
For adaptive management, I think that's high. The $20 million number may have been the ODF and W programs. I would have to look and see what was originally committed in the private forest accord report, but I believe it states in the private forest accord report it was 10 million for SFISH on a biennial basis for general fund. And then the private forest accord report, I don't think articulated a number, but I think the estimated number was somewhere between 5 and 6 million for the adaptive management program, as it was communicated to me was the long-term desire.
And what are we, what's the delta there? What's in the budget and the?
So currently, for the adaptive management program, 4.5 million is what is in the current budget bill or the amendment for the budget bill that's downtown.
Okay, and you said 6 was what?
That was the number that had been discussed and conveyed to the department from the authors.
What's your concern related to those budget numbers? I mean, being that they're less than what had been talked about when the PFA was created.
So I think from my perspective, at 4.5 million, that would still be a viable adaptive management program. Obviously, it tailors the pace and scale with which we can move through programs. The intent there is to define projects and fund those projects based on the funding that we have. So it kind of, depending on that funding level, will dictate the pace with which we can move through the different research questions and projects that are before that.
What about SFISH?
So for SFISH, I think what it will do is give us about 7.7 million for the upcoming biennium to spend. We did not spend all the funds from this last biennium, so there's about 5.7 million sitting there that we're already allocating to projects, but those field seasons haven't been completed yet. And there's, I believe there's 4.5 million of that's awarded, so there's a couple more $1 million of funds there. So we'll have about 7.7 to spend over the next 2 years in that account.
Okay, versus what were we thinking?
10 million was what was articulated. I don't have the section handy for the private forest accord report, but there was a section in there that articulated that at 10 million.
Okay, well, knowing that the funding isn't, what we were hoped, or I guess kind of promise is the right way to describe this. I wonder if it's worthwhile as an idea to put a budget note in the budget to allow some flexibility relating to swapping funding depending on, and it's something to think about, but whether it makes sense, knowing that we're not getting the funding that we had hoped to receive with the PFA, that there could be potentially a need to adjust those funds throughout the budget and give that kind of flexibility to the department and the board to make those kind of decisions. I'm just throwing it as an idea. Something you can think about, we can talk about further, but I just want to throw that out as an idea. Whether there's an advantage to that, I think there might be.
I'd have to look to others here, the flexibility and where we're at in the process, and or if James is here.
Yeah. I would say, well, in terms of crafting that budget note, that's largely out of our hands. That would be with the legislative fiscal office and their direction that they give us. But it's certainly something we could talk to them about.
Okay, all right. Well, we can talk offline, but I'd like to discuss that a little bit more with you, Derek.
Yeah. Okay, Heath.
Just to pile on, Josh, while you're there, I think the numbers from the PFA were 10 million for SFISH, as you described, and 6 million flat for the combo of adaptive management and IRST, and then the 20 million for the ODF and W Mitigation Advisory Committee funding. The most alarming part to me, one, in the context of conversations with the services about what we were going to do for the species and what was going to make it worthwhile, that was premised on a certain level of funding. And we had the governor in the room. It was a very robust conversation. And I'm very concerned that I think I would call it cavalier and bordering on irresponsible approach to funding those commitments may threaten our position with the services. And I hope that you communicate that plainly. I don't know how they trust the state's going to fund these in the future indefinitely if they're struggling to fund them already. But nevertheless, I think the most important point for me was that you said, if I heard you correctly, that both those SFISH and adaptive management numbers are one-time funding. And to me, that's, again, highly alarming. Like the position dollars, they should be included in your continuing service level so that we don't have to lobby from $1 every session on those programs. That's, to me, highly problematic. And I don't know why legislative fiscal continues to insist that those should be one-time funded dollar amounts subject to the legislature, just forgetting to do it the next biennium. And so I would encourage you to press strongly. And while it was a different governor, we did have the governor's office and many of the same people involved. Uh, I think the executive branch should press hard that this should be fully funded and that it should be continuing funding.
Okay, Ben.
Ben Doimling for the record, just real quick. First of all, thank you for the work you're doing at the Capitol and these presentations. They're fantastic. And just following up on a little bit of Joe's question on the severity funding. There's a bunch of different bills that are all intertwined. I understand that. And I'm trying to get my head around the risk that at the 11th hour, 2 of these pass and 2 don't. And the unintended consequences there. From what I'm hearing from you there, that risk is there. It sounds like you're making folks in the building very aware of those risks, but it looks like we're heading to a point where we could see, with good intention, some things passing and then others not. What's your sort of analysis of that risk right now? Because it seems scary that for whatever reasons, one thing doesn't pass and then nothing else really holds together anymore.
Yeah, scary is accurate, but it's mitigated as well because while we have some needs that would otherwise be covered in 3940, say severity itself, there's always the parachute at the very end of the Christmas tree bill. And I didn't mention that one, but that is the parachute. If things don't go according to plan and we're able to raise enough alarm, we can still use that as a funding mechanism. That said, that's not the route I want to go.
Great, thank you.
Feels to me, I mean, one reason we have to be optimistic, my perception, and it's partially because of the cuts with the Forest Service, is that the public, I mean, the amount of publicity around concern about this upcoming fire season and around these issues, I've never seen as much out there in the public and in media as there is now. And hopefully that serves us well as we go through just the level of awareness, concern, and fear, frankly, about this upcoming fire season. So, any other comments or questions for Derek? Okay, thank you very much, Derek. With that, we're about 15 minutes ahead of schedule. We were going to take a break at 10:30. It's just about 10:15. And the next item is the state forester position description, desired attributes, discussion, and decision item. That's one that's just the board itself, so we don't have a presenters scheduled to be concerned about. So I want to, if we can stay ahead of schedule, I want to do that. So let's take a 15-minute break and start that conversation at 10:30. Brenda?
Yeah, I just noticed that that item has time for testimony. And so if we go ahead of schedule, are there people who have signed up? No. Okay, sorry. Yep.
That answers that. Thank you for pointing that out. All right, let's get back then at 10:30. Thank you. Looks like everybody's here, so we'll proceed to the next item on our agenda, which is the state forester position description and desired attributes. This is something that we have to formally adopt to move the process forward. We've had earlier discussions about this and essentially, and we've received public testimony. I think, and sum this up is that basically there really hasn't been to date anything significant, at least in terms of suggestion of changes from the last time we hired a state forester. So just we'll open that up for discussion. Brenda.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I took into consideration what we discussed at the previous board meeting and made some suggested changes, in-track changes, but they're just suggestions and they have not been vetted by anybody else. So I don't know how you want to proceed with this, whether it's something that you want to consider at this point or not.
Well, everybody had a chance to review the suggested changes that were made by Brenda, and does anybody have comments about those?
Just wanted to thank Brenda for preparing them, and I'm in agreement with all of them and prepared to make a motion.
I also am in agreement with all of them. They all seemed like reasonable and appropriate changes. But okay. No further lively discussion here.
Well, I guess I would say thank you, Heath.
I love it. Great. Okay. And sounds like you, Heath, are prepared to make a motion, and I'll encourage you to do that now.
Chair Kelly, I move to adopt the state forester position description and desired attributes as listed in the proposed documents to be used for the job posting in the state forester recruitment.
I will second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to accept the position description and desired attributes as listed in the document. And with that, barring any further comments, I will hold the board. Liz Akpala.
Aye.
Keith Curtis.
Yes.
Ben Doimling.
Aye.
Joe Justice.
Aye.
Alexei Lovecchio.
Yes.
Brenda McComb.
Aye.
And I vote in favor as well. With that, that has passed, and we have now formally accepted the position description and desired attributes for the state forester, which will help us move ahead with the hiring process. And with that motion carrying, we'll move quickly here to the next item, approve the designated individual for the state forester recruitment. It's a little bit of a misleading description of what we are doing. Essentially, just for clarity so that everybody understands, this is to have a person who will manage the RFP process and for us to hire a search firm. And so this is just about the RFP process. Does anybody have any questions about that? This is for the contract for the recruitment firm.
So it's solely to develop, it is this person's responsibility is solely to identify or to develop the RFP that would identify the search firm, but the selection of the search firm comes back to us.
I think, and oversight of the contract for the recruitment of the firm. Yeah.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board. For the record, my name is Shannon Rand, and I am the procurement director here for the Department of Forestry. What this position would do is be the person who works with me to make sure that all the documents are prepared so that we can post those for an open competition, and then coordinate the evaluation committee and the final decisions on who that vendor would be. So this position, as I understand what we're, and Wendy can probably correct me if I'm wrong, that would be the role, kind of contract administrator once the contract is executed, as well as being my conduit to get that work done for you guys.
Would it be appropriate shorthand to say that this person's going to hire the search firm?
There'll be an evaluation committee who would then recommend who, based on the criteria in the solicitation document, we would we'd score all of the responses, and then we would total up the scores, and the highest ranking vendor would be the proposed vendor that we would then contract with. So we wouldn't pick it, the contract administrator wouldn't pick it. We would just facilitate that process through whomever wants to be on that evaluation committee and whatever process you guys choose.
Okay.
Would the final decision come back to the board? Is the final decision of who we're picking? Is that my understanding?
Chair Kelly, I'm State Forester Skinner, members of the board. For the record, my name is Wendy Heckman. I'm the Deputy Director of Agency Administration. For a little bit of clarity, Shannon and I would help facilitate the RFP process, but the decision-making is made by the board. We would give you the scoring matrix, show you how they've all been scored based on the criteria you've selected, but the ultimate decision is made by the board. In addition to that, as a contract administrator, it is signing the contract. It is also paying the invoices to the contractor, approving those invoices, and making sure the contractor is adhering to the terms of the contract.
Okay, and it sounds like a special board meeting.
More than likely, yes.
Yeah, and can you share with the board an expected timeline?
So execution of the RFP takes 17 days to close. And then it's the evaluation period and in scoring. So I'd say probably 30 days.
30 days?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I understood. So you can just kind of add that up, and that puts us probably in late July. Right, go ahead.
I just sensing your question there, Brenda, do other board members view this as like kind of a highly consequential decision? I'm inclined, like I want a good recruiting firm, but the headhunter, for purposes of surfacing names, to me, I'm more personally inclined to trust the judgment of staff to find a good recruiting firm. It may be that others disagree with that. I just wanted to say personally, without your input, I'm inclined to just kind of let them select the best firm they can find.
Well, Heath, I would agree with you. Plus, you know, we're going to have a couple more probably special meetings as we go through this hiring process. And so I'm not excited about putting Eleni through the process of having to schedule a meeting in late July for all of us. If anybody can tell us why we couldn't, I would suggest that we have a motion to not only, you know, what we have here in front of us, but also delegate to the department the decision-making on a search firm selection. Brenda?
Yeah, I'll be the problem child. So normally I would feel fine about that. But at the last meeting, there was a suggested search firm that was proposed to us. And when we searched for that, we ended up with a dead link, which didn't tell us anything, which just gave me pause that maybe due diligence would mean that the board, in a very quick special meeting, could make that decision.
Yeah, I think that was a rush deal, and you know, the information I had is that in retrospect, that name was, and company was given to us without proper due diligence. And that lack of due diligence was not at ODF. I won't name names here, but so I understand your point, but I would trust ODF to do a better job than what was done in that circumstance, which was terrible. And really appreciate the fact that I had board members who were doing the work to discover that. So I think both Heath and Ben were doing that, if I remember correct. So thank you both for having discovered that. Personally, though, I think I would feel comfortable with turning this over to staff.
I guess I don't materially disagree, although I think, Wendy, we would end up with a recommendation, right? If we made a decision, you're gonna come to us and say, this is who we're recommending, this is why, this is the scoring. And I think it'd be very short potentially for the board to make that final decision. I don't think this is, it's another meeting, right? It ultimately results in another meeting, but there would be another touch point of the board just to,
I don't want to create controversy here. If you all want to have a special meeting, I'll go with, it shouldn't be all that controversial, so I'll go with whatever, and we can test things with emotion if needed. Ben, go ahead.
Ben Doimling for the record. I too am fairly ambivalent about this. I generally trust you to make this decision for us. I think the optics of the board in taking the leads on this, I think probably are valuable. And I agree with Joe that I think it would be, we could do it very quickly. So I think I probably lean towards a quick step to approve this, and that's where I would lean.
Okay, optics are important. Go ahead, Heath.
I would just, and I'm fine, again, I'm pretty ambivalent about this. I just beg your forgiveness in advance. The Curtis family has some vacation plans in late July, and it's quite likely I won't be at that meeting.
Well, I think we only need 4 people to do this, so.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I think if we're able to pull together a quorum, for something like this, we'll be fine, right? Everybody agree with that?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion. You ready for a motion?
Go ahead.
Okay. I move to select Wendy Heckman as a designated individual to support the state forest recruitment for the purpose of providing department management and oversight of the contract for the recruitment firm to be selected by the Board of Forestry at a future time.
And
Thank you.
and
I hear a second?
yeah, and Liz Powell seconds.
Okay. So we have a motion to adopt this as it's been presented to us by Joe Justice and seconded by Liz Agpawa. And with that, I will move, unless there's any further discussion or comments or questions, to a vote. Okay. Nobody has a conflict of interest on this, right?
No.
Good. Okay. Liz Agpawa.
Aye.
Heath Curtis.
Yes.
Ben Doimling.
Aye.
Joe Justice.
Aye.
Alexi Lavecchio.
Yes.
Brenda McComb.
Aye.
And I will be an aye as well. I find it interesting that some of you are yeses and some of you are ayes,
It's an opportunity to use the old English, the only time I can do it.
Anyhow, with that, the motion carries unanimously.
I do have a question for you, Chair Kelly. We were using previously the word designated individual in the context of the state forester recruitment itself, the substantive recruitment. You have described a subcommittee that you're going to form, which I think is good, and I'm supportive of that. That's great. I think it may be true that you will still need a single individual to act as the hub for the subcommittee members to make decisions. Otherwise, that subcommittee is going to have to go through kind of the public meeting process. Do you intend at a later date to select that designated individual? If not, do we need to do that today?
Okay, well, a couple of things, I still have not been able to, we seem to be told very clearly about what we can and can't do, the decisions that would have to be public if they're made by a subcommittee or not if they're made by an individual. And I thought we had clarity on that. I learned this morning that perhaps that's not right. So I still don't have that a subcommittee potentially could make a decision and not have to be announced publicly. I'm pretty sure we know where we're at on that, but not 100% sure. In the prior conversations, we've talked about an individual, and we've talked about that probably being me. I am fine with sort of doing that, going ahead, formally or informally. And if the board feels that we have plenty of time now, it would probably be appropriate to have a vote on that.
Right. I would need help with the motion, but from my perspective, in order to keep the subcommittee work kosher, I guess, I think it would be appropriate for us to have a designated individual to take feedback from the subcommittee members and then make decisions, not of the subcommittee, but as that individual. And I think you would be an excellent candidate for that, and I'd be willing to make that motion. But I just kind of wanted to think that through. That's not one of the printed motions on this page. And
no, it's not, and we can add it. Just to add to what you're saying, my view of how that would happen, though, would be subcommittee doing some of the work, but also having an opportunity, and I'm visualizing it around the point of selecting maybe the last.
Yeah, right, exactly right.
Of a full board meeting where everybody has an opportunity to see who the candidates are and comment, not make a decision.
Yes.
But do that. So I don't. I see the subcommittee members mostly having to do a bunch of work and everybody being involved.
Yes, and thank you in advance.
Stages of this, that this board really does what they're supposed to do, which is choose the next state forest.
So it feels like maybe we would want to describe some process around that, like the steps leading up to the end where the full board is involved. But, and maybe this is half-baked to take on the fly during a meeting here, and we could address it later, but just by my read of the counsel we've received on this topic, I think it would make sense for us to have an individual playing that role vis-a-vis the subcommittee so that the subcommittee doesn't have to do all of the candidate decisions in public.
I agree, Heath. I wonder if the right time to make that kind of motion, maybe at the special board meeting to select. I mean, the subcommittee is not going to get together and meet until we have the search firm and candidates identified. Could we, maybe the chair could get a little more clarity, and maybe that's something at the July meeting potentially.
We're going to do a special meeting there.
Anyway,
totally agree, and it's always better to do that kind of thing
carefully,
and with a little forethought and use the right language and everything. Rather than do it on the fly. So I'm comfortable with that. I think what's important now is that we're all sort of generally thinking along the same lines around the parameters of how this will work and making sure that we don't have any likely bumps that are going to come up. And, I see a lot of heads shaking yes around the table. So I don't. Council, do you see any issues with what you're hearing?
I see no issues. What I really like is that you would take time to take additional legal advice from counsel.
Can't quite hear you.
I think it's always a great idea to the extent that you're still confused about what the process is and what the advice is of council, that you not do anything today, but take the opportunity to have additional executive session.
Thank you for that conservative advice.
Predictable.
Yeah. Great. And thank you for accommodating that conversation. And thank you to the subcommittee members for all of the work that Jim is saying to do up for it.
Okay, you know, we've gotten through things in a lot less time than what was on our schedule, a lot less time. It's not even 11 o'clock, and this was supposed to take us to noon today. And I'm looking, I'm looking and thinking here as to how to handle our day here. I'm looking at who's presenting this afternoon and what changes. Eleni, thank you. We're good to go? Okay. All right. We've been saved. The 7. Okay. Eleni informs me that we are good to go right now with item 7. And this sounds like this may help us in the day a little bit earlier. And so if we are able to do that, okay, let me just, so that will be a decision item, item 7 for is the Central Oregon, Northeast Oregon District boundary change. And magically, we have presenters. Whoa, you guys are. Go ahead and introduce yourselves and take it from there.
All right. Excuse me. Thank you. I'll start off. So good afternoon, Chair Kelly, State Forester Skinner, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Levi Hopkins, and I currently serve as the Deputy Chief of Policy Planning for the Protection Division. The purpose of this agenda item is to seek approval from the board to finalize changes to the Central Oregon and Northeast Oregon district boundaries and to revise the administrative rules which describe those two boundaries. And just for some more context, in order to change a forest protection district boundary, the board must amend the pertinent Oregon administrative rules through the rulemaking process. For this boundary change, those are OAR 629-041-0515 and OAR 629-041-0550, which describe the boundaries of these two districts. The proposed boundary changes are strictly administratively boundary changes between the two districts and will not add or remove acres from ODF protection. Rather, shift acres from one district to another to provide better customer service for landowners. As you may recall, at the March 5th, 2025 board meeting, the board authorized the department to hold public hearings on the matter. Virtual public hearings were held on April 17th and April 18th, with written comments allowed until April 30th. Only one individual was present for one of the public hearings, but did not provide comment, and we received one written comment in support of the boundary change, which was provided in your board packet. And I'll now pass it over to Rob and Justin, who will provide additional information about the boundary change.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, State Forester Kate Skinner, board members of the board. For the record, my name is Rob Pinzer, and I serve as a district forester for Central Oregon District. Central Oregon District, as well as many of you know, that spans across 12 counties. We currently provide wildland fire protection on 2.3 million acres. On our, not counting last year's numbers, but on our 10-year average, we usually have 130 stat fires per year and usually burn about 8,500 acres. Last year, as you well know, last year was historic in nature. Last year, we burned 232,000 acres and another 130,000 of private lands offset to federal agencies. Some things that are unique to COD is that we are broad and vast. We work with 10 federal partners. We start with the Mount Hood National Forest, the Gorge Scenic Natural Area, the Confederate Tribes of the Warm Springs, Crooked River Grasslands, the Chutes National Forest, Ochoco National Forest, Prineville BLM, Burns BLM, Malheur National Forest, and the Umatilla National Forest. Because of that, we have to work in 4 interagency dispatch centers. Up in Vancouver, we have Columbia Cascades, we have Central Oregon and Redmond, Oregon, and then we have Burns and John Day dispatch centers. The continued increase of complex and lengthy fire seasons has led to the Central Oregon and Northeast Oregon districts conducting a comprehensive study of the current dispatch boundaries within the Eastern Oregon Forest Protective Area. The study consisted of workload balance, fire response time, dispatch communication, alignment with partners on coverage areas, and the overall level of customer service. This led to a modernization plan to more effectively provide fire protection for landowners within the Eastern Oregon Forest Protection Area. The boundary change is the first phase of the implementation of the modernization plan. The EOFPA modernization proposal seeks the opportunity to improve customer service for all Oregonians by aligning district boundaries with current service areas within the Eastern Oregon footprint. Heppner service centers are north 1 hour to either Pendleton or Hermiston and not 3 hours south in John Day. The transfer of administrative duties of fire protection and forest practices from COD to NEO would create efficiencies with landowners, federal cooperators, partnerships, and dispatch centers, to name a few. Efficiencies gained. In Morrow County, there will only be 1 district rate for both timber and grazing. There will also be 1 dispatch center simplifying communications with partners. And there will also be 1 point of contact for landowners across Morrow County. Thank you. I will now pass it over to Justin to speak a little more about the Northeast Oregon District.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Skinner, members of the board. For the record, my name is Justin Lauer, and I serve as the District Forester for the Northeast Oregon District. The Northeast Oregon District is spread over 7 counties, and we currently provide protection on roughly 1.9 million acres. On that acreage, we average 74 stat fires per year and 8,500 acres burned. Under this proposal, roughly 122,000 acres in Morrow County would be transferred from Central Oregon District to the Northeast Oregon District. Under this proposal is also included the addition of the Gerdane block in Umatilla County, which would add another 23,000 acres to the Northeast Oregon District. The Gerdane block is currently unprotected lands in Umatilla County south of Pilot Rock, where the department has spent considerable funds over the last decade fighting fire. This board actually sat on those lands during their tour back in October. The addition of the Gerdane block into Northeast Oregon would allow the department to be the jurisdictional operational agency in that area, allowing us to bring to bear all resources to suppress fires in that area that have historically threatened the district. Landowner outreach in that area has been ongoing for years with a positive input from the landowners to join the district. Many of those landowners currently have lands within the Northeast Oregon District footprint. Thank you, and I will now pass it back to Levi for a recommendation to the board and next steps.
All right, thank you, Justin. So in closing, the department recommends that the board authorize the department to amend OAR 629-041-0515 and OAR 629-041-0550, which are the boundary descriptions of the Central Oregon and Northeast Oregon Forest Protection District boundaries. And if approved, the department will file an official final rule with the Oregon Secretary of State, and the boundary change would go into effect July 1 of 2026. And thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
This seems like a really smart thing, and but governing agencies don't always do obvious smart things. So can you just tell us a little bit about how this originated as in this effort got going?
For the record, Rob Penzer. So I've been a part of Central Oregon District, started off as a unit forester about 12 years ago, back in 2013. The John Day unit itself is vast and far. I mean, from Burns all the way to Heppner, that's a sizable distance, then all the way, of course, to Mitchell and the Gear Country. And our adequate level of protection has never changed because of the rate influence. And so back then, as unit forester in John Day, I had a hard time feeling I was providing good customer service to the Oregonians that live up in Morrow County, and would have to constantly rely on Northeast Oregon for us both to provide that kind of level of service. So it started back then, and now as district forester, I finally have some leverage. So I'm going to try to do what I can do.
Well, congratulations to you for bringing this forward and others.
Yeah, Chair Kelly, thanks, guys. Thanks for the update. I've been, hearing about this for a number of years, the idea of this. Could you, Rob and Justin, maybe summarize, you got two budget committees, we've got an association, Eastern Oregon Forest Protection Association. I know you've been talking to the budget committees for some time about this change to the association and the budget committees. Could you summarize, and I've been kind of vocal about making sure that we bring those folks along with this and they understand. I mean, rates are very contentious in Eastern Oregon, have significantly increased, and there is a net effect on rates to both districts, correct? I mean, we're adding acres to ones, we're adding acres out of another. Just give me a little bit of commentary as to the feedback. I know we only had one comment from one of the budget members in COD, I think. But I know there's been some discussion. Could you guys comment about the discussion of those meetings, the general feeling from that group?
Thank you for the question. For the record, again, Justin Lauer. We presented this to the Northeast Oregon District Budget Committee back in April. There was questions, obviously, about adding acres to the district and how that would affect district rates, specifically with the need to add capacity to protect those extra acres. We went into this with a net zero goal. So these would be either a reduction in the rate for Northeast Oregon or a net zero to the rate in Northeast Oregon. The budget committee approved of that approach to addition of acres to the district.
Did you propose two different budgets, to one without the change and one with the change? Remind me again.
We did not propose two full budgets.
Okay.
Waiting on this body to make a decision on the boundary change. However, we did go over rates with them.
Right.
Potential
rates that are affected by this. Yeah. Okay.
For the record, Rob Pinzer. Yeah, Joe, we did have those same conversations with our budget committee as well. And there was tremendous support for removing those acres in Morrow County. The budget committee landowners in Central Oregon are feeling like we're spread too thin. And when we start getting lightning across one side of the district to the other, they don't feel like we're actually protecting their assets that are actually close to them. So they are actually in favor of removing those acres and also in favor of potentially reducing either some engines or some personnel, something with our adequate level of protection to kind of maintain our rate. But that is a process that we're going to go through next year as a budget committee with full support going forward together to create a new adequate level of protection.
I just want to commend you guys for the work you've done on this. I know it's taken quite a time. It makes a lot of sense. It just makes a lot of sense. I just think of the politics of it and making sure just the contentious nature that rates are. And I think you guys have navigated this well, and I really appreciate that. I know you guys have great relationships with landowners. That is quite a group. And sometimes a challenging group to navigate. And I really appreciate the work you've done with this. Thanks.
And
yeah, thanks. And thanks for the presentation. I don't have any questions regarding the substance, but a point of order. There is time allocated for testimony for this item. And Eleni, I'm just looking to you to see, is there anyone signed up for testimony? No? Okay, so we're good. Thank you.
I was going to check on that, Brenda. Yeah, well, anyhow, I too want to commend you guys. I'm intimately familiar with the distances involved. So it's great to see this change. With that, any other questions or comments? Okay.
Before, Mr. Chair, I will declare a potential conflict of interest on this item because it will materially, we're the largest landowner. I represent the largest landowner in Northeast Oregon. So I plan to vote, but I want to declare a potential conflict of interest.
All right, thank you.
How do you plan to vote?
Okay, with that, I am looking for a motion.
Chair Kelly, I'll move for a motion.
Okay, Do you want to state that motion?
I do. I would. I move to approve the proposed boundary changes to the Central Oregon and Northeast Oregon Forest Protection District boundaries and direct the department to revise the Oregon Administrative Rules 629-041-0514 and 5, thank you, and 629-041-0550, which describe each boundary.
Great. Do we have a second?
And Doimling seconds.
And Dominic second. Okay, Liz Power has made the motion as it's been presented. And Ben Doimling has seconded. And without further discussion, we'll move to a polling of the board. Liz Power.
Aye.
Keith Curtis.
Yes.
Ben Doimling.
Aye.
Joe Justice.
Aye.
Alexi Lavecchio.
Aye.
Brenda McComb.
Aye.
And I will be an aye as well. So we have, I think, 6 ayes and 1 yes. And with that, the board passes unanimously. Thank you.
In the interest of time and competing work priorities, I'm betting that we could probably do the governance committee work as well before lunch if you would like.
I was going to suggest the same thing. I think that would be great if that committee is willing and able, we could do that this morning. You'll lead us through that, right?
I'm distracting Brenda down here. Sorry, Jim.
Board policy manual. Can we do that now? Oh.
That's exciting. So, Eleni, I'm going to need some help here with this one, I think. So at the last board meeting, we had a couple of discussions, one around additions to the board policy manual that would relate to reimbursement as well as compensation for members. And Heath and Liz and I took those into consideration. We made some changes and now we have before you a proposal. But before, hopefully, Eleni, you can share that up on the screen. But before we go too much further, Eleni, thank you, found out that the language that we have on those 2 items apparently is inconsistent with DAS language. And the resolution to that is to take out that 1 hour or 2 hour minimum amount of time that somebody spends and just simply say, we will be consistent with DAS policy and leave it at that. So that's the only substantive change that I recall from what is written and provided to you prior to the board, but I'm looking at Liz and Heath to see if there's anything else that I'm forgetting about those 2 items. Good. So I think we'll take them one at a time. Jim, if that's okay with you, the 2 additions with compensation and then we'll move to the edits that Liz provided.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
So maybe discussion around the 2 items regarding compensation and reimbursement. And how
Maybe just for the convenience of the board, how are you thinking that should read?
Yeah.
We've got any day when a board member spends 1 or more hours traveling or involved in a required activity duty.
Yeah.
Would we just strike that and just say any day that a board member who meets eligibility requirements listed in OS 292.495 would be eligible for a stipend to the degree consistent with DAS policy?
DAS policies.
Yeah. You could just precede that sentence with consistent with DAS policy. Any board member who spends time traveling or
Time traveling, that'd work.
or involved in an activity, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So Eleni is frantically, yeah. Ben.
Got a question. What is DAS policy?
You're not the only one asking.
Matt?
Sure, Kelly. My understanding is that the issue comes down to what a de minimis expense is that right? And there were some examples with the Department of Fish and Wildlife that we were drawing from, and looking at this language this morning. We don't see any red flags with this language. What it essentially is doing is the board's decision that less than 1 hour is de minimis and not allowed for reimbursement, but 1 hour or more, as you're proposed, was not de minimis and could be reimbursed. So we didn't believe there were any problems with the language that we saw from Eleni this morning.
Brilliant. Who told us there is a problem with the language?
So Eleni, could you explain what the email this morning was about?
Yes, so for the record, Eleni Collins, Board Administrator. The guidance that we had received was that typically de minimis is referred to as a 10 to 15 minute small board-related duties, such as checking an email or something like that, and that would not qualify for a stipend. What we're seeing here is if we add this language where we specify when a board member spends 1 or more hours, we are changing de minimis to mean 1 or more hours instead of that 10 to 15 minute previous.
Was under desk, was that advice?
That advice comes from the governor's office. I spoke with Brandy Hemsley, who supports the executive appointments office.
Would the 20 minutes under the normal approach entitle you to the entire daily stipend? Anything more than de minimis would entitle you under DAS policy to the entire daily stipend?
So if your board official duties are not considered de minimis, then you would be eligible for a stipend. And the board has the ability to specify what board official duties are. So if you wanted to specify that to be considered board official duties, it has to be reading your materials or attending a meeting. You could start to specify that, but we have as it's written that it is at the discretion of the board chair and state forester.
So I'm confused. So Matt, we just heard from Eleni, governor's office, and we heard from you, from DOJ, 2 different things. So what, can you provide a recommendation here? What should this language read to ensure that we are providing the board chair and the state forester the decision-making capability to provide these?
I mean, the board chair and the state forester would be making a decision about whether or not, the duty or essentially approving. I don't think we want to have anything to do with deciding whether it is de minimis or something can get paid. I would hope. I'd hate to be in that position without clear guidelines.
Sure, Kelly, this is Matt DeVore. Try to address your question, Member McComb. The issue we were looking at was what was de minimis, and if the de minimis costs are not reimbursable or not reimbursable, then figuring out what does de minimis mean. And what we understood was that draft language was setting the de minimis at 1 hour. And we believe that would be within the board's discretion to interpret de minimis in that way. Does that, do you still see difference between what DAS has said, or?
Well, I think since that's DOJ's opinion and recommendation, I think we stick with the language that we have here and not try to fuss around with anything else. Is that everybody's?
Getting direct feedback from our legal counsel that would be okay. And,
Yes.
and we've had conflicting advice from the governor's office. I would be most comfortable going with the direct legal advice from the DOJ.
I agree.
I don't know that the governor's advice is conflicting. They just highlighted that, the desk policy treats this a little differently in terms of how they're approaching the de minimis question.
Sure.
And I did not hear that we would be precluded from approaching de minimis in a different manner.
Well, after all that, we will stick with the language that we started with and see if there's any discussion about that language.
Yeah, as I've said before, on that issue between the 1 and 2 hours, because of how I could see that could be the impression or what someone from the media might do with that. I'll be a no vote on this. I expect it to pass. I think I'm in the minority, but that's just where I draw my line.
Any other discussion on this one? I think we're voting on both items together, right? Correct? Changes to the board policy manual? Yes.
The two items about the reimbursement and the stipend. Is that correct?
But the edits as well?
Yeah, right.
Yes. So Eleni, if you could put up the document that has the edits that were largely proposed by Liz. I made a few very minor things. So the track changes in red were the changes that we made as a result of the last board meeting. Just I scroll slowly through it, Eleni, and I think everybody should have written copies.
Yeah.
The question is, are there discussion points or concerns or suggestions on this aspect? Jim, a lot of these have to do with the board chair, so I'm looking.
Yeah, and so I've talked to Brenda a little bit. A number of these changes make a whole lot of sense. Some of them, to me, I'm a bit grumpy about. And I think, and I understand the intent to encourage collaboration, but what you've done there is enforced collaboration in a couple of instances, which I don't really think is, and I don't think it's going to end up making any kind of difference. It'll be a hill of beans, but it creates more process and more time. Requiring the chair to consult with each board member before deciding, before naming somebody onto the audit committee. If you're lucky enough to get somebody who would be willing to serve on the audit committee, it seems like a lot of process for naught. On the other hand, it's not that big a deal. So, except for the reimbursement policy, if I was voting on block on this, I would be a yes. But I will state, I think some of it's not very wise. And I understand the intent, and I know you don't want a chair running roughshod, but that's I'll still just have to register my unhappiness with some of this.
Jim, I just want to point out that most of the changes that we made, you're already doing it. So from my perspective, not necessarily Heath or Liz, I reflect back on the prior board chair. and how things were done differently then.
Mhm.
And this is a document that will go on hopefully after you, and we'll have a new board chair.
And I agree, and that's not that far in the future.
Too far.
And I hear that, but again, it is, it's enforced collaboration and you're dealing with volunteers and I just think, oh my God, did I forget that I was supposed to call all 6 board members before we said so-and-so was going to be for the audit committee. I just think about what this means in real life, and it's not, again, this is not a big deal, but I do feel like I just needed to voice a little bit of a voice of hopefully reason here. We have so much process and so many things we're supposed to remember to do, and I see the department and I see ourselves often forget. So that's it. I don't need to say more.
For the record, Heath Curtis, and I'm okay with you being grumpy about this. So and I am prepared to make a motion to approve both elements if you would like.
Great. I welcome that. Unless there's further discussion, and I'm making the assumption, Eleni, that we have no one signed up for public comment on this. And does anybody have a conflict other than being grumpy?
I mean, potentially you do here.
Well,
okay.
eventually we all do. I mean, this is about us, right?
I think we all do.
Yeah,
I think we can be honest, or I get that stipend, so I am voting on my own stipend. So I will put that out there. And I think some of us, we are voting on how we treat ourselves here. So we all, in some ways, do have a conflict, but I think it's still up to us to try to do the best job we can of this.
Okay. With that, then I would entertain a motion.
Chair Kelly, I move to adopt the Governance Committee's recommended additions and changes to the board policy manual as presented.
I second. Ben Dolman seconds.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. And without any further discussion, I will do a roll call. This is on our board policy manual updates. And go ahead, Liz Agpawa.
Aye.
Curtis.
Yes.
And Doyling.
Aye.
Georgia.
Aye.
Alexia Lavecchio.
Yes.
Brenda McComb.
I am an I.
Okay, and I, as I've said before, will be a no on this one. And with that, updates to our board policy manual.
I just want to thank Eleni for all the work behind the scenes, getting all of this stuff organized and keeping us straight.
Absolutely.
For that.
Okay, just for the legal summation, it passes on a 6-1 vote. And thank you all very much for. I want to thank the committee for doing this work. It's not a lot of fun, and it's really great to get this behind us. Hopefully, we won't have to revisit it again soon. But I do believe we still have this committee in existence to keep updating and identify any further things that should be addressed.
Chair Kelly, I did want to highlight that, the Governance Committee has on its work plan a number of different items coming up, one of which includes the exhibit to the board policy manual for agenda development that does not presently exist. I thought it appropriate to kind of tee this body up that we intend to tackle that next. And so I think we'll have a meeting at some point this summer where we begin that process, and I guess the committee members would encourage you to give feedback directly to Brenda and the chair if you have any in advance of those meetings.
I welcome that. I really do. It's been a difficult one, always. The whole development issue. So that'd be great to prioritize that. Super. Okay, I am told, let me just double check here, that, let's see, what's our time? Yeah, Eleni, am I correct? Did you tell me that the wildlife outlook and response readiness presentation is ready to go? That was scheduled for afternoon, and they are ready to go right now here at 11:30, and we can still break on time for lunch, unless these guys go on forever and ever. I don't think they will. Go ahead, come on up. Welcome. Go ahead and introduce yourselves and give it over to you.
Okay, good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Skinner, other board members. For the record, my name is Michael Curran. I'm the Fire Protection Division Chief for ODF. I'll let Ron introduce himself here.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Skinner. My name is Ron Graham. I serve as the Deputy Chief of Operations for the Fire Protection Division at ODF.
Okay, we do have a PowerPoint. Oh, there it is. So, okay, so we're here to talk to you today about our fire season readiness. And I'm actually going to start off with an apology up front because this is my first time in this new role getting to present in front of you, and I'm not going to give you the most rosiest outlook for this upcoming fire season. So just please don't hold that against me as we get moving forward. So we can go to the next slide. So here we are looking at snow water equivalent as it currently sits, and I'd kind of state the weather we've gotten this winter and early spring. It's been an interesting weather the past 3 to 5 months, I would say. You know, early off this winter, I'd classify it as really good snowpack, above average snowpack and above average moisture across most parts of the state. So things were looking really good for us through March. And unfortunately, once April 1st got here, that faucet turned off and it turned dry just in most parts of the state. And looking at the slide here in front of you, this is really indicative. This is currently showing kind of where the snowpack is statewide. And as you can see, the Willamette Valley, Central Oregon part of the state, North Central Oregon, and parts of Northeast Oregon are well below snowpack totals right now. And again, that's just indicative of the rapid snowmelt we've seen since April 1st. And one thing this doesn't quite highlight too is we've had quite a bit of drying in those lowlands, lower elevation areas. And that's ultimately where ODF does protect. So we are starting to see an increase in fire activity in those areas. So next slide. And here's another good slide just to show you kind of how weird the weather's been for us with all that good snowpack and moisture that we got. April 22nd of 2025 there on the right, you can see the drought map for the state during that time period. And that was the first time since 2017 we've been drought free in the state of Oregon. So took quite some time for us to get there. So all signs were pointing that we were in a good spot there. But again, in April, when that faucet turned off, it was very dry in Northwest and Northeast Oregon. You know, in May, we did get some spare showers around the state, but I would call it as few far and in between. So as it sits right now, the most up-to-date drought map we have is as of May 27th, and you can see the drought has returned, in particular around Northwest Oregon, down into the southern Willamette Valley, into Douglas County, and to the northern part of the Southwest Oregon District, as well as Northeast Oregon as well. So we have been in a brief La Nina event, hence the above average snowpack and rainfall totals that we've seen. With that, we're cooler and wetter, and we definitely witnessed that for sure. We have moved into, as of April, what we refer to as ENSO neutral, so that period between La Nina and El Nino. Usually with ENSO neutral, that does bring warmer and drier than normal weather to much of North America. And at times, we also see an uptick in lightning events in ENSO neutral conditions as well. We've got three meteorologists that work for us, and Pete Parsons, in particular, he does a lot of really good work for us. And he's actually, a lot of folks use his skill set. He does a lot of historical research to see what type of analog years exist. And he goes back in time to match what the current conditions we currently are seeing, to what years historically match those types of conditions. And where we're currently at, he found 1967, 2006, and 2017 to be fairly similar. And I'd really tie into 2017. That's probably the most specific that folks can remember from history. 2017 was a really bad fire season, not only for ODF, but the state in whole. Primarily from the Cascade Crest on both the east side and west side of the foothills of the Cascade Range, from the Willamette National Forest down to the California border. It was a very active fire season there along the Cascade Crest there. So not a very good sign with the analog years that he was able to find. And with those analog years, it's very indicative that there's going to be above average ridging of high pressure, which will bring warmer and drier conditions for us that are expected for this summer. All right, this next slide, just a 3-month seasonal outlook, just at a high level, and we'll get into some more of the details going into the next slide after this one. But over the next 3 months from June to August, just expecting above average temperatures and below average precipitation during that time frame. So again, not looking very good. One thing I would highlight on, a lot of forecasters are talking about, if you notice in the southeast part of the US, they're calling for above average moisture. They are expecting a higher than average hurricane season for the Atlantic this year, which we are expecting. If that comes to fruition, it's going to have further drawdown on resources nationally, which could be problematic for us as we get later into fire season and earlier into this fall, especially as Western Oregon starts to come online more and more. And depending on where the moisture ends up going, a lot of times that'll flow through the Gulf and up into the Northwest. And depending on where those fronts lie, again, that could be indicative of more lightning that we could ultimately see in the Pacific Northwest, but time will tell if that comes to fruition. Okay, now kind of getting into the weeds month by month through September. And we'll start with June. As you can see, the significant wildland fire potential for the U.S. It is starting to show that North Central Oregon, and I would say we have seen an uptick in fire responses in those areas as this month started and even towards the end of May. And then continuing to look into July and August, what you'll see is that just continues into most parts of the state, where August and September, we are expecting to have large wildland fire potential in just about all parts of the state as we get into August and September. Recently, before this updated maps, I believe these were the first part of June. September actually showed it starting to slack off a little bit, but with the updated forecast they've seen it, it's actually looking like it's going to extend through September into October now. So we are expecting a longer fire season to go through September and into October. And then just one last thing on this one before I hand it over to Ron to start talking about statewide coordination. The other thing to highlight too is the red in other parts of this states outside of Oregon. So multiple regions around our current Region 6 that we are a part of. They're expecting very active fire seasons as well. So it's just going to add on to the drawdown issues that we are expecting going into the summer.
All right, good morning once again. Ron Graham for the record, Deputy Chief of Operations. Now that you've heard that sunny outlook in the weather forecast for the seasons, we'll talk a little bit about our state of readiness. For ODF, our state of readiness really begins right where fire season of 2024 left off. We go through after action reviews, lessons learned, implement what we can to improve our capabilities for this year. And we've done that, including coordination with our federal, national, international, state and local partners, whether it's through our Northwest Compact with our Canadian partners and 6 other states, or at the regional level with all of the federal agencies in Oregon and Washington, and again at the local level with partners like Office of State Fire Marshal, Office of Military Department, the National Guard, Oregon Department of Emergency Management. We've begun all of our coordination and wrapping all of that up with those partners. Most of that will conclude with a readiness update for our leadership team next week, followed by a site visit with CAL FIRE leadership the following week. As I mentioned, we're fully ready for the fire season. Locally, districts are hiring their seasonal firefighters, onboarding and training those firefighters. We've heard some updates from our districts that overall recruitment has been good. As always, it's varied across our districts as far as retention and how many new firefighters we have to bring on and train. But overall, good news there. Our equipment's ready. Our severity program, I'll touch on in a minute, is ready. We've trained our incident management teams, as well as we got to sharpen the saw a bit earlier this year, sending folks to first California and then to North Carolina for some early season deployments, as well as currently we're supplying our resources to our Canadian partners in Alberta and Saskatchewan, as well as a few folks up in Alaska through our compact, and then Minnesota and Florida both. We have state-to-state agreements with Minnesota and Florida and share aviation resources back and forth with those states to help us get ready. So, you know, there's nothing like a little bit of preseason work to get ready, and getting those deployments to other parts of the country and North America really help our folks. We've got our incident resource agreement program fully running once again. That allows us to, you know, enter into contracts with local resources, industry partners, cooperators, contractors that help bolster our equipment, our resources across the state. And again, I mentioned the National Guard. We've completed training, 2 different trainings for National Guard, roughly around 150 airmen and women from the National Guard at Camp Rilea and then down in Klamath. We're trained and ready, as well as those who were trained in previous years. They will be refreshed with our refresher training just in time if they were called for an incident. And then probably just last but not least, as I mentioned, really close partnerships with our state fire marshal partners through our severity program, incident management teams. Our leadership has met with those folks. So again, we're feeling pretty well organized and ready for the fire season. We've been watching these outlooks very closely. And with the districts, as many districts going into fire season, by the end of this week, we should see about half of our ODF districts in declared fire season. So we'll be ready for that. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit about where we're at as of June 2nd with our number of fires. So really close to averages in some areas, a little bit less than departure in number of acres burned. So currently for our key performance measure of keeping fires 10 acres or less, we're at 98%. That's the target. That's really good in this early season. We've had a little bit less on the number of fires, just about a 10% decrease on our number of fires on the 10-year average, but significantly less acres burned, which is a good thing going into the season. About 87% less acres burned. Human-caused fires this time of year are typically our leading cause of fires. A lot of escape debris burns are usually the leading human-caused. Lightning so far has been very limited. That's very typical. We'll see the lightning soon enough. And you can see the 10-year averages that I mentioned above with lightning human-caused fires. Elsewhere, you know, we're looking at significant still our non-fire crew actions. Those are the calls that we get to go check illegal burns, smoke checks, reports of fire where we find nothing that keeps us busy, and then of course helping our partners as well. We've seen fire activity pick up already. You've heard a little bit in Central Oregon. We're looking at some drying conditions and fine fuels. There's been quite a bit of activity there, as well as Southern Oregon in those slash areas where we have the dry receptive fuels. And we've seen that kind of activity pick up in Washington to the north of us as well. So as Chief Curran indicated, I would say it looks to be a very active fire season ahead of us. Go to the next slide. Mentioned our severity program through the special purpose appropriation. This year, a couple of changes to the severity program that are, you know, fairly significant. We started by adding a 3rd Type 1 helicopter. We'll be moving that helicopter up towards the northern end of our Southern Oregon area up in Cresswell. That's going to be positioned to help better support the Northwest Oregon area where we don't have dedicated contract aircraft. at this time. And then we still have one other Type 1 helicopter in the Southern Oregon area and one in Eastern Oregon area, same as last year. The other big addition to our severity program this year is there's some issues with the federal air attack fleet, their aircraft. They've had some deficiencies in those airframes and have grounded a good portion of their fleet of aircraft that they contract with and doing inspections. Unfortunately, finding a little bit more issues with those. With that uncertainty, we made the decision to get 2 air attack platforms under contract through an emergency contract for this year of our own. One will be stationed for Southern Oregon area, one for Eastern Oregon area. Of course, they are available statewide. We'll staff those with existing ODF staff, trainees, as well as take partners from other state and federal agencies for air attack. So those will be a key asset for us, given that uncertainty going into the season, to help coordinate all that aviation activity. And then last but not least, with the severity program, just want to mention things are moving forward with our purchase of a new aircraft. I think the contract is due to be signed sometime this week. We're expecting no later than April of 2026 to have that new aircraft in place, perhaps sooner. So that's good news. And then still working on some details and logistics around where we would have hangar space. There was also approval to sell bonds to upgrade or build a new hangar to house that new aircraft. So that's moving along nicely on schedule. All right, next slide, please.
Okay, thank you, Ron. You know, I would classify our fire season prep and planning as status quo. However, with the administration change in January, I'd say there's this additional layer as we prep for fire season, and that's really the ultimate impacts to our federal agency partners. So kind of at a high level, and I'm sure you all have heard of it, but between the Deferred Resignation Program, commonly referred to as the DRP, and also the early retirement options, we're finally starting to see some of the impacts to the agencies that are out there. To be very clear, though, we are just starting to see the early impacts. I think we're going to see more and more as we get further into fire season and into the fall. But with the DRP, they just finished their second round. We have heard potentially there might be a third round through our federal agency partners, because when the second round came out, there was actually more interest in it from staff. So there's consideration potentially of a third one. And with all that, it came to just some confusion around the hiring process in general. One of the good things we have heard, and it's been made very clear, all the primary fire positions for all the fire agencies essentially have been held harmless. So that is a good thing just from a fire response initial attack standpoint. But some impacts we are starting to see just with the confusion around hiring is later start dates for their fire crews and their fire resources. So you could have a fire crew that generally starts May 1st on a normal year. Just with the confusion in the system, they may now not come on till June 1st or even July 1st. So that could have some impacts locally for our districts, and kudos to our districts working very closely with our federal partners to make sure that at a local level, they're planning to try to help where we can with that. But just know for awareness that we are starting to see that just for start dates for some of the federal fire crews that are out there. The next one is their militia staff. So those folks that are not in a primary fire position, but are a forester, a front office person, you know, whatever type of ologist that's out there. But they also hold a red card fire qualification. I don't have numbers for all the agencies, but we are starting to hear, I did hear from my counterpart with the Forest Service that through their last review, through both the DRPs and the early retirement, they are down 1,600 red card qualified staff nationally just through those programs. And I'll cover why that's a concern a little bit later with the IMTs. And another one we're finally starting to catch wind of too, and I don't know the full impacts of it yet or what it ultimately will look like, but also decreased fire prevention staff in the system as well. And where that could potentially come back and hurt us is just less folks out there to assist us in the messaging for fire prevention, and also less availability of staff for fire prevention teams that come out to local areas and just help bolster messaging locally and put on local prevention events during fire season. So it's something we're going to keep a very close eye on moving forward. So Moving on to the incident management teams, mentioned the militia staff model that the federal agencies employ. What we're starting to see there is last summer they had 44 complex incident management teams nationally. The beginning of the year it was 40, and now we're starting to hear that number's around 37 nationally. Regionally, there was 8 complex incident management teams within Region 6. That number is now down to 7. And this is just me speaking, but I do feel that number will actually get smaller as the summer goes on. And why that is how they determine how many teams they have available in the system is they have a minimum staffing of 75 people, and that's what they use as their baseline to determine how many teams they can get out the door all at once. But if one of those team deployments requires 100 people, they got to find 25 other people elsewhere. So they'll probably take them from other teams to where now that team's going to be off the board because they can't fully staff them. So we'll see what those impacts are as we move through the fire season. That is something we are tracking and planning for as we head into fire season locally here. The other piece with the IMTs is the type 3 IMTs, so the smaller organizations. Usually where these come into play, they're that bridge between initial attack to extended attack before the complex incident management team shows up to try to take some relief off the local staff. And they also come into play on the back end when the larger complex incident management teams are done with their assignment, and they're going to come in and complete mop-up, suppression repair, things like that. We are hearing from our local folks that not as many type 3 IMTs that we've got folks that are a part of out in the field. There's going to be less in the system overall from those as well. So that's going to be another piece that we're tracking very closely as the summer progresses. Interestingly enough, as they've moved through the DRP and the other retirement options, fire finance staff within the federal agencies has taken a pretty big hit. Some of it's due to some policy changes in who can or who can't purchase things. They actually went down to just within Region 6, there was only 11 people with purchase card ability. So somebody to actually go purchase something for a fire recently, but they've been working through some policy changes to get folks more purchasing cards in the system. But it's probably problematic if they're not able to get back to the current level they were at, because it could delay ordering and purchasing of resources and supplies overall. But the good news is they're working through some policy changes with the new administration to get more cards out in the system, and that's a good thing overall. And then another impact that we could see just with less finance staff in the system is delayed cost share reconciliations and just payment processes in general with our federal partners. Time will tell when we actually get here, but it is something we're going to work very closely with our partners there to make sure that we still get timely reconciliations and payments made. But just know to stress in the system with less staff, those processes could get delayed from what they already are. So with all of that, we are working very closely with our OSFM partners, and we're doing everything we can just to make sure that Oregonians are protected this summer. Kudos to Ron and his staff. We've been working very hard to make sure we bolster our state-to-state agreements across the nation. We've been able to add a couple more, one with Rhode Island. I believe Kentucky we're getting close with, on top of the agreements we already have. So we're working closely with our state partners to try to figure out how we can help each other out and share resources back and forth as we do start to see impacts and gaps in the federal system overall. And also just want to highlight our Northwest Compact partnership that we have. We're trying to put together a framework for putting together a Northwest Compact IMT. So if we need to bring in an IMT from outside the interagency environment with our federal partners, we've got access to another IMT in the system that we could use. And there is a good chance we might be actually putting one of those teams together to go assist our Canadian partners that are part of the province or part of the compact. So with that, just the last slide here, really just showing all the partners we have in Oregon's complete and coordinated fire protection system. I would like to just take this time. This is my 20th fire season with the agency. First time working in Salem. You know, I've always known we've had dedicated staff in our fire program, but I'm really starting to see a lot of that firsthand. So really just want to thank all the division staff, all the field staff that are out there, all of our support staff, all the folks that aren't involved in fire, but backfill for the folks that do go out and fire just to help keep daily business moving. It's definitely something I've become even more proud of, and just being able to witness that firsthand. And really just to highlight, we've got 2 district foresters in the room that I'm not going to speak for them, but they probably just went through the longest fire season they've ever experienced last summer. And here they are back at it again, ready to go for another fire season. And that just goes to show the dedication of our staff in this agency when it comes to our fire program. So just want to give a big shout out to them and just thank all of them for their efforts.
Great, thank you very much. One thing I just want to say is that I think going forward, the public and certainly this board is going to be very interested to be able to quantify the impacts of what's happening on the federal side. And I think we all need to be thinking about how best to do that. I mean, I think we always know about we have X number of fires that come off federal lands, that come onto ODF protected lands. And, if that number grows as a percentage of total overall fires, that will be a big indicator. I'm sure there's various other ways that we can, next year we can come back and see whether the fears around the impact, because I know that it's always been a big issue around fires that start on federal lands. And there's reasons why that happens a lot. I mean, a lot more roadless areas or areas with fewer roads and stuff. I get that. But the big thing will be, do we see a difference in the trends? And does this? And I know the public is very interested in that. So let's see. And okay, other questions?
I'm trying to formulate this because I was looking at your map about nationwide, longer seasons. And we sort of had a strategy that starts in the, southwest, goes to the southeast, comes around up through Colorado, Pacific Northwest, and then California. But that sort of is no longer so true because there's so much overlap. And then plus we have all these other catastrophic events, hurricanes, tornadoes, and such. So if that model, that sort of predictable model that has been maybe 10 years ago is not true, what are y'all, how y'all preparing for something like that, knowing that with that sort of blurred line of the overall seasons, we may not be able to depend on all the resources being shared, even with increased agreements, as we go through a season. And if California just goes early, we're just right above California. And so what are you thinking about that? I mean, there's probably no specific plan, but we see that coming.
Yep. Yeah, so thank you for that question, Liz. There's a lot of, I would say there's a lot of different things going on to try to address it. I wouldn't say there's a one fix all answer by any means, but, and I think a lot of states are grappling this. I know we are as well, but really trying to fine tune, right? Is the seasonal fire crew model really the right model to be moving forward with, or do we go to a more permanent model to where we have more resources around statewide? There's a lot of good work going on just with the state-to-state agreements that I mentioned to really allow for more easier sharing and access to resources across state boundaries and even our Canadian provinces. We just added Hawaii to the Northwest Compact, so that's another state that we have access to be able to pull on to resources and for us to be able to go to assist them. And I think there's starting to be more of a recognition that there needs to be more funding and effort put into the fire prevention and mitigation aspect of wildland fire, to get, whether it's fuels treated, whether to get prevention messaging out there, trying to normalize the use of fire for prescribed fire to the general public. So I think there's a big aspect there around the fire prevention and mitigation that just corporately, we as a whole, the state of Oregon and as a nation, we need to start investing more money from that perspective to try to help with the increased fire seasons. But I would say it's a nationwide problem that we're all trying to tackle and talk through together.
I'm glad to hear Canada is still with us.
I just wanted to follow up on that if I could, Michael. Based upon what you've heard from the federal side, do you foresee a decrease in the number of acres treated as fuel reduction and prescribed burning on federal lands? And if so, what is the capacity within ODF to try to fill that gap to some degree?
Yep. So no, thank you for that question. For the first part, I would say still unknown. I think we're still seeing our federal partners still be active in prescribed fire this spring, given some of the reductions in staffing. So I think that's a good initial sign. But there's still a lot to be determined, and some of the targets coming out with, increased timber harvest and just increased pace and scale across the board. But as they lose staff, but trying to increase targets too, time will tell how all that balances out, where we ultimately end up. I think one thing we'll start to see potentially more of is just more partnerships through our Good Neighbor Authority and federal forest restoration programs. I think there's a desire to want to utilize more of that tool in the tool belt with our federal partners. So that's another conversation that's going on with the states to try to see how we can bolster that program with funding and staffing to try to backfill those needs that our federal partners may have. But unfortunately, and this is a question we get multiple times a day, right? From a lot of people. And it's just one of those things we're still kind of waiting to kind of see how things iron out. But I think with it's going to come some opportunities for sure.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Joe.
I wanted to ask a little bit about the new aircraft. I know that it's a very costly piece of equipment that we're purchasing. Remind me again how we might consider using an aircraft differently than the current aircraft. I know there's been some conversation about expanding the use of that aircraft across the year, doing some different applications to somehow mitigate the cost of it. Could you just remind me again what the thought process is with that? And also, I know there's been some issue with hangar space, like we don't have the hangar for it, right? And we're having to build a new hangar, or could you get just a little more color on that? I'm getting some questions about that.
Yep. No, we just did and you'll learn about it in our fire protection budget, but we just went tour the state with all the association meetings and talked about this specifically. So as far as our internal use of the plane, I don't see it changing drastically. Where I see a big change for us and an opportunity is for us to be able to utilize this aircraft on other jurisdictions to where we can bill off the cost of that aircraft, which will ultimately help us buy down the impacts financially to the landowners for their portion of the bond paybacks. A good example is if we would have had the aircraft in hand with the necessary pilots we needed this winter, I think February in particular, we could have had that plane in Oklahoma probably for a month and a half, just flying air attack for the state of Oklahoma. That's a month and a half we could have been billing that airplane off to help buy down the ultimate debt impacts to the landowners. So I think that's where you're going to see our methods change. And we've also been working closely with OSFM to kind of see what opportunities there are for that aircraft just in the structural fire service. So I'll let Ron chime in if he thinks there's another thing there, but that's really ultimately where we're going with the aircraft is I don't think you'll see a ton of changes operationally for us internally. It's really going to see us being able to utilize that aircraft off non-ODF jurisdiction, which will help us there.
Joe, a slight follow-up, and it's not really a change. It's kind of getting back to where we were back when we had a federally carded aircraft, which, we can't get the Part Navia carded for that. Forest health surveys and some of that non-fire suppression work will once again be an option for us with a carded aircraft that federal employees can actually, fly in and do the work they need, as well as doing that work for other partners. So we're excited to get back to that. Non-traditional uses will have a twin engine aircraft that other state agencies would, probably see some use and value as well, given the capability that it has over the current aircraft.
Does the Part Navia actually go away? Is it?
Yeah, the Part Navia will go away. Obviously, if we get a new aircraft sometime between now and April, there's probably going to be a few kinks to iron out. So, we'll be mindful of where we're at with the 2026 fire year. But then the Part Navia will go away. It's just getting too hard to maintain, too hard to find parts, too hard to find qualified mechanics. It's an Italian-made aircraft, and it's several decades old.
Yeah.
Yep. And then, so the second piece around the hangar. So you are correct. The new airplane that we are getting is larger than the Partenavia. And we do need to build a new hangar, which was expected. One of the things we are learning as we endeavor down that process is the project is getting more expensive as we try to house it in Salem. And the bond language was very specific that it had to be rebuilt. The hangar had to be rebuilt at the Salem airport. So we're currently working through options with our CFO at DAS and our LFO office to try to get some flexibility built into the bond language so we can entertain moving that airplane elsewhere outside of Salem to where we can potentially build that hangar cheaper. So we are working through options at potentially housing it out of Prineville, where we actually already have an identified seat base. So it actually would incorporate well into our current operations, and it's more centrally located with ultimately where the lightning is occurring. And it can get down to Southwest Oregon. It can get over to Northeast Oregon quicker and Klamath Lake. So we're working through that process now to try to get some flexibility to build at a cheaper site. But yes, we are working through some challenges and ultimately finding that just the cost of building the new hangar is getting more expensive than what we originally planned.
Okay, any other questions? I just want to mention that last year ODF had a great safety record, and congratulations on that, and stay safe. With that, thank you very much. We'll take a lunch break and be back at 1 o'clock. Welcome back, everyone. And I just want to do a little shout out to Eleni and Kate, I think have been madly and quickly readjusting the agenda today and making sure everybody can be here and that we have an agenda that has been a moving target, but is going to work. And we had scheduled for 2 o'clock the Forest Protection Association budgets, and we will do that now. I understand we're ready to do that. And also there's no one signed up for public comment on that, by the way. So come on.
Okay, hello again, Chair Kelly, State Forester Skinner, members of the board. For the record, my name's Michael Curran. I'm the Fire Protection Division Chief for ODF.
And good afternoon. For the record, Levi Hopkins, serving as the Deputy Chief of Policy and Planning for the Protection Division.
And good afternoon as well. Ron Graham, Deputy Chief of Fire Operations and Fire Protection.
Okay, we do have a PowerPoint. I think Eleni's working on pulling that up. So why we're here today, statutorily, the board is required to annually review the Forest Protection District budgets and pass the final approval on all district budgets, which includes the prorated acreage assessment rates. So that is why we are here today. And maybe do an awkward pause here till the presentation gets pulled up, but essentially what we'll do is cover kind of the 3 tiers of our funding we have for the protection program and really highlight the base level funding, which is essentially the district budgets that you will be approving. Okay. So if approved, this is what the fire funding framework will look like for the next fiscal year, which will be FY26. Put a caveat to it. If 3940 does pass, this does look drastically different, just because the colors of money will change and where it goes ultimately. So I just want to make sure that caveat's very clear going into it. And we're going to try to reflect that in the recommendations if you saw in your board packet to show that. So with that, we'll go ahead and start with the fire department, the ODF budget, the bottom portion there, which is the 93 million. That is the base level of protection. And again, that's why you're here today and what you're here to approve. This is the fire department and the backbone of our system, which includes effective and safe initial attack. And with that, that's part of that complex partnership between landowner assessments and general fund, and also contributes to our overall complete and coordinated system. The other piece we have is our statewide severity program. That's what includes our air tankers, our seats, helicopters, hand crews, and detection. That's what Ron went into detail with our aviation program in particular from the fire season readiness. That is funded through a mix of $7 million of general fund and $3 million of Oregon Forestland protection funds. Moving forward to the top of the diagram, which is 20 million. This is what starts to get into how we initially pay for large fire. Of that 20 million, up to 10 million of that is Oregon Forestland Protection Fund. And then the next 10 is general fund. And then anything above that will be 100% general fund covered if we need to go above and beyond that. So altogether added up, 123 million is expected for FY26 if it's needed to be part of the state of Oregon's complete and coordinated fire funding commitment. Okay, next slide. So with the base level of fire protection, ultimately what it covers at a high level, we protect 16.2 million acres statewide, which is almost half of Oregon's forest land. That's covered by 12 fire protection districts plus headquarters services here in Salem. And that buys you both initial and an extended attack capacity, which includes our 3 ODF incident management teams, overhead and fire line supervision, engines. The piece we did not include in there is there's some districts with small hand crew, we call them squads, 5 to 7 person modules that we have. District contracted helicopters, which are above and beyond our severity program. Initial attack dozers, our frontline seasonal firefighters and dispatch staff, and detection aircraft as well. Next. So here really is just reviewing the process for how our budget process works, and it's consistent with statutory direction. So each year in January usually kicks off our budget season, where headquarters services fire protection budget, which is the Salem division budget. We develop that initially. And then from there, we work on getting our area fire protection budgets and then our district's fiscal budgets. And for headquarters services and areas, those are shared out pro rata across the districts by acreage to all share in the overall cost. How it usually works are these processes are reviewed and guided by associations and boards statewide. Usually the budgets are developed and ultimately approved by the association members, board of directors, and reviewed with the full memberships at each of the associations as well. From there, we also are required by statute to hold public budget hearings, which we'll address later to in the recommendations. And then as we get there, we're now sitting with this meeting today. Ultimately, these budgets are approved by the Board of Forestry, and this establishes the level of protection and associated costs, which is the per acre assessment. And attachment 1, which is in the board packet, shows you all the district rates and budget numbers that we have from this current fiscal year. Of note, and it's something folks updated you all last year, we have been working through a general fund divergence issue at the agency. It's a longstanding issue we've been trying to fix, but it's starting to get more and more burdensome just with the standpoint of the amount of general fund we are given isn't keeping pace with our costs that are going up to be able to maintain an adequate level of protection. So just full awareness for the board today, we are estimated to be $7 million over our general fund allotment for FY26. And really what that's tied to is we have competing statutes we need to operate under. We have a statute that says we have to stay within our general fund limitation, but we also have statutes in 477 that dictate we need to have an adequate level of protection statewide to be able to maintain our protection program that we work very closely with our landowner associations to determine what that is. And those are the folks that are directly receiving our services. So just want to put that out there for awareness with the budget this year. And again, we were in the same instances last year as well.
Where's that $7 million come from then?
Yep. So we usually try to manage that internally and shift funds around. And then as we get revenue coming in from other sources, we'll try to reimburse the various programs that we have and go from there. So usually we manage that internally the best we can.
And just out of curiosity, how do you know you will already have an FY26 shortage prior to the budget being approved?
Yep, thank you for that. I should have clarified. We're going off our estimated budget total that we're expecting to get in the governor's recommended budget as well. So we're going off estimates.
So the GRB shortage?
The GRB.
Huh.
Yep.
That's dumb.
I'll let you say that. So, yeah. So anything else? Okay. But yeah, I think the key there, and really to understand, and this is something we're working on with both DAS, the governor's office, and the legislature, really is for folks to fully understand the competing statutes we've got to work under, and that's really what's driving the problem for us. So, and I think it's important to note too, with depending on what portions of 3940 does go through, it won't fix the problem completely, but it will help tremendously in shortening that gap quite a bit, which will be a good thing for us moving forward. Okay. I think from there, I'll go ahead and hand it over to Ron for just some statistics updates.
All right. Again, members of the board, Chair Kelly, State Forester Skinner, Ron Graham, Deputy Chief of Operations. Going to talk a little bit about, what this budget that you're approving is trying to address. I gave you some of the current statistics year to date for this season. This really shows over the last decade, kind of what we've been seeing on the number of fires. We average just over 1,000 fires a year, statistical fires on ODF protection. That hasn't changed drastically over the decades and going back several decades. We typically see more human-caused fires, as I mentioned in the fire readiness update earlier this morning, than we do lightning fires. 2020, since 2020, lightning fires have been somewhat consistent in the number of fires. And then we'll talk about acres burned here in the next slide. That really drives a lot of the complexity that we're seeing. It's pretty easy to maybe make an early conclusion. Well, we're averaging 1,000 fires a year. What's the problem? It's the acres that we're burning correspondingly is the problem, in the complexity and the duration. So we go to the next slide. So it's real easy to see, the increase in the number of acres that we see overall. And as we looked in previous decades, the chart's even more dramatic as far as the increase of acres. And ODF protection is not the only jurisdiction seeing this. We're seeing this across all jurisdictions within the state. One thing you'll notice here, this depicts the number of lightning fires and the number of human-caused fires. And typically, the human-caused fires actually attribute to the least amount of acres burned. 2020 was the exception. There was a lot of human-caused category fires in 2020. It really kind of changed that. Lightning fires are typically more remote. We see lightning busts of multiple fires, sometimes up in the hundreds of fires started across large areas all at once, taxing our resources. So they typically burn more acres. And on average, 47% of fires in Oregon start on ODF protection. So almost half of the fires start on our protection. As far as acres burned, we only burn about 18% of the acres across the state each year. So half the fires, just under half the fires, less than 20% on average of the acres burned. That really points to our successful initial attack. This fire department, this base budget that we're building and that you were approving with the severity program and initial attack support going into extended attack with our own incident management teams. And so with federal acres and other fires burning 82% of the acres, we are pretty successful. However, if we go to the next slide, this is a demonstration and a depiction of our key performance measures. This is going back several years, and it wasn't since 2004 that we hit our key performance measure. It was a long time ago, 2004. And that's the only time in recent decades that we've been able to hit our key performance measure in keeping fires 10 acres or less. 2007 was the lowest rate at 92% KPM. So again, drastic departures where we're at now. We average between 94 and 95% right now. Upper 94%, almost 95%, keeping fires 10 acres or less. If you remember, we average about 1,000 fires. Think about 1,000 fires across our landscape, 20 fires over 10 acres, and we're exceeding our KPM. We're not going to hit that target. So that doesn't take much, and that's a lot of really good, safe, and effective initial attack, given the resources that we have, the complexity across our landscape, and the support we have from others. So again, the problem is here. We've been building these budgets, building up the program through various measures of policy option packages, things like Senate Bill 762. And what we're looking at for this year is current service level from where we were from last biennium. With that, I turn it back to Michael.
Okay, thanks, Ron. So with that, as I mentioned earlier, we had our spring 2025 association meetings, which we have 12 around the state. Those meetings were held and attended by protection leadership between Kyle Williams, myself, and Ron and Levi sitting here next to me. And Important to note that most forest protective associations recommended approval of their fiscal budgets, except for the Eastern Oregon area, the 3 Eastern Oregon area associations. They did not recommend approval of their fiscal budgets. I think a key take home to address on the associations that did recommend approval, not all those were unanimous. In particular, Southwest Oregon, the Rogue Forest Protective Association, and if you notice in the letter that they submitted in your board packet, it was 7 for approval and 4 for not approval. And I would say we're starting to see the pattern, and it started with EOA, and now we're starting to see it shift into Western Oregon to where we started to see those small numbers of folks not show full support to approve fiscal budgets. And now we're seeing it to where all the EOA associations, we're going on 2 years in a row where they're not approving the district fiscal budgets. And we're starting to see that creep over to the West Side associations as well. So just want to highlight that as a key theme that we are starting to notice. Not all of the associations, but the majority of the associations did submit letters to the state forester and the board for awareness. We actually had one come in late yesterday. It's not in your board packet, but we can work to get that out to you from the Western Lane Forest Protective Association. But just some main themes within those letters to kind of summarize what's in them is ultimately just getting at the cost of fire protection is getting too expensive and more general fund support is needed just due to wildfire being an all Oregon problem. And really trying to voice support and wanting support from both the agency and the board for the passage of legislation with House Bill 3940. And then in general, just with other legislation, just trying to help where we can to try to limit the impacts to landowners and ultimately lower the rate of fire protection. And I think there's a key caveat that associations aren't necessarily disapproving budgets because of the service. It all just has to do with the cost of it. I think for the most part, associations recognize that we are not making certain investments that we need to, whether it's in people and training, facilities, support equipment, you name it, because we are trying to manage the rate the best that we can. So we're not able to make certain investments where we can to try to lower the rate in spots where it's not necessarily going to hurt us too long in the long term, just from a fire suppression standpoint. But at the end of the day, they are thankful for the service that they're receiving and understand that more is needed to keep up with the adequate level of protection. It's just under the current funding model, it's just too much for landowners as it sits right now. Okay. With that, going to the next slide if you can. So the 3 recommendations that the department is recommending the board to approve is all fiscal year 2026 Forest Protection District budgets and prorated acreage rates as presented in attachment 1. And then number 2 is a key one, just because the end of session isn't necessarily lining up with when this board meeting is, and to try to prevent a special board meeting to have to pass budgets again if they do change. In the event the legislature adopts additional funding sources that may alter Forest Protection District budgets and prorated acreage rates, that the board directs the department to adjust to integrate such revenues prior to sending the certified rates to each county assessor's office. And there is statutory timelines tied to sending the certified rates to each county assessor's office, and that's July 15th that we have to have that sent out by. So we have a very quick turnaround by the time the legislature concludes. We can ultimately kind of know the fate of 3940 and when we need to get those letters out to the assessor's office. And the agency is working very hard behind the scenes to be able to try to implement whatever changes may come about if 3940 passes. So just awareness that's going on. And then the third one, we did have one budget hearing appeal or a budget appeal from Central Oregon District. The information is in your board packet, but we propose you adopt the proposed final order as written for Roy Byer. The one thing I would highlight, Roy chose not to come to the board today, but he did submit a letter, which is in your board packet, and a lot of the same themes that I highlighted for you as far as those letters to the state forester and the board. But there was a particular piece in his letter that did ask for the board to look at and entertain different economical uses for east side forests and how to potentially increase just economic value for those forests moving forward. So just want to bring that to your attention. That's in the letter when you get a chance to read through it. And with that, that's all we have for the presentation and are available for questions as folks have it.
Okay, Liz, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a little bit more informed, but when you're talking, I think this would be for Ron, when you were talking about the cost and looking that you were gonna, exceed that. I'm just curious, overall, where is the biggest increase in those costs or some of the higher increases of cost? And then secondly, what is your highest overall cost center?
Yep. So there's a few different drivers for us. In particular, this year, we talked about the multi-mission aircraft purchase. So we needed to get bonding to be able to purchase that aircraft, and we had to sell those bonds in March. And to the tune of about $1 million a year for the next 10 years, we have to start paying our debt service payments on those. So that's going to be a big driver over the next decade to be able to pay those bonds back. And like I mentioned before, we're going to try to do everything in our power to be able to fly that aircraft off on other incidents to where we can hopefully lower those costs moving forward. Personnel increases are a big one. We've seen very large personnel increases between cost of living, additional step increases added, really ever since COVID. So that's a big driver. And really just inflationary increases in general across the board, from buying vehicles to buying fire hose to buying Nomex pants and shirts. Nothing is really cheap anymore in this industry. So we're seeing very large increases just in the costs of goods and services. And then with that, just aircraft costs are going up for those contracts, you name it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Go ahead, Heath.
I just have like a question, and not that we would do this because I don't feel qualified to do it, and I'll have some more comments later on this. But what happens if the board does not approve the budgets? What's the consequence of that?
Yeah, so that's a good question. It's a tough one to answer. I would say it's very vague in statute, and I'm glad Matt's here. He can chime in if we're off base here, and Levi can help me. But how we see it currently in statute is the board ultimately can't not approve a budget. It's either you approve it or you make changes that are consistent with statute and law and rule. Those are really only the two options that we can interpret in statute as it stands right now in terms of just what authority the board does have. So I'd maybe see if Matt can chime in if he's has any input to help there.
Sure, happy to. Matt DeVore from DOJ, Chair Kelly. There's a statute 477-265 that says the State Board of Forestry shall annually review the district budgets, make any changes in the budgets that are proper and consistent with law, and pass final approval on all district budgets and the past acreage rates therein.
Yeah, and that's where I'm stuck because I am totally sympathetic to the idea that particularly on Eastern Oregon acres that, but even on Western Oregon acres, that the costs of some state legislation have, including 762, have substantially increased the costs that these landowners are having to pay. But it's not like we as a board could reach into these budgets and reduce those costs. I just can't do it. There's no mechanism for us to do that. And so to the degree that's true, we have all of these associations that have said, hey man, costs are too high. We're not going to approve our budgets. They're not going to recommend those budgets to us. I don't have a way to remedy that. And I don't have a statutory ability to not vote for a budget, to set an approved, an adequate level of protection. And so I guess just for the public out there, you know, from speaking for myself alone, I'm going to vote for these, but it's because I don't think I actually have any options. I don't know what else to do.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, Heath. And it's, I think, especially Eastern Oregon landowners, there's just this tremendous frustration of powerless. We're just powerless, right? We're just powerless to see what's going on with these costs. We're powerless to see what's happening with our landscape burning up. We're powerless to see our mills closing, you know, our ability to generate revenue from these lands. I mean, it's just this kind of helplessness, powerless, you know, just being powerless to what's going on. But you're exactly right. I mean, I think what I can do say, those budget committees, you know, when we got two district foresters here, review those budgets. They talk, and I think they've sharpened their pencils as much as they can. They talk about this a little bit. Those are the things that those committees are doing. You know, are we going to do work at the Baker compound? Yeah, that's what the Northeast Oregon Budget Committee, I think, has reviewed. You know, putting money into FOKIA and maybe deferring that, but that's deferring maintenance and deferring work that likely needs to be done at some point. I think a you know, big conversation as budget committees are around the aircraft. This is a lot of money, you know, that's hitting landowners, you know, adding, you know, let's just stack it on, you know, you know, and that's why I brought up the question earlier about that aircraft. What are we doing to try? It's going to be very imperative that the department thinks about that area. You know, how can we mitigate that? How can we, you know, think about that, you know, huge capital asset that we're purchasing, and make sure we can be as efficient with that airframe as we can. But you're right, we're somewhat powerless, you know, as a board as to not potentially approve this budget.
But I don't get the sense from the letters anyway that the associations were complaining that the district didn't sufficiently sharpen its pencil. Like they did as best they could, and really the costs that they are unhappy with are costs that are kind of outside that zone of influence. And frankly, those are costs that are outside our zone of influence. And so I'm just kind of stuck on this. You know, again, like I say, I'm sympathetic to their plight in those letters, but I hope people understand that the Board of Forestry does not have the power to remedy the issue.
No, we have a broken system. I mean, we have a system of funding that's broken.
Yeah, we do. And, you know, and as a Eastern Oregon landowner still, and this has affected me directly. I guess the only good, I'll get in trouble for saying this, is cow prices are really high. So lucky for them. Okay, other questions? We have a motion here in front of us that's been recommended to us. Does anybody want to make a motion?
I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and make that motion and all the way, read it all the way through, please.
I move to approve the following. Heath Curtis moved to approve the following. All fiscal year 2026 Forest Protection Association district budgets and prorated acreage rates as presented in attachment 1. And that in the event the legislature adopts additional funding sources that may alter forest protection district budgets and prorated acreage rates, the department is directed to adjust to integrate such revenues prior to sending the certified rates to the county assessor's office, and the proposed final order as written for Roy M. Byer.
All right, thank you for that. On a motion?
Ben Dwemling seconds.
Okay, I have a motion that Heath Curtis has put forward and seconded by Ben Dwemling. And are there any other discussion? And, you know, formally, I guess I should say that I would have a conflict on this, but I'm going to go ahead and vote as we have in prior years. All right, with that, Liz Alcala.
Aye.
Heath Curtis.
Yes.
Ben Dwemling.
Aye.
Joe Justice.
Aye.
Lexi Lovecchio.
Aye.
Brenda McComb.
Aye.
And I am a yes myself. And with that, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you guys for coming here and explaining all this as best you can. It is a little bit frustrating that we often are dealing with these things that we are sort of powerless to do much about.
It also begs a question of why is this process even structured this way? Like, for what reason did the legislature put the Board of Forestry in this role at the end of this giant process where we have limited ability to make meaningful changes? I don't even know what we're doing.
Those are the same questions the budget committees, the associations are grappling with, the very, very same thing.
Yeah, it's my brain to even think about it. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move to the post-disturbance conversation. I think that was, see where it was here. Oh, what? It was on tomorrow's. That's why I'm not finding it. It was number 14 on tomorrow's, but we'll do that now. We're ready. I assume Josh, you're coming up?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So while they're getting ready, I just wanted to say, so this is a topic that was on consent agenda. We pulled off consent agenda. Then it was going to be on tomorrow's agenda. And since we had some time this afternoon to fill a little bit, we asked Nicole and Josh to come in early and do this. So I appreciate you guys being really flexible to change your schedules to be here.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board, Acting State Forester Skinner. I'm Josh Bernard, Forest Resources Division Chief. The purpose of this agenda item is to provide the Board of Forestry with information and present the board with available options for furthering the rulemaking as directed by Senate Bill 1501. Next slide, please. As a brief reminder, in February 2020, conservation and forest industry groups agreed to revise the Forest Practices Act and administrative rules through a memorandum of understanding to include mediated discussions known as the Private Forest Accord. In June 2020, the legislature adopted Senate Bill 1602, which increased helicopter spray buffers, directed rulemaking for salmon, steelhead, and bull trout streams in the Siskiyou region, and set communication laws for spraying pesticides by helicopter. The bill set the accord timeline and topics for making changes to the Forest Practices Act rules and rules from which the board could apply for a programmatic habitat conservation plan. In March 2022, the legislature adopted the accord recommendations through Senate Bills 1501 and 1502 and House Bill 4055. Senate Bill 1501 modified existing Forest Practice Act statutes, directed rulemaking, and incorporated by reference the Private Forest Accord report. The Private Forest Accord report further detailed the recommended changes to be made to the Forest Practices Act rules. Section 6 of Senate Bill 1501 specifically states, pursuant to the authority granted by ORS 527-710 and subject to the procedures set forth in ORS 527-714, for rules described, the State Board of Forestry shall initiate rulemaking concerning the post-disturbance harvest of trees that, but for the disturbance, would not be harvested under rules adopted, amended, or repealed as part of the rule package described in Section 2 of the 2022 Act. And it requires it must be completed on or before November 30th, 2025. Nicole Stapp, Forest Resources Division Policy Advisor, is here with me today to walk you through activities since our last meeting and provide an overview of the public comment and response to those comments for the board's consideration.
Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and Acting State Forester Skinner. For the record, I'm Nicole Stapp, the Forest Resources Division Policy Advisor, as Josh just shared. We thought we'd start today's presentation with a brief overview of the policy framework that applies the Forest Practices Act related to rulemaking, as it's been nearly a year since the conversation we last had on the topic, and we've also been joined by new board members since then. So the state law that grants the board rulemaking authority to regulate forest practices is found in Oregon Revised Statute, or ORS.
Could you
Oh, sorry.
move up that microphone a little bit? Thank you.
So that authority is found in Oregon Revised Statute 527-710. Rules adopted under this authority are to administer the Forest Practices Act and are known as Forest Practice Rules. These authorities are tied to the duties of the board and are adopted for one of the following purposes: either to ensure the continuous growing and harvesting of forestry species and provide for the overall maintenance of air quality, water resources, soil productivity, and fish and wildlife, to protect specific species and resource sites, or to reduce the risk of serious injury or death by landslides. Rules adopted by the board under this authority are subject to the Administrative Procedures Act, which is the typical, or which is also called the APA process. The APA process is the typical rulemaking process in state law that all agencies, boards, and commissions have to follow. It involves filing different rulemaking actions with the Secretary of State's office and providing notifications to both different legislators as well as the public. The Forest Practices Act also has its own unique rulemaking procedure that the board has to follow when adopting forest practice rules, which is found in Oregon Revised Statute 527-714. Under the FPA, before the APA notice of proposed rulemaking is filed, which would then open a public comment period, the board must determine which type of forest practice rule is being considered. The FPA rulemaking procedure describes forest practice rules as generally consisting of 3 different types of rules. Type 1A is a rule that implements administration or procedures, but does not directly regulate forest practices. So examples of this are things like how different committees might be formed or how they operate, like regional forest practice committees. Type 1B rules provide definitions or procedures for forest practices where the standards are already set in statute. So this would look like adopting a rule where you're really just mirroring what's already in law. And then finally, type 1C rules are those in which the board has rulemaking authority and has full discretion to determine the appropriate forest practice standard. So you're entirely selecting what's appropriate and what will be adopted in rule language. If the board determines that a rule is a type 1C rule that changes forest practice standards, additional requirements then apply to the rule itself as well as the rulemaking process. This includes the requirement for the board to determine specific facts and standards exist and to complete additional rulemaking processes. Those specific facts and standards that have to be determined will vary depending on the authority that the board is adopting the rule under, so what purpose the rule is serving. And we'll look at the ones that are specific to post-disturbance rulemaking in our next slide. I have the next slide, please. All right. Now that we've covered a brief orientation of the rulemaking framework, we'll shift into post-disturbance rulemaking. So the very first step in this rulemaking process was taken by the board way back in January 2023. And with the unique FPA rulemaking procedure in mind, particularly the facts that would need to be determined by the board on any proposed rules, the board directed the department to complete an analysis of the factors in ORS 527-714. After this board direction and consistent with the private forest accord report, the department then prepared a literature review and later drafted proposed rules for the board's consideration. In February of 2024, the board held a 2-hour special meeting where an in-depth presentation on rulemaking authority and processes was given. The methodology and findings of the literature review were presented. The provisions of the proposed rules were discussed in detail, and the board assessed the ORS 527-714 factors, which were presented and analyzed in the staff report. And the board also made the required determinations. At this meeting, the board also accepted public testimony on the 5 decisions being considered at the meeting. The proposed post-disturbance harvest rules contain revisions to 2 rules. And the decision items being made at the February 2024 meeting included determinations on what the rule types was for both of those rules. So one of them, the first rule, I'm going to cite a rule number. It's going to be terrible to listen to, sorry. It's OAR 629-643-000, was determined to be a type 1C rule, but it was determined that the proposed changes were only minor technical changes and did not change the standards for forest practices. However, the board did determine the proposed changes to OAR 629-643-03000, which is the alternative vegetation rule, or some people call it the catastrophic events rule, was a type 1C rule that did change forest practices. And then they made, you all, I suppose, made the required ORS 527-714 findings based on the language of the proposed rule. The long version of those findings is displayed on the slide, but in short, those determinations were that there is evidence that degradation of resources is likely if the rule is not changed. The proposed rule reflects available scientific information. that the objectives of the proposed rule is clearly defined, and the restrictions placed on forest practices are directly related to the objective of the proposed rule and materially advance its purpose, and that alternatives to the proposed rule were considered, and the proposed rule was the least burdensome to landowners and timber owners while still achieving the desired level of protection. The board then directed the department to complete and post the economic analysis that's required by the FPA rulemaking procedure and to file the APA notice of rulemaking. Next slide, please. Following the February meeting, the department began the next steps in the rulemaking process, which include elements contained in the APA rulemaking process, the unique FPA rulemaking process, some of it's in DOJ model rules, and then others are in ODF rules around rulemaking. And we also did some public outreach efforts. After the completion and posting of the estimated economic impact statement, the department filed the APA notice of proposed rulemaking, which officially opened public comment period on the proposed rules from April 1st to May 1st of 2024. During the public comment period, a rules hearing was also conducted. At the conclusion of the public comment period, the department had received 22 written comments and 11 verbal public comments for consideration. The comments received during the APA public comment period have been summarized for the board and are captured in attachment 2 of today's materials, along with department clarifications, which we'll cover in the next slide. In sharing the results of the public comment period, we'd like to provide the board with the high-level categories of comments received as well as some clarifications. While many of the comments expressed both support and considerations, statements generally fell into one of 3 buckets. Support of the rules as written, opposition to varying rule provisions, or calls to repeal the rule in its entirety, which would mean that there would no longer be an alternative vegetation or catastrophic event provision, or statements expressing concerns that indicate an understanding that doesn't align with proposed rule provisions. As you consider adoption of the proposed rules, the department would also like to provide clarifications on the policy framework that applies to the rulemaking, as well as provisions of the proposed rules in the context of the comments received. Relative to legislative direction, which was set by 1501, that direction set the scope of rulemaking as the harvested trees that cannot be harvested under the forest practice rules that were adopted, consistent with the PFA report. In other words, the post-disturbance harvest rules could only contain provisions allowing the harvested trees that typically cannot be harvested under the new rules established under the PFA. So while some commenters stated that the proposed rules not matching the newly established standard practice was not consistent with legislative direction or PFA intent, this is not the case. I'd also like to clarify the purpose of the rule and when the prescription can be applied. As stated in the rule, OER 629-643-0300 applies to harvest units experiencing stand level mortality, and while it's intended to contribute to desired future condition, it is not intended to be the path to achieving desired future conditions more quickly. To clarify further, the threshold an operator must meet to apply the alternative vegetation retention prescription as if the stand level mortality definition is met, not whether the prescription would reach DFCs quicker. We also had some commenters express concerns that the proposed rules would eliminate the potential for site-specific prescriptions. So we'd like to clarify both for the board and for the public that opportunities for site-specific plans would still exist under the proposed rules. The threshold to apply the rule is met, meaning that the stand level mortality definition is met. The operator may apply the prescription as written. This language is permissive. Therefore, an operator can choose to instead apply another prescription, such as the standard practice, the small forest landowner minimum option, or pursue a plan for alternative practice, also known as the PFAP, which is a site-specific plan. And our stewardship foresters and small forest landowner foresters are available to assist in the development of those site-specific plans. There were also several comments related to chemical application provisions. So as seen in the rule text and structure, the proposed restriction on chemical application is only in Western Oregon and would only apply when an operator chooses to use alternate vegetation retention prescription to harvest dying or recently dead trees in a type F or type SSB2 stream RMA, where they're typically unable to harvest. It does not prohibit the use of chemicals to address invasive species or noxious weeds through targeted ground-based application, which could include the use of a backpack sprayer. And now with the board's consideration of public comments, all required rulemaking processes under both the typical APA process and the unique FBA process are now complete for the rules as proposed, with the last step being the board's decision regarding adoption. However, this rulemaking does intersect with the private forest accord habitat conservation plan development work, so I'll pass it back to Josh to discuss the parallel processes as well as the decision options available today. Thank you.
As Nicole said, these proposed rules have been working their way through the rulemaking process. We've also been working to develop the private forest accord habitat conservation plan. So two parallel processes there. So as stated in today's staff report, the proposed disturbance rules were included in the July 2024 draft of the private forest accord HCP for evaluation and feedback from the services as a package alongside the other forest practice rules. Originally, a decision regarding adoption of the post-disturbance rules was on the September 2024 board agenda. However, the agenda item was pulled as feedback from the services on the July 2024 draft HCP was anticipated to arrive shortly, and National Marine Fisheries Service had indicated they were willing to meet and discuss post-disturbance in the context of the suite of conservation strategies. That meeting never occurred. We received feedback in December 2024 on the July draft of the HCP from the services. Feedback was not as detailed as we'd expected and did not include information on the proposed disturbance rules nor any of the other conservation strategies. Given that this rulemaking must be completed by November 30th, 2025, and is still pending a decision, in February 2025, we made an additional ask of National Marine Fisheries Service for feedback within the context of the conservation strategies. Essentially, we thought we were going to get feedback about the approvability of the HCP related to these provisions rather than feedback on individual elements of the proposed rules. This request was made and received as part of the PFA HCP development process, and a response was received in April 2025. We'll pass the close of the public comment period, which was May 1st, 2024. So that portion of the feedback is not included in today's materials. Within the response, National Marine Fisheries Service also indicated evaluation of the proposed rules as conservation strategies, and a determination of how they impact the overall HCP would not occur until the NEPA process of the HCP, where they will determine if the effects will comply with the requirements of Section 7 and 10 of the Endangered Species Act. So given that and the information at hand today, here are the board's options. They're displayed on the screen here. So option 1 would be to adopt the rules as proposed in attachment 1. The next option would be adopt the rules as proposed in attachment 1 and direct the Adaptive Management Program Committee to develop a preliminary research question related to OAR 629-643-0300, or the alternative, the post-disturbance rules that we're discussing here. Under the Adaptive Management Program rules, the board may direct AMC to develop additional questions and could choose to do so if you feel research is needed to inform potential future rule changes. Let's see. Next option, adopt modified rules today, which will require the board to potentially make new ORS 52714 determinations. And depending on the scope of those changes for a modified rule, that may or may not be possible today, depending on effects to the economic analysis and things like that. And lastly, you could direct the department to reopen the public comment period on the proposed rules as they're currently drafted and return to the board in September. That concludes our presentation, Chair Kelly, and I'll now turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you. I guess, one comment I would have, I think you just presented some material that was not in the original packet that was when it was part of our consent agenda. And at least speaking for myself, it's a lot better to get everything that you're going to present in written form so that we have a chance to read it and not try to digest it in this circumstance for the first time. With that, we'll open it up for conversation. Brenda, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. And I apologize. I only was able to understand some of what was said earlier. So if I'm asking questions that you've already covered, my apologies. I didn't quite catch everything. Just so I'm clear, what organization is responsible for issuing the ITP in this instance?
For the record, Josh Bernard, Forest Resources Division Chief. So it'll be, there are two agencies, two federal services involved, National Marine Fisheries Service and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Great, thanks, Josh. And what agency or what group is responsible for approving these rules?
The Board of Forestry has the discretion.
Right, thank you. How much communication has ODF had with NIMFs throughout this process?
We meet regularly with National Marine Fisheries Service through a host of different meetings, depending on the subject and the depth of detail.
Has the content of any of those discussions been shared with the board?
I think, we gave a short briefing there in April on the status of where we're at. But the detail of those discussions and any exchanges that we've had have not been.
Right. So if NIMFs is sharing with you any concerns that they might have, we're totally unaware of those concerns, correct?
I guess that's
Yeah, the answer would be yes, Josh. Yes. So I'm really concerned that you're asking us to make a decision without having the background information. And as you know, we're aware that, and you mentioned it, that NIMS shared some information with you that was not shared with this board. And it may be because it's part of the public comment period. I don't think it is. I think those are two agencies communicating with each other, just as you've described. And we weren't informed of that. The other question I have, and then I'll let it go to others, is typically when an agency, a federal agency, issues an ITP, they will do a biological opinion on that. And they will attempt to determine whether or not the ITP that they issue under the HCP has any adverse effects on other listed species. So what assessment have you done to determine what the effects are of this rulemaking on marbled murrelets, spotted owls, western pond turtles, other listed species?
So I don't think that as part of the rulemaking that we have assessed that, right? Nicole has walked through the specifics of that.
Yeah.
We're currently in discussions with services, trying to get trying to get details and submit an HCP that's approvable. We're currently in the process of resubmitting an updated draft with them, but I think those determinations will really come as part of the NEPA process from them.
Are you going to keep the board informed as you go through that?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, Josh, considering, we're talking about these post-disturbance rules, which only apply to the west side of the Cascade Mountains, not to the east side, right?
There is a specific couple clauses that apply to the east side in there as well.
What specifically? Maybe I'm not understanding that. I thought we were tell me about that exactly so I understand it.
Sorry, looking at attachment 1 for the clean copy of the rules. So looking at attachment 1, you can see. Sorry, just also skimming the document. So the way that the proposed rule in the clean version, attachment 1 is proposed. So looking at the bottom of page 1 of attachment 1, it starts with OAR 629, 643, 0300. And the rule structure starts where under section 4 is for harvest units in Western Oregon. Those are all the Western Oregon provisions. And then a very small amount, sub 5, is for harvest units in Eastern Oregon. So pretty minimal.
It refers to the terminal NP streams.
Yeah, so very, very minor. I mean, very, 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 very minor accommodations related to post-disturbance. So effectively, these post-disturbance rules related to significant mortality in riparian area primarily is related to what 25 to 35 feet of riparian areas, right? That you're able to salvage, right? That's what we're talking about. And what west side of the Cascades, right? What's your opinion of considering that adoption of these rules? What's your opinion of our likelihood or chances of affecting our ability to ultimately get it and still take permit?
I think that's the answer we've been waiting for from the services. And that's the part that they indicated we won't know till we get to the NEPA process. So I don't have any further information.
But when you agree, very, very small. I mean, we're talking about an extremely small footprint on the landscape, right? Related to this. I mean, I'm just kind of asking for your opinion, Josh. I mean, I guess you don't have to give it to me, but.
You know, I've been trying not to get in front of the services decision-making on that. And we haven't had any further detailed conversations with them on this specific topic since we've received this email.
Is it fair to say the authors believe that it's very little risk? I mean, the authors that have negotiated this, is it fair to say that?
Yeah, speaking with the author group, they were in support of continuing to move the rules forward as they are, and also moving forward with the HCP because we're still closely consulting with them on a frequent basis. And in the information that I saw, there was lots of things that were referenced as may or could or should in those comments. Didn't receive the certainty that they would disapprove an HCP based on those. But again, they indicated they needed to wait till the NEPA process for that.
Other? Go ahead, Heath.
I would just respond, Brenda, to one of your comments about, you know, one, there's kind of a question of whether or not in the context of pursuing incidental take for individual species, whether you have to obtain an incidental take permit for all of the endangered species. The other question is whether in conducting a jeopardy analysis under Section 7, whether you have to analyze the impacts of this activity on all of the listed species that may be present. And as to the latter, in my view, it really comes down to a question of what is the action? What is the action you are analyzing? Some people have argued that it is your entire management regime. That is to say, you look at the entire management regime and say, is this management regime going to jeopardize these species? And to me, I've struggled with that, and many legal scholars have struggled with that insofar as the management regime is the status quo. And if that's the management regime, then there is no action you are analyzing. That is to say, the status quo is the status quo, whether or not it's jeopardizing. The action that you are analyzing is approval of the habitat conservation plan and issuance of the incidental take permit. And in that context, what the action is implementation of these conservation measures. And so to the degree that that's the relevant action you are analyzing for purposes of Section 7, then I think most people agree that the conservation measures that are proposed under the PFA and this HCP are making things decidedly better for all of those species. Now, whether or not the status quo is sufficient to avoid jeopardy as to the remainder of those species is a separate question, but there's no action involved there. That is to say, the alternative to the permit is that the status quo persists and those species do not have the benefit of those conservation measures.
Go ahead, Brenda.
I have to respond to that. So let's take an example. These rules are put into place, and whether it's the post-disturbance rules or the HCP itself, PFA guidelines, you have wider buffers, you have more green trees, you have basically linear strips of older forest through an otherwise young forest landscape. And marble murrelets find that a good place to nest now because they're really big trees. And then they are immediately more prone to nest predation by corvids, which we know happens. It becomes a biological trap for that species. So that's the kind of assessment that needs to be done to make sure that if you're going to issue an ITP on certain rules, that it does not have an adverse effect, not that it helps others, but that it doesn't have an adverse effect on any other listed species.
But I think that, well, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that confuses two issues. That is to say, Section 9 take from Section 7 consultation and the obligation to avoid jeopardy. And the reason I say that is that non-federal actors like the state or private landowners aren't obligated to avoid jeopardy. They're obligated to avoid take.
Yes.
And if they're committing take absent a permit, then you can pursue them in Section 9. And I think there's a real question. In fact, there's been a legal question over time about whether or not that kind of activity that may have deleterious effects on marble murrelet is itself take. And I think that there's some recent Supreme Court precedent that may inform that. But nevertheless, to me, the action here, the action is implementation of the conservation measures. In the absence of the private forest accord HCP, nothing changes. They do not enjoy the benefit. The only thing that changes post PFA and HCP is those species enjoy the additional protection associated with the private forest accord, which means there definitionally should not be jeopardy as to this non-covered species.
Well, I would just say, Heath, let's just wait and see what the services do, because I think they're going to look at other species as well.
We may not have any agreement here, and I have to compliment you both. You both sound like you could be arguing this in front of the Supreme Court. But I think we need to turn towards. Go ahead, Brenda.
Yeah, I just want to make one other point, and I appreciate, Joe, you're bringing up what the authors might think, but the authors don't have a decision in this process. We do.
We need to figure out where we're going to go from here. We've had a process challenge here where, let me just just try to sum up what has happened, which is we had a comment period, it was closed, we found out that there were arguably important comments from the services that we didn't know about, but ended up shared with us anyhow. We're supposed to ignore them. That's an uncomfortable position since we've all seen them, but legally we're supposed to ignore them. So I think we need to deal with that process question. And of course, one of our options is just to reopen the comment period. Go ahead, Brenda.
Yeah, and thank you, Jim. And I also want to point out the testimony that we heard this morning that relates to this, that we were then told maybe we should not listen to it. Right. So I think I would move that we reopen the comment period to be sure that we can consider all of the testimony that we've been asked to ignore.
Right. Ben.
Yeah. Thanks, Ben. I just have sort of a process question of like, how did we get here? Newer board member, so I wasn't part of previous discussions, but and I appreciate that presentation because it helps with the timeline of things. But from my understanding, and when I say how did we get here, I mean like relating to comments and feedback and discussions that are happening that the board is not privy of. And so I went back and looked at the September board meeting, and because that's what the post-disturbance adoption was on the agenda, and then it was pulled. And so my understanding, it was pulled because board members requested feedback from the services. And then I was watching that meeting, and there's very little discussion on it. But Brenda brought up the point of, okay, well, if we get feedback from the services and it's critical, what happens then? Do we get to go back and look at the rules and change them? And you responded, Josh, that it just depends on the magnitude of those comments. And reading the comments, I mean, there was some decent pushback on the science. And so I'm just wondering, like, maybe it seemed like the board was operating under like a different assumption that there would be more discussion on the rules. And so just, yeah, curious, like, how did we get there? Was there miscommunication?
Yeah, I'll respond to that. And that's kind of what I articulated on that last slide. The expectation was that we would receive a more holistic view, right? Like along the lines of what I described, with more certainty of whether or not post-disturbance rules, along with the other conservation strategies, we're going to move forward with the HCP, or if there was anything creating a particular issue there. And that part of the discussion never happened. So that's what we've been told all along, and that's the format we would get comments in, and that's just not what happened.
Go ahead, Ben.
I've been spending for the last almost 2 years now way more of my time on this than I would expect, given how small of a area this is. And what I see, we've been at this for almost 2 years. And since the board is ultimately responsible for this, this is our board rule. And since the board and the department are going to be responsible for holding this HCP and getting it approved, I think I'm very in favor of reopening the public comment period. I would like to find a mechanism to receive that meaningful input that I think is relevant to this. But on a related note, the last slide, I think you had the second paragraph was about if we wanted to change the rule anyway. And you said, it feels very squishy about at what point do we need to re-engage the 714 analysis. And I'm glad Matt's in the room here. What is that threshold? How much can we change it before we need to completely redo it? Because I'm just trying to think through the process of this. The 714 analysis is done at the initiation of rulemaking. But if rulemaking is effective, hopefully we're not always just assuming we'll rubber stamp the initiation. The whole point of that public process is for us to make changes to that rule. So I would have to assume that there is some form of leeway for any rulemaking body, and the board in this case, to have the room to make changes based on that in public comment and engagement and hearings and all of that without having to sort of start the hamster wheel all over again, because that creates sort of this crazy spiral. So what is the threshold and what can we change or not?
Matt DeVore for DOJ. Chair Kelly, as Nicole said, there's two different bodies of law here. One's the Administrative Procedures Act and one's the Forest Practices Act. With the Administrative Procedures Act, I feel like we've got some good authorities and we could provide some meaningful advice. But with the Forest Practices Act, we don't have a whole lot that we could offer. So what I would as we've talked about this, the place that I've come down on is we really need to see what changes are being proposed and then decide if that requires going back through the 714 analysis. Trying to come up with that in the abstract hasn't been very productive for us. So if you're going to propose some changes that are very small changes to the existing rules, then it's probably okay that the 714 analysis, as had been done before, would be adequate. But if you're proposing a whole brand new suite of changes, then we would need to do some more analysis, which is not very helpful. Apologize. That's the analysis that we've been going through and trying to.
So this is a case-by-case basis, it sounds like.
Yeah, when we're looking at whether the changes are of a magnitude that requires a new analysis, we need to know what those changes are.
Okay.
All right, I've got Heath, then I've got Joe, and then I've got Brenda and myself at some point.
Thank you, Jim. One of the beautiful things about the private forest accord is that we do have an adaptive management process that's supposed to grapple with these questions, and the services and the public can make their opinions known in the context of grappling with formal questions. Personally, I would be prepared. In fact, I would go ahead and move proposed motion number 2, and we can have more discussion about it, but I would move to adopt the post-disturbance harvest rules as they're presented in attachment 1 and direct the Adaptive Management Program Committee to prioritize the development of a preliminary research question related to OAR 629-643-030. And I'll stop there because that's where you stopped in the slide. That is to say, not focused on.
Right. Okay, I've got a couple other people wanting to comment, and then I think we can come back and
under ordinary parley, bro, you'd ask if there's a second.
And see if there's a second. Is that okay?
Yeah. Oh, no, I would do it now.
What's that? You did, actually. That's true. Or at least you said I would make a motion. you feel you made a motion, I think we should back up a little bit and deal with that motion. Yeah.
So Joe, just for the record, I agree. Brenda made a motion. I think I can appreciate that motion. I can appreciate the desire to open up the public comment period. However, November 30th, we have to move this ahead, and we're up against somewhat of a timeline. And I look at what are we materially going to change? We open this up, we walk down this path, we come back to this in September. I'm fearful of us not getting to the finish line November 30th, quite frankly. So I believe I would not support opening up the public comment period.
Jim?
Okay, Brenda?
So we either do this quickly or we do this correctly, but I don't see a middle road. The EPA offered specific guidance to ODF on what could or should be changed in these rules, and it was completely discounted. So we need to not only understand testimony we heard earlier and what NIMFS has provided to them by opening up this public comment period again so we can get that information. But then we need to start asking some serious questions about specifically how were these comments addressed in these rules, because I don't see them being addressed at all. And as far as I know, Josh, has anything been changed in the rules since you received these public comments?
Specific to the post-disturbance rules, no, the draft presented to you today is the same as the proposed rules have been.
Thanks, Josh. So I have a motion on the table.
Yeah. I want to honor the motion, but I think we're kind of tripping ourselves up here because I don't feel like we've really had the open discussion that we have, because I also think we've got this thing on our table, topic here as well as whether we want to do anything directed towards the active, having the adaptive management committee look at this topic. Ben?
I'm of two minds here, and I'm torn because I'm trying to understand what the point is of this process that we've been going through for the last 2 years. We've received lots of public comments. I'll be honest, I've received lots of phone calls on this. But if we don't have the capacity for meaningful change to the rules without starting the process over again, I'm wondering why we're still here. This is more of an existential question, I guess, that I'm wrestling with right now, of if the 714 section hamstrings us to basically shoehorning us into, in my mind, it feels like we're being shoehorned into adopting the proposed, when any rule process, you better make sure the proposal is pretty darn baked, because there isn't really much room to change it without starting from scratch. So I guess it's more of an existential question I'm really wrestling with here, because I would be interested in pushing this to September so that we could have a public comment process. But I agree with you, Joe. I don't know if that's going to change anything. So I agree with you, Brenda. I think it should be done right. So I think from a process perspective, that would be good, even if it doesn't change the outcome. But I'm struggling here.
And I might just offer to you this precise issue. I think you probably heard me bring this up a year ago, and I was posing it to DOJ and that's why for me, everybody approaches the commencement of rulemaking very casually. And I'm always like, I have been hung by that more times than I can count, because by the time you get to the end of public comment, these guys end up telling you can't change anything without starting over. And so that I only point that out so that we all remember it when I point it out next time when we're commencing rulemaking. I do think though that Jim, and maybe this is a sidebar, but like, Brenda, I didn't actually hear you say I move, but I'm going to concede and say you made a motion. I think that it is appropriate to observe Robert's rules, and in the context of a motion, You should ask for a second and then ask for discussion on the motion until the motion fails, and then you can discuss until you receive another motion. And I think in that context, we owe Brenda the opportunity to obtain a second and that we would debate the motion.
Right. I'm not sure exactly. I think you're right, but I mean, it seems wrong to be able to just, anybody throw out a motion, and then it just stops conversation. That, and like I said, maybe you're right, but it doesn't seem like a very healthy way to handle the conversation. But since you were the first person who made a motion, I guess that's where we're going to have to go. If you want to restate your motion and see if we've got a second.
Excuse me, I move that we reopen the public comment period to allow incorporation of testimony such as what we heard this morning, as well as testimony and comments from other agencies, including NIFS.
Would there be a timeline on that?
It would. Ben, go ahead.
I'm just wondering if what you're ad-libbing is very similar to proposed motion 3.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. Exactly. So I'll read what's written because I think that does capture it well. Thank you, Liz, if you're the one that did this. I move to direct the department to reopen the public comment period for the post-disturbance harvest rules as they are currently drafted and to return to the board with the results of the additional public comment period and decision regarding the rulemaking at the September meeting.
Do we have a second?
Ben Doimling seconds.
Okay, open that up for conversation. I mean, I'm really of two minds here. I would really like to get through this, but the process has been a mess. And much as I think on the one hand, it would be the right thing to just move ahead, I don't feel comfortable doing it. So I guess my comment is that I would be supportive of this motion. Reluctantly.
I'm also having a hard time making a decision because it feels like the rules aren't going to change if we extend the comment period, but the process itself, I think that holds a lot, that we take the comments in that we're receiving and help them to guide our decision. So I also support.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it doesn't look good that we've all seen stuff that we're supposed to
Yeah.
ignore, heard stuff that we're supposed to ignore. And so just process-wise.
Yes. So for myself, speaking for myself, I just see this topic as having opinions and studies conflicting across the board. And so that's why I would not vote for this, Brenda, and I would go for a motion that was raised untimely, but just was raised, and that would look at adaptive management, because I think actually adaptive management is just for this kind of, question. That when you put it on the ground, we're going to be able to see in a certain riparian area at a certain elevation with a certain, amount of coverage, what will happen versus those wonderful studies, but yet not placed on the ground. So that's where I am on this one.
Because I think it's a separate issue, and I would welcome separately a motion for us to send a message prioritizing this as a topic for adaptive management to look at. And so I don't disagree. And if anybody's willing to make such a motion after we've completed this, I would welcome it.
Jim, yeah, I mean, I don't know that motion is necessary today unless this motion fails, only because I think that will be a motion made in September. For me, like, I appreciate that maybe some comments from NIMS are new to this group, But none of those arguments are new to me. Like the salvage science is robust and it is in some ways conflicting. By opening up a public comment period, we're going to hear a lot of emotional and strong public comment on an issue that the science doesn't point us to a single answer, I assure you. And so I don't, in my view, perceive this as terribly efficacious. This isn't a scientific body, the Board of Forestry. And I think that the elegant thing about the Private Forest Accord is that we have one of those. We have one of those in the IRST as informing the AMPC. And so from my perspective, opening up the public comment here to have more of the big ring circus surrounding salvage isn't accomplishing much. It would more appropriately be handled through adaptive management. And so I'll be a no on this motion.
I think everything you're saying is reasonable, by the way, Heath, but yeah, but on balance, I think this process issue. Go ahead, Brendan, and then Joe.
Yeah, Heath, I agree with you. We're going to hear a lot of testimony that we don't know quite what to do with. But we also have comments from EPA, apparently NIMFS, ODFW, DEQ. They should know the science pretty well. They should have a reasonable opinion about, what these rules might be. So, and if we haven't heard from one of them, and we should, I don't think we're doing due diligence unless we be sure that we have all the information.
Yeah, I would just say, I think it's a mistake to reopen this. I think my mind always goes to the end. Where are we heading? What are we trying to accomplish? And I don't think we're going to end up in a different place. And so I frankly think it is a mistake. I think to reopen it, I don't think that we're going to have information that's clear, that's going to direct us to rulemaking that's different than what's being recommended. I think it's imperfect. I think we have to remember what we do is imperfect. We're trying to move the ball. We're trying to improve rules. And I think often we forget that. We don't have the information to make these things perfect. We don't have that kind of data. We don't have that kind of information. I think we always have to remember that as to this is about improving the rules. And that's what the PFA is trying to do to protect these species. And also we brought the conservation community and industry together, the authors. I mean, this has been a fantastic process, right? And I think we can't ignore that. So I would just say it's a mistake to reopen the comment period.
I think this has been a great conversation. And the interesting thing is that I really agree with just about everything that everybody has said here. But the question is, really comes down to how each of us think we should manage the process here. And so I think, we're not going to have a vote here where we're all going to agree. But I again, compliment you all for, I think it's been a great conversation. And does anybody else have?
Just a closing comment, and I spoke to Ben about this earlier. It's like on the piece that came through recently to our emails, one of the things that, and I told Ben I deleted it just because of the way it came through, and maybe I shouldn't have, but as just a federal manager, I thought it was odd that something that was so important to be sent out to the department on an important topic probably did not, because it was untimely, go through that agency's planning, division to tell them that this is untimely. And then I just wonder at the same time, if this was so important, perhaps why didn't the head of that local agency have his or her eyes on it? So I don't know. So that sort of is a question for me. And so hopefully, if this does come through fruition and we do open it up, that we understand that and understand that, because if we go through this and there's a process, and the process be adhered to.
I have one additional comment.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
First, and then you, Heath.
I'm with Jim. There's a lot of good thoughts being shared here, and I think the reason I'm generally in favor of opening this public comment period again. I don't really have the energy to go through this process again. I'm not looking forward to it. But I think it sends a signal that this board is interested in process. And this board is interested in making sure things are done correctly. And that's important to me. And I feel like the fact that we're still here almost 2 years later is a signal that it's been messy and complicated. And I'm not feeling great about the process at all. And I don't know if this will bring closure, but hopefully this will bring some level of closure to this and hopefully set a precedent that's, and I'll be honest, this has been a learning experience for me. Heath, you've been at this a lot longer than I have. This was a learning experience for me. But I think it's helpful to turn over the stones, even if the process doesn't change.
Okay, Heath.
So just a quick comment, Matt, something to keep your eyes on. I was rereading 1602 this morning, and it provides, that the board will initiate rulemaking concerning the post-disturbance harvest of trees. And then in 2A, it says the rulemaking must be completed on or before November 30th, 2025. The statute doesn't actually require that you adopt a rule by November 30th, 2025. It provides that the rulemaking must complete by then. And to the degree that that's true, I think there's some risk that if we don't act in September, we lose our statutory authority to act after November 30th, 2025 pursuant to the PFA. We would have to then proceed under the ordinary rulemaking authorities under 710.
Always great to have an attorney on the board. I think then at this point, I'm going to restate the motion that Brenda has made and then call for a vote. Let's see if I got this right. The motion is to direct the department to reopen the public comment period for the post-service harvest rules that are currently drafted and to return to the board with the results of the additional public comment period and a decision regarding the rulemaking at the September meeting. That has been, motion has made by Brenda and seconded by Ben, and I will call for a vote. Okay. Liz?
Respectfully, no.
Okay. Keith Curtis.
No.
Ben Doimeling.
Aye.
Joe Justice.
No.
Lavecchio.
Yes.
Brenda McComb.
Aye.
And I'll be a yes as well. And so with that, on a divided vote of 4-3, the motion passes. Thank you all again. A good conversation. I think we have the other topics to talk about before we maybe take a break. But
one quick comment there. NIMS has been studious at nothing if not failing to submit comments during open comment periods. There's a very real risk they fail again, and the letter that they submitted previously has not been submitted during a public comment period.
Yeah, I've heard that. And I agree. It's a risk. Brenda.
Yeah, if I agree with you, Keith, and hopefully they will be encouraged to participate this time. But I'd like to make a request to Josh, and that is, Josh, that you share with the board conversations, communications, and information that you receive from NIMS with us so that we can make a more informed decision.
So I guess I would look for formal board direction to do that.
Are you talking specifically about this topic or just, okay, this topic? If we receive those, yes.
specifically about the post-disturbance rules, but more generally about the HCP before it goes to them for consideration.
For the next draft.
I think there's a challenge in what you're asking, Brenda. I mean, every phone call, and all, I mean, exactly what is.
Let's just say written communication. How's that? Written communication? Just put it up on a,
Yeah.
it's public information.
Really reasonable here that could be done. I understand the request, but all of a sudden, it does take the formal comment request into a much broader thing when you're asking Josh and Josh's staff to report every written communication. That could get pretty.
Nicole has an idea about how to navigate this.
Sorry, I think I'm just looking for clarification. I think it's a different question than what you were asking for, but just want to clarify, when the board just directed us to reopen the public comment period on the rulemaking, that reopens the APA public comment period. So we would issue a bulletin saying that related to the specific rulemaking notice that we issued, the public comment period is open from a specific start date to a specific end date. People will still need to submit comments in whatever specified method. And that's what we would produce to you all, is one specifically submitted in response to that notice of proposed rulemaking. And I'm hoping that maybe Matt could clarify, just so that when we return to you in September, we're meeting the expectation that you leave here thinking that you're going to receive, instead of it not matching what you might be expecting.
Matt DeVore for DOJ, Chair Kelly. Under the APA, the provision says that if an agency has established a deadline for a comment period on a proposed rule, the agency may not extend that deadline for another agency unless it does so equally to all interested agencies and persons. I have interpreted that to mean that if there's a comment that's submitted in this interim after it's closed but before it's reopened, that would then, you could then consider that comment in the interim as long as you open and extend it. So to get to Board Member Curtis's question, that if they don't submit something in this new comment period, I think you could take the comments that they've received in this interim.
Well, you flatter me by saying I asked that as a question. I just asserted something that was wrong, evidently, which is fine. We can take account of that if we reopen it. I still think, though, we have an outstanding question here. Like, is the comment period open right now? Like, or is I feel like we probably need to announce it. And do we need to make a decision about how long it's open? Like, it needs to close at some point, well in advance of the next meeting.
Well, and procedurally, I mean, just functionally, one of the options could be that you say you keep the public comment period open until the next board meeting, and then you could have people sign up at the board meeting and provide comment.
My goodness.
Part of why agencies want to have a comment period for a time certain is so that they can gather all those comments and provide the board with written analysis. But if you want to extend it and say you're going to receive public comments until the next board meeting, that could be the close of the public comment.
Well, we should have a conversation about that. I think that the idea that we will take public comment in September on salvage rules in the meeting threatens to be a very long meeting.
Yeah, it does. And I think the intent here was to clean up this prior process, not to extend it forever. And I don't know if we want to amend our motion or something. I would be comfortable with a comment period that starts next week and runs for 30 days or something like that. That would seem reasonable. I see a lot of affirmations around.
I suppose I could move that, and I'm open to a number. Like, I don't really care. And I also think, I don't think we're gonna style when it opens. Like, I think ODF has to publish something in a bulletin that takes a while to like engineer that. But what I think we could say is something along the lines of that we would instruct ODF to promptly or expeditiously publish notice of a reopening of the public comment period and to hold it open for a period of 30 days.
Turn that into a motion.
So are you saying you wouldn't receive public comment in the September meeting then?
Right, correct. It'd just be for that 30-day window.
I agree with that sentiment.
That sounds great.
Okay, then I move that in the context, oh, hey, please go ahead. Yeah,
For the record,
there for me to read.
Josh Bernard, Forest Resources Division Chief. So to maybe help you formulate that motion, technically, we could reopen the public comment period on the proposed rules relatively quickly. But to get it in the place that you referenced for all the appropriate notices, we can't post those till July 1. That's when those would normally go out. So I think if you're thinking along the 30-day time period and to get the most notices out, probably July 1 would be the opening date and run it for 30 days. That would give us a couple of weeks on the backside to try to pull those comments into a format for the board and submit those with the new staff report. So if that helps formulate that, that would put us doing that work.
For me.
Sorry if I'm derailing here, but just a quick question for Matt. We listened to public testimony earlier that related to this topic. If by reopening the public comment period, can we now consider information?
Let me get back to you. But my impression, my understanding has been that if you reopen the public comment, comments that are received in this interim period while it's not yet open, you could consider. That's my understanding. I will get back to you and
verify that.
Different position.
Thank you, Matt.
Chair Kelly, I would move that the public comment authorized pursuant to the prior motion, that the public comment period authorized pursuant to the prior motion be opened on July 1st and held open for a period of 30 days.
Do we have a second?
Liz Powell seconds.
Okay, Heath Curtis has made the motion and Liz has seconded. And I will pull the board. Liz Akpawa.
Aye.
Heath Curtis.
Yes.
Ben Doimling.
Aye.
Joe Justice.
Aye.
Sheila Vecchio.
Yes.
Linda McComb.
Aye.
Yes, as well. Okay, with that, it passes unanimously. Good job, guys. We cleaned that up. So before we take a break, we have the other issue on the table, whether we want a motion to direct the Adaptive Management Committee to prioritize this issue, and how do we want to do that, and how do we want to define that?
I very much think we should direct the AMC to do that. But I think pursuant to what Heath was saying earlier, I don't know that now is is there a reason to do it now versus in September, I guess is my question.
Anybody got an opinion on that?
Maybe I'll offer a little perspective. I think what would probably be most useful is to complete the current process so that they know what the baseline is that they're dealing with and what the questions in addition to that baseline that's currently adopted, because typically, as you've just seen when we go through rule analysis, it's compared to the existing rule. So I think that would be a better launching point to help them formulate the right questions.
Is there a AMPC schedule challenge with that? I mean, are there deadlines for that committee that we would need to hit prior to doing something in September?
I'd have to get back to you on that, Ben, but I think just kind of knowing we could do a little work on that front end to make sure they're aware that that may be coming for their work plan if what I'm hearing here sounds something like that. So.
Yeah.
And I also think, Ben, like, I think this motion tees it up properly. That is to say, we would prioritize the development of a preliminary research question. That's not going to implicate the budget cycle. It's once they finalize that question and then the IRST puts together the work plan, then that will actually prompt the budget cycle questions. So they should be able to handle this on the fly.
Great.
Okay, I think we're still amazingly after that. We're not nearly as ahead of schedule as we were, but we're still ahead of schedule. So congratulations to you all. Let's take a 10-minute break and then we will be back here and start a presentation on the Forestland conversion. And so right now it's 2:40. Let's get reconvene at 2:50. Yes, that's right. Ben Doimling. Okay. Everybody, it's now 10 till, so we're ready to do our Forestland conversion presentation. And really happy to be doing something that, we went through a process of requesting board member input about what topics. We have a number of them that have been suggested, but I just want to say to board members as we struggle with those suggestions, there's two sides to it. One is the idea, the other is, can we get people, can we actually practically address the subject? And this was one where the suggestion was made as a topic, and the department was able to say, yeah, we can do a presentation on that. And so glad you guys are all here, and glad to be talking about this important topic.
Thank you. And couldn't agree more. It is an important topic. Chair Kelly, members of the board, Acting State Forester Skinner, John Tokarczyk, Acting Director of the Resources Planning Program. And today, as cued, speaking to the subject of forest land conversion. Historically, this has been a subject that has been identified as a priority in the agency to maintain forest land, no net loss of forest land, just by virtue of its significance for all aspects of the agency and all regards there. And it's not a simple subject. It incorporates a lot of different folks and leans into our land use planning space that informs transition and capacity and the nature therein. And so supporting us in this conversation, we have with us Hillary Foote from DLCD. We have Jim Johnson, 1,000 Friends, an important partner, and Dan Hubner, most importantly for the subject matter, in the resource planning program to inform as we go forward. So in that regard, I will lean into, I think Hillary is, or Dan, you fire away.
Make a couple sentences.
Sure.
So, hello, everybody. Chair Kelly, State Forester Skinner, members of the board. My name's Dan Hubner. I'm a GIS analyst in the resource planning program here with a focus on land use issues. And I'll turn it over to Hillary in just a moment. But like John said, this is gets to be a complicated topic. There's not an easy push button, how much forest land is converted in the state kind of answer. So we're just going to run through presentation as outlined there. Hillary's going to talk to you first about statewide land use planning in the context of Goal 4 for forest lands. And she'll talk to you also then more specifically about development in forest lands and what DLCD can tell us about that. Then I'll take over and I'll speak very briefly because I know there was interest in what we can glean from the agency's Ferns system, which for any members of the public, that's our online notification system for forestry activities. And one of the things that landowners may notify about is an intent to convert the land use to non-forest. So that's not a great source, unfortunately, for pulling out acreage totals of what's going on the landscape, but we'll touch on that briefly. And then I'll talk to you about kind of my main project here at ODF, which is long-term land use tracking on non-federal lands. And there we can get you some more rigorous quantitative estimates of change, but the flip side is it's not going to be parcel specific in the way that the regulatory information from DLCD or Ferns would be. So a lot of moving pieces, and just wanted to put it on screen before we start. And then I think we'll have some open, wide-ranging discussion probably. And with that, I will turn it over to Hillary.
Thank you, Dan. So good afternoon, Chair Kelly, board members. I'm Hillary Foote, and I'm the Farm and Forest Land Use Specialist for the Department of Land Conservation and Development. So thank you for inviting me here today. I am actually delighted to be co-presenting with Dan. And, I really can't overstress how valuable that the Department of Forestry's work, particularly on the Farm Forest People Report that Dan's going to talk about later today, is to our agency and to this conversation that we're having about what's actually happening with our resource lands. So this afternoon, I'm going to provide a little bit of background on the land use planning program and how the Forest Conservation Program, or the Goal 4 program, fits into the planning program. And then for the second half of the presentation, I'll talk about 2 ways that DLCD tracks forest land conversion ourselves, and that is through zone changes and development permits that are issued on land that's protected under forest zoning or farm zoning. All right, first slide. So a little context. The statewide land use planning program actually officially began with the Oregon Land Use Act of 1973. And one of the primary drivers behind that act, or which is also commonly known as Senate Bill 100, was a deep concern in the 1960s about uncontrolled sprawl. So what we were seeing in the decade following World War II was an alarming loss of prime farmland. And this was happening not just in Oregon, but across the United States. So factory processes that were established to support the war effort were applied to development of housing and personal automobiles. And that set the stage for the rise of the suburbs. And because as humans, we tend to settle in fertile areas, the expansion of suburbs around cities tended to result in a loss of some of our highest quality farmland. So this rampant sprawl across farmland in the 1960s was one of the big drivers behind the land use planning program. Next slide. So Senate Bill 100 established a statewide planning program that contains a vision for how Oregon's land should be used by humans, how it should be either developed, conserved, or protected. And Senate Bill 100 also created the scaffolding for a regulatory structure to implement that vision. And that structure is coordinated at the state level and implemented then in partnerships with cities and counties. So there are 3 big ideas that really underlie the land use planning program. I'll start on the left and go on the right and go to the left. So the first is that thoughtful planning is coordinated at the state level. So the program attempts to achieve some level of consistency across the state by establishing 19 goals for the state in a variety of areas. The planning goals, and I'll call them policy visions. And so they touch on a variety of different things. So I primarily work with goal 3, which is the agricultural lands goal, goal 4, the forest lands goal, and goal 14, which is the urbanization goal as it interfaces with our working lands goals. The state then works with our local governments to implement those goals on the ground at the local level. And every county has their own comprehensive plan with policy goals that mirror the state goals. The second big idea under the planning program is that we manage growth thoughtfully. We carefully plan for how our cities develop. So in Oregon, concentrated development or urban levels of development happen within city limits. And the idea there is that urban uses are more efficiently supported by public services when they are located in a concentrated geographic area, right? So there are a variety of public services that are needed to support housing and commercial and industrial development. And not just water, sewer, and roads, but we also think about services like police and fire protection, emergency response, school buses, public health, social services. All of these services are more efficient to provide when they are located in a contained geographic area. All right, so then in Oregon, every city is also surrounded or bounded by a defined area that that city is planning to grow into over the next 20 years. And that 20-year planning area around the city is called an urban growth boundary. So most parts of Oregon are growing in population, and the state land use planning program requires us to anticipate and plan for that growth. So we're a managed growth state. We are not a no growth state. And there comes a point when a city no longer has a 20-year supply of land within its urban growth boundary, and it needs to expand that urban growth boundary or that planning area, right? And there's a defined process at the state level for doing that. That is based on data like local population forecasts and economic need analyses. All right, the third big idea is that outside of an urban growth boundary are rural lands. And rural lands primarily fall into three categories. There are resource lands. These are lands that are suitable for and needed for timber and agriculture. Then there are non-resource lands, and those are lands, rural lands, that don't meet the state's definition for timber or farmlands. And then there are exception lands. And these are lands that are maybe suitable for timber and ag, but the county found that there were compelling circumstances or reasons to waive the conservation goals of the state. And I'm going to talk about non-resource lands and the exceptions process a bit more later this afternoon. All right, next slide. Now, I mentioned earlier that the planning program contains a vision for how we want to use our lands, and that vision is expressed in 19 planning goals. So statewide planning goal 4 is our policy that recognizes that forestry is an important economic sector for the state. And that also recognizes that it is a locationally dependent industry. That is, you need land that's comprised of certain soils that are capable of producing commercial tree species. And you need that land in large tracts in order to efficiently manage timber production and harvesting. So the Goal 4 program recognizes that there's only so much of that type of land in the state that's suitable for forestry to be conducted efficiency. And like the farmland policy, Goal 4 also recognizes that when forested landscapes are fragmented through land divisions and development, that impacts the efficiency of forest practices. So it's also important to note that Goal 4 does recognize other values, although the primary focus is timber. It does recognize other values like air and water quality and habitat. And those are values that are also associated with our natural resources goal, Goal 5, that I'm going to touch on briefly in a few slides. All right, next slide. So when Senate Bill 100 was enacted, counties were required to review their rural lands. They were required to inventory them. And those lands that were identified as farmland were placed under exclusive farm use zoning. Those lands identified as forest land were placed under forest zoning. So this map on the right here, everything in dark green is zoned for forest. There are 8.5 million acres in the state under forest zoning. Everything in yellow is zoned for exclusive farm use. And there are 15.6 million acres of land zoned for exclusive farm use in the state. And then that orange is mixed farm forest lands. And those are lands where both Goals 3 and Goal 4 apply equally. The acreages that I'm sharing just now include the counties in gray here. I just can't display their zoning data under the terms of our data sharing agreement. So as we're looking across at the resource zoning across the state, I do want to point out that this did not include federal lands like BLM lands or lands within the Gorge Scenic Area. Those are not directly subject to the statewide planning program. And Goals 3 and 4 do not apply to land within an urban growth boundary. So there may be forested lands in urban growth boundaries. They're not zoned for forest. They're not subject to Goal 4. All right, so these are the lands that are inventoried as forest lands subject to Goal 4. Back in the late 80s, counties took fairly different approaches to inventorying their forest land supply. But generally, those counties' inventories are based on the vegetative productivity of the soil, so on the NRCS cubic foot ratings. And generally, land that had a capability classification between at least 20 to 50 cubic feet per acre per year, our site class 6 and above were zoned for forest use. Later, our agency did adopt rules that clarify when we have any new reviews that require an assessment of whether or not land is forest land. that NRCS cubic foot rating is the primary data source that we rely on, but there are certain other data sources that were relied on back in the 1980s. All right. So lastly, in forest zones, forest practices and development auxiliary to forest practices is allowed. Beyond that, there are a variety of both resource and non-resource uses, development, and land divisions that are allowed in forest zones by state statute and in rule adopted by the Land Conservation and Development Commission. County codes for their forest zones mirror the state requirements to a very large extent for farm and forest zones, but there is room flexibility, and I'm going to talk about that in the next half of the presentation. All right, next slide. So before we move into the next half of the presentation that focuses on how DLCT tracks conversion, I did want to touch on some of those other values that are integrated into that Goal 4 policy statement. So you may recall that I mentioned that our natural resources goal, Goal 5, addresses a variety of other values like habitat. And Goal 5 is actually much less prescriptive than the farm or forest goals. And counties had a lot of flexibility in how they chose to implement that goal back in the 1980s. For example, counties took a variety of approaches to protecting habitat. So one of the common approaches, though, that counties took to achieve habitat protection was to largely rely on the minimum parcel size standards and limitations for development in forest and farm zones to also protect habitat from development and fragmentation. So the policies often look like the protections afforded in farm and forest zones also serve to protect habitat. And this has been somewhat problematic, partly because when changes are made to the farm or forest programs, like adding new opportunities for substandard partitions or adding new non-resource uses, the impact to the farming and forestry industries may be considered in those conversations, but the role that working land conservation plays in protecting other values like habitat are not necessarily considered in those discussions. So every other year, the Land Conservation Development submits a report to the legislature. It's called the Biennial Farm and Forest Land Use Report. And it isn't intended to provide some insight into how well the farm and forest programs, how well they're doing at achieving the conservation goals. And I do want to note that in that report, we rely very heavily on Department of Forestry's work as part of that report. And I'm going to talk about that in a minute as well. But last year, we also invited staff at the Department of Fish and Wildlife to co-write a section of that report with us that looks at the co-benefits of protecting working lands, the co-benefits that protection has for other natural resources. So what we're looking at here on this slide is a figure from that section. The brightly colored areas are some of Department of Fish and Wildlife's current priority habitats, and those have been clipped to resource zoning. So if you quickly visually compare this colored map with the zoning map that's up in the left-hand corner, you will see that a large portion of the lands protected under farm and forest zoning are also fish and wildlife priority habitat areas. So for example, 94% of Fish and Wildlife's priority wildlife connectivity areas, which are shown in bright orange, 94% of those areas are within farm and forest zoned lands. So as we move into talking about the conversion of timberlands and agricultural lands to other uses, we may also think about the loss of that function and value for habitat and open space, in addition to the impact of removing that land from the land base that's required to support our resource economies. All right, next slide. And I'm going to spend the rest of my time now talking a little bit about the two metrics that we track to gain insight into resource land conversion that are discussed at length in the Farm and Forest Report for the legislature. So one is zone changes, and that happens when land is removed from protected farm or forest zoning and rezoned for another purpose. And the other metric tracks development that's permitted by counties. That might indicate a conversion of the use of that land, even though it's still zoned for forest. The next slide. So as we've sort of touched on earlier today, forest zoning is meant to be a conservation program. The zoning is meant to limit non-resource development and land divisions, and it's meant to support timber production. So other than forest practices, again, only those uses that are listed in statute or rule are permitted in forest zones. And those uses are generally divided into two categories. Outright uses, those are uses that really either don't require a land use permit or go through a very streamlined permitting process. And these are generally resource-related uses or uses that aren't expected to have a negative impact on forest operations. So this looks like, like a fire lookout tower or a replacement dwelling. These are this first category of uses. So counties have to offer this first set of uses in their zoning ordinances as they are described in our rules. The second bucket of uses are what we call conditional uses that require a county to run a public process in order to conclude that the proposed development is not going to, one, significantly impact farm or forest practices or the cost of those practices in the surrounding area. Two, that development won't increase the risk of wildfire. Three, that development won't increase the cost of fire suppression. And four, that development won't increase the risk of danger to firefighting personnel. So a county runs that public process, collects evidence, comes to those conclusions. And for the second set of uses, counties may choose to offer them in their ordinances or not. And if counties do choose to offer them, they may apply more restrictive standards to those uses than what's in statute and rule. And many counties do apply other criteria to these conditional uses. So these types of uses would include things like campgrounds or power plants. So then beyond what's allowed in statute and rule, Planning Goal 2 provides additional flexibility where there are exceptional and compelling reasons to waive the conservation goals. So the Goal 2 exceptions process is a way to permit a use that has not been authorized by the legislature or by the Land Conservation Development Commission, or to permit a proposal that doesn't meet the standards established in statute or rule for an allowed use. So for example, power generating facilities in forest zones are limited to a 10-acre footprint. If you want to permit or construct a larger power plant in a forest zone, you need to demonstrate that there is an exceptional and compelling reason to waive that Goal 4 standard. So far, all of these types of non-resource development that I've talked about are allowed on land that's still zoned for forest use. Then there is also an opportunity to rezone a property to a different zone, to remove it from the forest zone or the farm zone and zone it for rural residential development, commercial development, industrial development, or an urban zone. So there are three ways that happens. The first is when an urban growth boundary is expanded and resource land is included in that expansion. So it's moved from rural lands to inside the UGB. Then there is when an exception to a resource goal is granted to allow a rezoning of the property. So there's some exceptional circumstance or compelling reason to change the zoning designation of a property. And then the third one is a rezone that is based on evidence that that property was incorrectly mapped at acknowledgement. And these types of zone changes are one of our agency key performance metrics. So next slide. So the amount of land removed from farm and forest zoning through zone change or urban growth boundary expansion are statistics that we annually report on as an agency KPM. So from this perspective, the program has been pretty successful. about 1,000 acres a year are removed from resource zones and added to UGBs, urban growth boundaries. And about 1,400 acres a year have been removed through zone changes. And for the past 5 years, we've been tracking what types of use resource lands are being converted to. So the pie chart here shows what that looks like for rural zone changes, not for urban growth boundary expansions. So when property is rezoned through a non-resource designation or exception, about 1/3 of those zone changes have been to residential use. That's shown in yellow. About 40% have been changes to industrial use, shown in gray there, and that is mostly forest to aggregate mining conversion. And then about 1/3 of those resource changes are resource to resource zone changes. That's shown in the bright green. So what's going on with a resource to resource zone change is that when you change the zoning from farm to forest or forest to farm, the standard is actually much lower. You don't have to take an exception. You just need to demonstrate that the zoning designation is appropriate. It can be used for farming or it can be used for forestry. And this actually often happens when a property owner wants to take advantage of a dwelling type or a non-resource use that is listed in the forest zone and their property is a farm zone. And so they change the zoning to forest in order to develop that allowable use. Okay, so in total, about 43,000 acres have been removed from exclusive farm use zoning, and about 10,000 acres have been removed from forest zoning and mixed farm forest zoning since 1987. So from that perspective, again, we're pretty successful. About 99% of the land that was zoned for resource use in 1987 is still zoned for resource use. However, if you look at the data that's provided by the Department of Forestry that reviews change in actual land cover over that same period, that tells a different story. So that report notes a loss of about 172,000 acres of forest land cover over a similar period. And that's a pretty big difference. And this type of insight is really why Department of Forestry work is so incredibly important to us. So some of that is a difference that could be attributed to the amount of land that was forested and not zoned for forest use. So forested land that's inside an urban growth boundary, or forest land that was zoned for a rural residential use or rural commercial use. However, the other and likely larger factor contributed to that difference between land cover conversion and zoning conversion is the development that's allowed in forest zones. So we went over the sort of variety of ways that non-resource development can be permitted on forest lands that results in a de facto conversion, even though that property is still zoned for farm or forest use. And that is what we try to get at when we are looking at the residential and non-residential permits that are issued by counties. All right, so next slide. So, actually, we'll skip that slide. Next slide. So just because land is zoned for farming forest use doesn't mean that it hasn't actually been converted to another use that's allowed in a farm or forest zone. So one of the statistics, again, that stood out to me from Department of Forestry's Farm, Forest, and People report was a finding that the amount of undeveloped and less developed wildland forests declined by 7% between 1974 and 2014. So that's a 693,000 acre decline. And that report concluded that the area of wildland forest impacted by dispersed residential development is greater than the area of wildland forest that was converted to other types of non-forest uses. So considering that, I spend more time looking at those residential development permits, right, than non-residential development permits. And if I look at the numbers, indeed, I'm finding that about 10,000 permits have been issued for dwellings in forest zones since 1994, while only about 1,500 permits have been issued for other types of non-residential uses, right? So the graphic in the upper right-hand corner here and this graph at the bottom both show where in the state we are seeing counties issuing development approvals in these forest zones. And most of the dwellings approved in forest zones are template test dwellings, which are shown in gray in the bar chart here. So on the map of the state, the dark green counties are the counties that have issued the most permits for residential development in their forest zones. The lighter colored counties are counties that have issued far fewer residential permits in forest zones. And I do not have a historical trend graphic in this deck, but what we see in terms of historical trends in residential development is a steady volume of dwelling approvals until 2008, and then a dramatic decline in dwelling approvals between 2008 and 2011 during the recession, and then a slow increase between 2012 and 2018, and then a very rapid increase in dwelling approvals issued between 2019 and 2022. And that rapid increase between 2019 and 2022 may have been related to a rush to get template test approvals in before a new set of template test standards became effective across the state in 2023. So the legislature did tighten up some of those template test standards in 2019. But it wasn't fully implemented until 2023. So it'll be really interesting to see in the next Farm and Forest report if we're seeing any downward trend in those approvals as a result of that change. And in this blue graph here, I'll note that the blue color represents replacement dwelling approvals. And I note that the legislature did make some changes to the replacement dwelling standards in forest zones that became effective in 2024. So that the replacement dwelling standards are now the same in both farm and forest zones. The standards are more permissive in forest zones now, and so it'll be really interesting to see if that change has an effect on forest dwelling approvals going into the future. And so going forward, I'll look at the number of dwelling approvals issued across the state, and I'm really interested to see how that correlates with the work that Department of Forestry does on land conversion. All right, next slide. So other than dwellings, there are, again, a wide variety of uses, and I am noticing that this graphic is truncated accidentally, but don't worry. When you extend this trend back to 1993, it pretty much looks the same, except we're missing a big boom in communication tower, cell tower installations in the early 2000s. Otherwise, these trends in non-residential development approvals in forest zones is pretty consistent over time. And again, a total of about 1,500 permits have been issued for the types of non-residential development in the past 30 years. And they're primarily things like water impoundments, water intake facilities. There's been a steady stream of campground permits and aggregate mining permits. And then something that's called a home occupation, which is a business that's run out of a dwelling. That's the second most commonly permitted use in forest zones. And so that overlaps to some degree with the residential development trends that we looked at on the last slide. So for my last two slides, both of them are rather, so next slide, please. Both of them, really, I just want to let the board know that there are statewide land use siting standards that are applied to all development in forest zones that are designed to minimize fire risk and facilitate suppression for development that's approved in forested areas. Next slide. And there are also standards that apply to all structures that are designed to minimize conflicts with forest operation. And I would also note that when dwellings are approved in forest zones, there are also rules that require coordination with the county assessor and Department of Forestry to ensure that stocking requirements continue to be met or the property is removed from the special tax program and the appropriate notifications are made to start that sort of conversion evaluation. So I will end off there. And just in conclusion, I can't stress enough that we reference the data in the Farm Forest People Report very extensively in our biennial report to the legislature. It provides us with really good insight into what is actually happening on the landscapes in the ways that the data that we collect doesn't quite capture. So it pairs very nicely with the data that's reported to us from the county planning departments to provide us with a little bit more visibility into what's happening in conversion of those resource lands. All right. I feel like I've taken up a lot of time. I'm glad we were running late or early. I'm happy to answer any questions.
You want to shift to? Thank you.
Unless there's questions.
Oh, no, yeah, sorry.
I just was, something that kind of surprised me, and I was wondering if you had any more information on it, is the more than 10,200 dwellings that have been approved in forest zones, and then you have the bar charts. And I expected that the bars would be high around Portland and those counties, but I was kind of surprised at Jackson and Douglas County. Were there any insights on why there was such a increase in dwellings other than it's just over the border from California?
So part of it is we're looking at different counties have larger or smaller amounts that are actually zoned for forest use. And then we actually do see a lot of rural development pressure in Douglas, in Jackson, and permits being issued there. And it's something that we've spent some time looking into. If you look at the same bar chart for agricultural lands, this looks very different as well. So it's actually kind of interesting to look at these bar charts together. I would also note that Multnomah County doesn't have a whole lot of resource land. They don't have a ton of land that's zoned for farm use or forest use in their jurisdiction. So if you're thinking about that Portland metro area, that's one of those contributing factors.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, a question. Did I hear you correctly? For a county to approve of a forest dwelling, they have to find that it won't increase fire suppression costs? Did I hear that?
For conditional uses, so it depends on the use that you're looking at. So, and the dwelling types generally are not subject to that review. But yes, for any conditional use in a forest zone, in addition to looking at impacts to farming and forestry operations in the surrounding area, they also need to look at the increased risk of wildfire, increased cost of fire protection, and then risk to fire personnel to get to that location and respond to fire.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification, because it's pretty obvious that all dwellings built in forests increase the cost of fire suppression significantly. Okay.
Okay, so I think I'll take it over from there. And for the record, Dan Hubner, ODF. So if you want to go forward to the slide that starts the ferns stuff. Okay, so now transitioning to the data that we have at ODF. And I guess first I'll just maybe start at top line and say that I think it all lines up. It's different data sources, very different things that don't fit together super well. But as far as top line conclusions, I think what I'm going to be going into is very similar to what Hillary said, that we infer that outright conversion of forest and other resource lands is pretty well controlled, but perhaps dispersed development on lands remaining in resource use is a more significant issue. So that's kind of top line conclusions we'll be hitting on as we now go into more detailed stuff again, but can jump to the next slide if you want. And so this is what we've got for ferns notifications for conversion to non-forest use. We can summarize that over the past decade or so what's been filed in the Ferns system. But it's important to note that those acreages filed in the system are, of course, not logs of actually occurring conversion. It's the intent to convert to a non-forest use. And also important to note that ODF's concern with that is not in assessing whether the conversion can be approved. That's not our role. It's in applying the Forest Practices Act correctly in those instances where a conversion has been approved. So I don't want you to like read through this gigantic chart that I've got on screen. And John and I are not experts in ferns either. So this is not our main territory. And I have to thank Greg Wagenblast and also Jennifer Ward and Forest Resources sent us some information on this. But the key thing with that flow chart is just to note, like it says at the top, that ODF is the gatekeeper for other governmental review on these conversions. So, what we're getting is essentially downstream from the decision county planners are making about whether these conversions can go forward. And there may be other agency standards that come into play. But for us, it's whether the standard whether the Standard Forest Practices Act rules apply or whether you can have alternative practices because you're converting. And it's actually in statute that nothing in the Forest Practices Act can prevent the conversion of forest land to another use. So this is, I think, kind of like Hillary was talking about, that if it's zoned forest, that, well, you're just allowed to do a lot of things. And so we're not regulating that in any sense. But with all of those caveats, we do, through the Ferns notification system, receive those notifications, how many acres are suggested for conversion or planned for conversion by landowners. So you can go to the next slide. And on this slide is just a quick map of how that looks for the past decade. Main thing is that this is not that dissimilar from the figure that Hillary showed you also in green of where the dwellings are happening by county. It's not the same time period. Hers goes back further. This is the past decade. But you see, again, it's high in Lane County, which I think was also the most dwellings on Hillary's chart. And, the red spots are the actual locations of those notifications of intention to convert. And, to me, it looks about like what you would expect. It's scattered around in the valley, on the coast, some getting into the east side. I think Jim and Hillary and John all probably have more detailed policy insights than I do about what's going on in those places. But the upshot is it looks about the same as the dwelling approvals. And it's, there's not any massive hotspots or trends in that data that pop out. And I'll just emphasize too that this was just me, non-expert, pulling what's out in the Ferns database for the past decade. Those acres are almost surely not correct because it's what the landowner notified that they would convert, but it may vary by county how things come through. And Greg talked to us as well about there may be, some jockeying to save costs on when you file these things because, say, if you're going to burn your slash under standard rules, you might want to do that before filing a notice to convert your land use if your slash burning standards might be higher after that. So there's, it's not necessarily loopholes or anybody acting badly or anything. It's just with that flow chart, there can be gamesmanship about when you do what. So it's just a lot of reasons not to rely on those 17,000 acres over the past decade. But even then, 1,700 acres a year on average, that's about same order of magnitude as what we were seeing from Hillary with the zone changes from UGB conversions and that kind of thing. So again, not my area of expertise, but I think we're seeing a picture that's consonant with what Hillary presented. So that's really all I'm going to say about ferns, except also noting that I didn't have time to put it in the presentation, but Jennifer Ward gave us some more cleaned up, reliable numbers on that for 2024 and 2025 to date. And again, it's the same kind of picture, a little over 1,000 acres for these code conversion notifications in 2024. And I think it was about 350 acres to date in 2025. So that's, about in line with what we're seeing from the dwelling and DLCD data. So now we'll jump ahead. And now we'll get into the stuff that I personally know a lot better, which is our long-term land use change monitoring, the Forest Farms and People project that Hillary mentioned. And this is a change monitoring project that goes all the way back to 1974 with the same methodology. So it's really tracking over that whole period of the land use planning system. And thanks to Gary Letman on this one, who was really one of the originators of this project, an ODF retiree, and John and I are kind of stepping in how we can in the years since. So you can go to the next slide. So just very quickly and simply, what we're getting at here is trying to talk about the actual development pattern on the landscape. And this is a contrived example that's not a parcel of land that I'm saying would convert or is proposed for conversion or anything like that. It's just an illustrative example where you've got this area where there's already some residential development at bottom right, and say there's going to be 5 new 1-acre home sites that are going to go in on that area of private forest land in the middle. Obviously, it makes a difference whether those are going to be densely clustered right around the existing road, or if they're going to be dispersed in that area and involve additional access roads and infrastructure and all that kind of thing. And so, again, I'm not saying that this is something that could happen on this parcel, just illustrating that if you look just at zoning approvals or just at notifications to convert, what you might get is, say, 5 acres either way, irrespective of how these are distributed. But when they're sprawled out through the whole area, like on the right side, you're probably not going to have any ongoing forestry activities on that parcel. And likewise, ecological impacts to that forest land are much greater. So we're trying to talk about not just what parcels have got administrative approval to convert and how many acres are that, but what's that actually doing to the pattern of development on the landscape more broadly. So next slide. And so the way we do that is this, like I said, it's a project where the methodology is the same back to 1974. We do it in collaboration with the Forest Service Pacific Northwest Research Station, as well as the Institute for Natural Resources, and with support over the years from a lot of our state partner agencies. And I'm not going to get super into the weeds about it because I think I'll be coming back to talk to you about it again in 6 months to a year, because our most recent data is for 2018. And in the remainder of this year, we'll be updating that to 2024. So hopefully I'll be back to talk to you in more detail about methodology and real nitty-gritty stuff when that time comes around. But for now, it's just too important to understand that this is based on a statistical sample that comes from the Forest Service forest inventory sample. So we're not characterizing individual parcels wall to wall. We're getting a sample across non-federal lands on the state and seeing what's going on. We're characterizing all the resource lands, the agricultural lands and range lands and mixtures thereof, as well as just forest lands. And so this is, like Hillary indicated, based on actual change, not approvals and zoning and that kind of thing. And I should also clarify that, because Hillary talked about, losing 693,000 acres of less developed forest land. When we talk about it being based on cover and actual change here, we're not saying that that's hundreds of thousands of trees that are gone now. You can go to the next slide, actually. We're talking about the density of development on that forest land. So this is the one kind of pedantic definitions type slide I'm going to get into. But just to adjust our brains from all that permit-based regulatory stuff. Now, in this monitoring, we're talking about wildland forest in bigger contiguous chunks. It has to be at least 640 acres in size. It has to meet the Forest Service's definition of cover to qualify as forest land. And probably most importantly in this context, it has to have fewer than 5 developments per square mile on that land. So I'm illustrating that with the image on screen there, which is predominantly forested residential land, but for the purposes of this project, that's not wildland forest. That's entirely low-density residential land. So when we talk about losing hundreds of thousands of acres of less developed forest over the study period, we're talking about that. We're talking about undeveloped forest coming to look more like this rather than, forest being obliterated, that kind of thing. So we'll just be clear about that going forward. And this then is our big main results table, 1974 to the most recent period, 2018. And so over the whole period, Oregon has lost 268,000 acres of wildland forest to conversion. So that's full conversion to an urbanized use, a low density residential use. But it's also really important to note that almost half of that conversion occurred in 1974 to 1984, the first decade of the monitoring period, which was when the land use planning system was still ramping up. So after 1984, when all the county plans were fully in effect, we see way less outright conversion after that. So that leads us to generally conclude, like Hillary did, that the state has done pretty well at constraining and directing conversion. And just for the most recent period, 2014 to 2018, the conversion has been pretty low, 13,000 acres. And again, that's not talking about 13,000 acres of trees gone, it's 13,000 acres of undeveloped forest land crossing that threshold where it has too many developments. So yeah, and you can see also, I should maybe touch on the ag and range lands. We've also seen losses in agricultural range and mixed lands throughout the state, except for mixed range agriculture. You see there was actually a bit of an increase in that category. And I can tell you just anecdotally, that's mostly about irrigated agriculture on the east side coming into former rangelands. So on balance, we're talking about resource lands and forest lands in particular being lost to development rather than other resource uses for the most part here. There is, some degree of conversion from forest to ag, but that's also something that this project is not the best at monitoring because it can exist in a mixed farm forest zone, and we're not necessarily picking up transitions on individual parcels between farm and forest use in those mixed zones. So I do want to highlight too that this is best at kind of quantifying the development level and not necessarily shifts between resource land types. Next slide. And I know we've been going for a long time. I'm almost done, I promise. So this is just our graph since 1974 of the conversion of wildland forest. Can see, again, overall, we've done pretty well. We've overall retained 97.5% of our non-federal wildland forests since 1974. Even less conversion on the east side, more on the west side, which you might expect with population and development patterns. Can jump to the next slide. And then another interesting thing is that we can compare this with state population growth over the period too, because as we all know, Oregon's population has exploded over this period. But in addition to converting less resource land, that also means we're converting less land per new resident to Oregon than we were in the 70s by a really significant margin. So in that early pre-planning period, on average, every new person that moved to Oregon, we were converting almost a full acre of land out of resource status to accommodate that person, basically. And that's obviously gone way down. In the most recent period, we're at more like 1/10 of an acre per person. And next slide. And then here is the other piece, like we've been talking about. Conversion's been pretty well constrained, but dispersed development on lands remaining in resource use has continued incrementally. So here you're seeing the 100% baseline is that's how many structures were in our sample in 1974. And you can see that throughout the state, the number of structures in these wildland forest zones has continued to tick up. It's more than doubled. And again, just to characterize what's going on the east side there, where the number is much, much higher, that's almost, well, not entirely, but predominantly driven by development in the Bend area and to a lesser extent, Southern Klamath County, I think. And jump to the next slide. So I will just leave that on there then as we turn it over to Jim for some interpretive thoughts and have some open discussion. On this slide is all items we've covered in the presentation so far, just to leave it fresh in mind for you there. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, board members. My name's Jim Johnson. I'm the Working Lands Policy Director for 1000 Friends of Oregon. Been there a whole 4 or 5 months now. I was in state government before that for 44 years with the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Land Conservation and Development doing farm and forest land protection work. So I'm going to quickly go through some comments related to what you just heard, but then I've got about 6 or 7 suggestions or recommendations for you to consider at the end that I'd like to go through. And I know that my friend, Mr. Demling, has some questions about agricultural conversion, and I spent a lot of time with that when I was at ODA, so we can talk about that too. So first off, when you consider what you just heard about conversion, I really encourage you to look at 2 things. There's the footprint, the actual boundary of the conversion itself, or the non-farm use, the non-forest use that's out there. And that is indeed part of the conversion equation. But perhaps the bigger problem is what I call shadow conversion. And that's what that non-resource development does by the shadow it casts on surrounding working lands and the limitations it places on their ability to operate, their ability to long-term go because of wildfire hazards, just the fact that they think that forest land is open space instead of a working landscape. And so when you look at conversion, and I do the same thing when I'm looking at agriculture, I'm looking at the footprint and the shadow, and that ability to operate is so key. And in fact, in some ways, in my experience, especially when I was working out in the gorge, I think that ability to operate can be more impacted by non-resource development on forest land than agriculture. And believe me, agriculture is really implicated by that shadow. So shadow and footprint conversion is really something to consider when you're looking at this. A lot of people like to look at, there's still all these acres of land zoned for forest. Well, zone changes, a change from forest to some other use, zone changes are not the best measurement in terms of the loss of working lands for forest operations, or for that matter, agricultural land. As you saw in the numbers, and in my experience working with Right to Farm and Right to Forest at the Department of Agriculture, the real culprit in terms of loss is that low density residential development. Every time you put a house on smaller parcels on forest land, it's implicating the ability of that land to be utilized. A lot of times that house is there, the trees may still be there, but the person that lives there doesn't want to cut those trees. That's their park space now. They don't want to see anything but trees and the like. So it's really imperative that we look at things like the work that your staff is doing with low density residential, and because that's really the true measure of loss, not the fact that X amount of acres were rezoned from forest to whatever. In my experience, zone changes, and I looked at all kinds of zone changes in my career, they occur, but they're not the major culprit out there. They're not at all. Urban growth is not the major culprit. We do have issues with urban growth. That tends to be more of an agricultural lands issue. It is an issue in cities like Bend, for example, and Ashland, but it's a small part of the conversion that we're seeing happening in Oregon. So what else is going on out there? I was warned by my friends here that they wanted to have some discussion a little bit about conversion from forest to agriculture. And I'm very, very familiar with that, being from my years at ODA. One of the things about conversion from forest to agriculture, I really see 2 things happening there. One, and I'll just be real blunt about this, a lot of the times when you see a conversion from forest to agriculture, it's a dodge to get away from the Forest Practices Act. It truly is. If you say you're converting and you're going to agriculture, you no longer have to meet the forestation requirements in the Forest Practices Act. You end up going to the Department of Agriculture, where I was at, to be managed for water quality purposes. And there's a real issue there, because what the Department of Agriculture looks at is what is an agricultural practice. when you look at the land use planning program, we look at what is farm use. Farm use is commercial agriculture with an intent to make a profit and money. Agricultural practice could be an agronomic practice that has nothing to do with commercial agriculture. You could have a horse and 2 cows out there and you're basically doing pasture at an agronomic rate, but is that really farm use in terms of what commercial agriculture is? I'm not going to spend time here today or whatever, but that gets into all kinds of issues related to our property taxation system and what qualifies for taxation on forest land and what qualifies for taxation as farmland. Something for you to think about long term. I remember, I don't know how many times staff from Department of Forestry would call me up and go, Jim, we've got this conversion here. What do you think? Is this really agriculture? And I'd look at the law and it's not whether it was agriculture, it was whether it was going to be a quote unquote agricultural practice. Definitions are everything in what we do in natural resources, and farm use is defined differently than agricultural land is defined differently than farming practices defined differently from agricultural practice. So long-term, something that from a policy standpoint that we may want to take a look at. Now, Ben asked me about conversion to perennial crops, and it is happening. When you look at forest land being converted to agriculture, where it's truly commercial in nature, there's really 2 areas that this is happening. One is vineyards, and the other is orchards. So perennial crops, generally long-term perennial crops. You saw a lot of numbers. I don't want to take a lot of time with numbers, but I'm going to give you some numbers. When you look at the Census of Agriculture, and one of the great things about working in agriculture is we've got the numbers. I don't think any other industry really has the numbers like we do. The Census of Agriculture goes back to President Lincoln. They started doing census and such for there. There is no census of forestry. Too bad, because I'll tell you, this is the Census of Agriculture, guys. I carry it around with me. It's my holy book, so to speak. But the data's there. But when you look at that, there's a category that's called woodland associated with agriculture. And so you can track that over time. And so if you look at basically the planning program started in 1974. If you look at the 1974 to the last Census of Agriculture, which was 2022, 153,000 plus acres of woodland associated with agriculture was lost. So that was woodland, that was forest land, and a lot of farmers also are foresters. They are forest land managers, and they do both. So there was 153,000 acres plus lost in that time period since the planning program went to agriculture. From agriculture like that. So that was most likely vineyards or orchards. Just in the last 5 years of census, like whatever, we had a 2.3% loss of over 37,000 acres. So, what does that look like? Well, if you look strictly at the vineyards, for example, since the early 80s, there's been about 27,000 acres of vineyards planted in Oregon. Most of that's going to be in the hill land areas and such that you've seen. We are now seeing that come down on the valley floors and the like with different grape varieties and such. So agriculture does play a bit of a role in that also, but it's low density residential that I've really been concerned about in my work in forest land protection over the years. First with county planner in Wasco County, then with the Columbia River Gorge Commission, then at DLCD. So having said that, I'm going to give you about 6 suggestions that I think that you might want to take considerations of. First, continue the invaluable tracking and monitoring that your staff does. That report I've used more times combined with the Census of Agriculture. I've used that over time more than anything else. The American Farmland Trust does some wonderful work also, but I have cooperated with staff going back to working with Gary Lettman when I was at DLCD on that report for years and years and years. It is one of the most credible pieces of analysis I've seen in my term. That long-term tracking is so invaluable for those of us that work in natural resource policy work. Second, I would suggest that you might want to, as an agency and as a board, start to research the relationship between increased housing densities on forest land and increased fires and the diversion of resources to that fire protection on forest land. I think one of the long-term issues that we have to deal with here is that low-density residential use in forest lands and what's the implications on on firefighting infrastructure and long-term how much forest land has been lost that was due to the relationship of protecting houses instead of forest land. Third, in agriculture, in farmland protection in Oregon, we have a category of land within the exclusive farm use protection of Goal 3 for all agricultural land called high-value farmland. It's a subset of all the agricultural land. It's the best of the best that is afforded additional protection. The other land doesn't get less protection. This gets additional protection. I would think that we need to define what is high-value forest land in this state. What land should we afford additional protection to? And it should be based on productivity, but it's also would be important for that high value definition to be looking at things such as wildlife importance, importance for water quality and water quantity protection. When I worked for Wasco County, the city of the Dalles watershed was in the forest. It was protected as forest land to protect that watershed. And carbon sequestration, what importance for that sort of. So we should be looking at protecting forest land in a lot of ways that we do agricultural land in this state with an additional category of high value forest land. 4, I kind of already mentioned this a little bit, but I think when you look at the housing the types of housing and dwellings that are being placed on forest land, I think we need to reevaluate our property taxation system. Is somebody getting a forest assessment taxation deal and they're not really managing that land for forest? Is somebody growing Christmas trees to get a property taxation as agricultural land when that land could be forest land and they're never really going to harvest those Christmas trees? It's farm use and name only, but it will never be managed. Something to really consider there. 5. Use the information that your staff gathers on forest land loss, and issues related to fire management and the issues and use that to get more back involved in Goal 4 land use planning with LCDC. When I first started as a state land use planner, a great example, and there's a great history and tradition at this department of having some really good land use minds, and this guy's one of them right here. We worked the Southern Oregon Regional Problem Solving together, for example, but going back to somebody like Ted Lawrenson, and I just really think that the Department of Forestry needs to keep a strong word into the land use arena and really participate with LCDC. When I was at the Department of Agriculture, I tried to attend LCDC meetings and just kind of keep in mind about, how important it was to protect agricultural land. I think we need to do the same thing on the forest side. And with that in mind, lastly, something that we did that I thought was very, very effective, and I think that could be really something that you may want to consider, have a joint meeting with LCDC. Have a joint meeting with LCDC and the Fish and Wildlife Commission. It's amazing in my work with farmland protection how the Fish and Wildlife folks really wanted to work with us to protect agricultural land, because when you look at the Oregon Land Use Planning Program, Goal 5, which is the natural resources of fish and wildlife, water and lake, has not been there's not a Goal 5 rule, and the inventories in every county's comprehensive plan hasn't been updated in over 30 years. So fish and wildlife folks look to protection of forest land, look to protection of agricultural land to protect wildlife habitat. And so I really would encourage you looking at LCDC, the Fish and Wildlife and the like, and talk as bodies about what's the implications of land divisions on the ability to conduct farming and forest practices on working lands. What's the implications of that low density residential development? What's the implications of road building? If you build it, they will come. What's the implications of rezoning and the like, and urban growth? And what are the needed protections to address those implications? So sorry I didn't have a bunch of slides. I'm infamous for having slides, but I knew there would be a lot here today. And I wanted to, since I've been able to leave state government, I can say some of these things that I wasn't able to say before. And so I would thank you for your service, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I'll throw one question out, and I'm not sure you'll want to answer it, which is, given your experience, what kind of guess on the percentage of approvals that counties make on these forest dwellings are in violation of state planning rules? I'm saying that with the awareness that Robert Liberty is sitting in the audience behind you.
Well, I think you should ask Robert. Let me put it this way. The problem in forest lands is not necessarily the violation of the standards. The problem is the standards are violating the goal. I really believe that when you look at, I was on staff at DLCD when template dwellings were first addressed. People were spinning templates to get the best angle. People were angling situations like that. Before that, you know what the approval requirements were for dwellings in forest zones? That you actually showed that there was a need to live on that land to conduct forest practices. That was pretty hard to do. What are you going to do? Build a house and sit there and watch the trees grow? You don't need to be out there every day to manage forests like you necessarily do with farms. So in my opinion, on forest land, the standards are as much a problem as the implementation of those standards. Having said that, there are problems there. And I think that there should be the same discussion given to those issues by DLCD and LCDC that's currently being given to protection of farmland. Is that good enough for you? There's a lot.
And you know, Robert, sometimes we ask people from the that are here to come up who have on a question like that. And if you have any,
I will. Mr. Liberty is much more eloquent than I.
Was a longtime director of the Thousand Friends of Oregon. Welcome,
Mr. Chair and members of the board, Robert Liberty, and let me say just to clarify why I think Jim asked me to come up. In 1981, I began as a staff attorney at Thousand Friends, and I came in, they said, your job is goal 4, forest lands. And at that time, the goal said, forest lands shall be conserved for forest uses. That was the entirety. Yet on the commission in the counties, the understanding was, believe it or not, well, it says conserve, that's weaker than preserve for agricultural lands. Even though the reason goal 4 says conserve is because the timber industry said, we don't like the word preserve. It sounds like wilderness protection. We want conserve. They're synonyms. Yet on the LCDC, a very prominent political figure said, I think conserve is weaker than preserve. That set off a 12-year fight over what the goal meant. And I had the privilege of representing a wonderful small woodland owner, Cliff Lamb, finally going to the state Supreme Court. And in a very lengthy decision, they said, I mean, this is shocking. Conserved forest lands probably means you can't develop them. And the county involved in that was Lane County. So you asked, I think, Commissioner, about why these dwellings show up in these counties. There's nothing, it has to do with the county opposition to the policy. So Lane County, #1 timber softwood producing county in the nation, has always been at the top in allowing the most dwellings because it's a political problem. So the planning, and I will get to the answer, the planning program was based on a compromise that Governor McCall recognized. We're going to have state policy, but not a state plan. We're going to have local implementation of state policy. Counties, and I serve on another commission now, counties for political reasons do not support saying no, right? It's very hard politically. So that was a big compromise. And the consequence was overall, the planning program, and I did, for 2 years, I looked at all efforts to control sprawl in the United States, every state, every region paid for by the Wallace Global Fund. There's no comparison between Oregon and other states. And this is not impressions of data, this is data. There's no comparison. It's visible in outer space from Google Earth that the development patterns in Oregon are dramatically different. So if we grade on a curve, as your staff pointed out, we get an A, but we are going downhill on actually saving the land base, the working lands in Oregon that have all these other values. So my answer to the question is, there is virtually no enforcement and oversight going on except by citizens and citizen groups, some at the Department of Land Conservation Development. I would say the correction, I would agree with Jim, that if we're going to have a system of county administration, then the standards have to be rock solid, crystal clear. You need oversight and enforcement. And that should be provided by the state agencies and including the Department of Forestry. You can't have mushy language. Clear and objective standards is the policy for housing. It's a good policy for everything because everyone knows what the rules are and they're easily administered. But if you really want to say the forest land base, identify this valuable forest land and say, this is the end of development. On this land, I argue the constitutional challenge to Goal 4 in Hood River County. And I had fun with the in the argument by saying, oh, so in Oregon, we say that if you protect land for forestry, it actually has no value. So it's a taking under the US Constitution. I mean, I actually got the judges to smile. This land has so many values. In temperate zone, planet Earth, there's very little forest like this. And it's being whittled away, dwelling by dwelling by dwelling. This is politically hard. I'm very aware of that. But if we care about being stewards for this precious resource, there has to be a change in policy. Sorry, I took advantage of a narrow opening to have a long.
You did, Robert. I didn't expect anything less. Go ahead.
Well, Robert, it's a pleasure. My name's Heath Curtis. I'm with Hampton Lumber and on the Board of Forestry. I haven't actually had an opportunity to hear you speak since you wrote an article for me when I was editor-in-chief for environmental law back in 2004. But
you're one of the 3 people that read that article too.
Right, exactly. The other 2 are our articles editors. But you know, the challenge that I would, pose to you is, earlier today we heard commentary from our forest protection associations about the costs that are being layered on them in terms of fire suppression. And in particular, in Eastern Oregon, with so many sawmills having gone down, those folks are left with very few actually economically viable uses of their property. That is to say, it's very difficult to deliver economically to a mill, and they're facing taxes from the government that they're having to pay each year. I think that some of them would probably bristle at the idea that their one remaining use that they may be able to qualify a forest template dwelling is somehow an inherent evil that we should design government around stopping. I appreciate that there may be some deleterious effects associated with low density housing development. But there are lots of deleterious effects as a society we decide to impose because the benefits outweigh the costs. And so, I don't know that I personally would agree with kind of a preservationist approach, as you highlighted, and as opposed to conservationist. I think that sometimes we develop every day in this state in a way that makes permanent decisions. And we have to decide about where we want to do that and what the trade-offs. I think we're asking rural forest landowners, we're asking a lot of them when we're layering in large taxes, eliminating the sawmilling infrastructure, and then telling them they can't even put a house on it.
If I may respond, that's an important point. And by the way, there are similar issues with agriculture from time to time. I'd say there are some ways of addressing that. One was developed by the department and not used, which is transfer of development rights, which is a somewhat complicated planning tool. It's not been implemented in many places, but you allow development in places where it belongs, and that value is transferred to the property owner where the land remains in forestry. It's possible to do this. You have to have very high demand and you have to administer the process. People think of it as just free market, but most places that have done this have a bank to facilitate, and then you develop a cadre of realtors who know how to make this work. So that is one possibility. The other is some payments for services that are important, like carbon sequestration or wildlife protection, that go beyond just a reduced tax burden. So I think those are worth exploring. But at some point, when you chop up enough land and put houses on it, whatever it is, it's just basically low density development, and it loses almost all its value. So I think having a conversation about that for parts of Eastern Oregon might be worthwhile.
Go ahead, Ben Doimling. Thank you all for this. I've been looking forward to this presentation for years, and I found it fascinating, and I learned a lot. And I appreciate the conversation, and I think it's wide ranging, and I think some of what was raised here has very little direct connection to the authority we have as the Board of Forestry, and some has more connection to the work that we do. And on one level, I really appreciate your suggestion of, having a liaisoning more with LCDC and, possibly having a joint session. I think that would be fascinating. Digging into sort of what's more focused on ODF, that Ferns chart that you shared with all the numbers, I was struck by the rule, the guidance, the direction that ODF, when a landowner chooses to convert, and I'm well aware that the Forest Practices Act does not give us any authority to dictate that. I get that. ODF is supposed to monitor for 6 years to confirm that conversion has actually taken place, because I think probably maybe one of the things that we struggle with aerial remote sensing of this work is trying to tell the difference between conversion of forest land to a farm fields and the clear cuts is impossible to tell in year 1, 2, and 3, and 4 probably. And to the extent that landowners are using this as a loophole to just make some money on their land and then not reforest, that's a problem. And what is, and I don't know if any of the ODF folks here can speak to this, but the role of ODF to observe that, to be checking on that with that 6-year rule, because if we are really running our forest practices laws, as Jim said, primarily with citizen complaints, that gives me pause. I don't know if either of you could speak to that, or maybe that's a subject for a future conversation.
Yeah, on the subject of the 2-year follow-up and the 6-year window, I couldn't speak to that, Ben. From where how the stewardship foresters are able to follow through across the breadth of notifications and operations, I couldn't say, and what the feasibility or capacity is. But others might.
So I'll answer that a little bit. And I don't have any hard and fast numbers for you, Ben. But in practice, I mean, that's the stewardship forester's obligation, right? And so as a district forester, we had land conversions that people were trying to build 100-foot right-of-ways for their cul-de-sac and didn't have any of the paperwork done, those kind of corrections. But also, it is just a matter of that recheck, what's going on, talking to the local counties, the assessor's office. Sometimes these conversions will get started and then they'll change hands because the land got sold. And so that is really the obligation of the local offices. And I would say day-to-day practice, the stewardship foresters, that's their checkbox of, we're going to another operation, let's swing by, let's take a look at this. And that's that piece we talked earlier today about, that local relationship that everybody has.
And if I may, a sort of a secondary question. We heard a lot of numbers today, and I appreciate how you're working with us, a number of different data sets that are all imperfect. But I was struck by on some level they sometimes they sort of correlate. And Dan, I think you spoke to that a good bit. But then Jim was presenting some numbers of this particular sort of forest land to agriculture shift that I think maybe gets lost in some of these numbers. And I'm just curious if there's, well, I'm excited for the Farms and Forest report later this year to see that. But I'm just wondering if what we could do to collect better numbers in the future. If there's a way to sort of combine these to dig into some of this, because I got an imperfect picture from you all today. I got a trend where maybe 3%, maybe more loss. It was a little squishy. And I understand that that's where we are. I'm wondering, what is some low-hanging fruit maybe to tighten that up in the future, or to sort of find some closer numbers? Because for me, and I think probably for this board, it's loss of functional forest lands. And there's a lot of reasons for that, and there's a lot of different, and I appreciate the sort of low-density housing sort of reduces the value of that forest land as forest lands, but what might be possible going forward to sort of get a little more clearer picture of this?
So the question is an excellent one, and it's certainly one that we've talked a bit about previously. But just to reaffirm a couple of earlier points, the high value forest land, or even just a commensurate relationship quantitatively, because the goal 3 versus goal 4 definitions, goal 3 has an accompanying numeric quantitative aspect that creates some real benefits, I think, in terms of realization and tracking, monitoring, and to the interest on the goal 4, it's largely qualitative, which creates some distinct challenges. It is certainly something that has been initiated, at least in review, in terms of what might be realized there, at least on a quantitative basis, collectively. But the high value discernment would also be an exceedingly meaningful effort, if nothing else, for a basis of comparison. But also speak to those challenges in different ecological regions of forestry in terms of what available and viable economic opportunities exist. So, but to the secondary or the primary question, in terms of tracking, it's hard because obviously from the ODF end, there's a handoff, right? And then whether that reaches culmination or fulfillment is somewhat uncertain. And then there's a back end on the county side that will then inform that. And you can see where there's a handoff between DLCD and the counties, and then from our end. But there certainly is some avenues to which there can be a closer and more accurate consideration.
Well, let me add to that too. One of the great things about the work that the Department of Forestry staff does is in terms of their monitoring and tracking of this is and I saw this in my stint at ODA, is having the agency that's in charge of managing that resource. So in my case, it was agriculture, in this case, forestry, whatever, and having that agency involved lends so much credibility to the analysis. The fact that, you guys don't have a census of forestry, there is a census of agriculture. It's done by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Ag Statistics Service, and the like, whatever. And it's not being done by a land use agency. It's not being done by some advocate. It's a pure inventory. And when you guys get your report, I hope Gary's here, because Gary can talk about some of the things that goes into this. But the great thing about this is it's been ongoing now. It's got a track record. You can look over time, and it's aerial photography. It's not a survey, it's whatever. It's actually looking at the land use over time. It's just, to me, it's just got such extreme credibility. I just wish that we were doing more of that on the agricultural side. And one of the reasons that ODA contributed money for these guys to do that work is because they are doing agriculture. It's just an amazing resource, and the credibility to it, because it's outside of the policy. It's just a pure monitoring is tremendous.
I'll just try to speak briefly to your question about what we could do to tighten that data up. So as far as the forest, farms, and people data, that's kind of my wheelhouse. There's not a great way to expand that to a finer scale monitoring of parcels, because being a sample-based approach, then if we rupture that, we lose our continuity back to the 70s. But and I'm getting outside of my wheelhouse, so I'm just kind of freely speculating now. But I think certainly conceptually, I can see how we could tighten up with imagery and LiDAR if it's available. Like you said, from a straight imagery, it's hard to tell the difference between a cut and replanting versus a conversion. But obviously, if we have notifications of intent to convert, then we could line that up and try to see what's actually happening. I'm just being squishy about it because, as State Forester Skinner pointed out, that's the, kind of the terrain of our stewardship foresters to do that monitoring. And that's really not my world. So I don't want to speculate too much about what we could make them do additionally or who could do it. But conceptually, I think there's definitely avenues. Speaking for myself, not to be glib, but I could get back to you in a year or two once I'm done with the forest farms and people. So it's just capacity, that kind of thing.
One thing I think you should consider is it was clear in remarks from Hillary and your staff, they're measuring different things. There's no need to consolidate. You're talking about different kinds of changes, and just look at those as categories. The other thing, though, is you need a forward projection. There's been a lot of changes in forest ownership, and simply from the time I was born, or your chair was born, we have twice as many people on the planet. We don't have any more land, and we have a lot more wealth. And what's happening in terms of who's buying land to do what, it is a startling change in the last 15 or 20 years. So these are very expensive new houses, very high amenity, so very different plans for the future of the forest land. And there may be, I'm not a fan of what's happening, but there are some opportunities there with those different owners with your policy to maybe emphasize other benefits of forest land. Still think we need wood, but anyway, so I think people want to have a precision and all these things line up, like you're actually measuring different things, and those are all important and valid measurements.
Brenda, real quick, Ben, if you had that better information, what would you do with it?
Thank you for that. That was my next question. I find this information really interesting because what are the underlying reasons for this land conversion? And because you mentioned loss of mills. If landowners don't have good ability to make a living on their forest lands, there's going to be a real incentive to convert. That is sometimes the case. That is not always the case. There are many different motivations for land conversion, but until we understand the actual numbers that we're talking about, it's hard to chase after those motivations. And I find data really helpful in starting to answer those questions.
Yeah, just a couple of comments and questions. Comment is Land Trender is a time series data set produced by the U.S. Forest Service that is really designed to look at partially this question, change over time, using land use, land cover data. Not that it's perfect, but it's another thing that you can triangulate against. And so there's that out there. And then I agree with you, Jim, regarding the projecting forward. And in fact, the Forest Service, in conjunction with OSU, maybe 15 years ago, did that for the Coast Range. And then the EPA, working with OSU and others, did that for the Willamette Valley and had these forward-looking conditions, landscape conditions, under the current, at that time, current policies that could be, with enough money and effort, updated periodically to see whether or not those projections are real or whether they at least inform us so that we're not going down a dark alley without a flashlight.
Thanks, Jim. So just to tag on to that, I just, right before I left the South, the number of federal, state, local, and universities put together a huge effort to look at land conversion across a dozen southern states. And it was really informative, using a lot of this information and mapping that was available at all levels. And what they found was it was urbanization, just because the landscape is very available to build. And one of the things that we saw immediately was, for example, in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama, is that, and you touched upon it here, is that how do you practice, good restoration? We had a number of those forests in Louisiana and Alabama meet the restoration goals of meeting the natural fire frequency. And we were in a rotation of 3 to 5 years for prescribed burning. And we were getting a pushback because of the densification of that. So we were right there seeing how do you restore lands that is a natural fire ecosystem, and then being put off more and more because of the density, the volume on the highways, on the coastal plains, the neighborhoods going up. So it is a real thing. And, you know, that's a really good publication to look up because they've done a lot of work on it.
If I may, there's a research done by Dave Theobald at Colorado State University. Is the only one who looked nationally at the spread of low-density development. And the amount of land that's converted this way dwarfs urbanization. I mean, it's a factor of 10, not surprisingly. So he separated the data out using census data by density kind of tranches. And that data is available online. I don't know if Dave is still doing the work, but you can find his reports and the maps, which are pretty startling. So again, we're doing a lot better job here, but the pressure has increased recently. And the difficulties for some people making income makes conversion easy. So I think this is a big topic. And when it overlays with fire, I mean, I don't need you don't need me to tell you anything about that.
A question for Kate, related to what Jim brought up around people who would be converting with the intention of getting around the Forest Practices Act and the district foresters. Are the district foresters empowered when they see that happening? Are they able to do anything? What can and all usually do?
Yeah, no, I would say, you know, really at the local level, there's usually a really strong relationship with the county planning offices there, back and forth, and that's really that regulatory of conversion. And then also, if there is no follow through, that's the place to circle back on. There, you know, if we find that this is a roundabout of forest practices and the reforestation hasn't happened, those kind of pieces, there is definitely back to forest practices and working together to do that. You know, in my time, you know, in Tillamook, as a district forester, I can think of like 3 conversions that, what happened was they sold the property. You know, they had this big investment and the investment fell through and then they sell the property. And so then that's where the challenge begins, is you're running around trying to find a new landowner and those kind of pieces of it. So as far as our authority and ability, one is building that partnership, but secondly, it is how do we get back to the forest practices realm that we can work in? Yeah.
Okay, other comments, questions for folks here? I think we're starting to run out of steam, I suspect. All right, thank you very much. That was great. Really wonderful. We appreciate it. Thank you, Hillary, for being with us.
Yeah.
See you later. Okay.
Thank you, Hillary.
Now we have the opportunity at the end of the day, if anybody has any reflections on the day, now is it. I'm kind of guessing, given the time and all, that we're all kind of worn out and maybe beyond reflecting, but any subjects, anybody want to, anything?
I would make one quick comment, you know, to the kind of parliamentary procedure issue I brought up earlier. Sure. You know, it does sometimes, you know, when we're discussing issues generically, there's kind of like a lot of topics that we're grappling with. And I'm not able in that environment to kind of form comments that would be relevant to a specific motion. That is to say, it's not until the motion is posed that I have something concrete to respond to. And so, you know, I appreciate the, you know, kind of the race to the motion issue that you raised. At the same time, I think it's important that once a motion is made and seconded, that we stop and give people the opportunity to respond to that motion, because up until that point, they haven't known for sure what they may be voting on. And so I wanted to offer that as just kind of like a process thing. I think it's kind of fair to everybody to just kind of stop and make sure in the context of the motion about which we're about to take a vote, do people have comments about that?
Yeah, I think we need to be a little bit more rigorous instead of saying, hey, I'm thinking of making a motion, or I will want to make, and just, I am making a motion, and I'll be sensitive to that. And I think we can handle that better.
Yeah, just the reflection that I think there was a lot of sometimes fairly intense conversation today, but I think it was good. It was good for everybody to have a voice in whatever was the outcome. The other reflection is I really appreciated having Matt and Annika here to provide guidance when we needed it. And even though we don't ask a lot, Matt, what we get in return, I think, is really worthwhile. So thank you.
Well, I just want to say I'm still trying to merge into a motion. I still do not know when everyone is going to be, do I say the motion now? And it's probably what you're doing a lot during the meeting, Jim. And so I don't know if to go late or too early, whatever. So I'm still working on it. And then Brenda remarked on the motions. I didn't do the motions. The ODF did the motions, but yeah, I thought they were very good.
Yeah, I really appreciate having those motions in front of us. I think that cleans things up, but it makes it, I think probably handy for the chair and for staff to be clear on what we're saying and what we're doing. I think I agree with Heath that we need, if there's a motion, and I heard it with Brenda, I heard you make a motion. I probably should have said, hey, whoa, he's got a motion. And maybe we take that upon all of us to, because, we're in this kind of conversation, and as chair, you're trying to facilitate that conversation. But I do think once you have a motion, to your point, Liz, when do you make a motion? That's fine. You can make a motion anytime you want to make a motion, right? But once you have a motion, things have to kind of sync. You get a second.
Absolutely right.
Yeah. Sometimes you don't get a second, right?
I think there's needs to be, I would ask all of you, if we're actively involved in a conversation, let us have that conversation, and don't throw a motion right in the middle of it. Really not ready. It seems like that's a reasonable ask. We were very actively with a lot, people.
Although I would just say sometimes you need a motion to, you need it to move the process, right? So we don't spin and we don't,
Well, you're right. There are times where we start spinning, and I agree about that. So it's a balance.
So I just want to offer just a suggestion, because I think I heard it here or at OWEB, where someone will say, Chair, when I'm ready to make a motion when it's time, or something like that. I think that might be a way to be helpful about it.
Yeah.
I'll just to follow in this conversation. It's a good one, and I think all of us as board members to sort of read the room, and I agree. When any of us have the right to make a motion at any time, and I think that's acceptable. I appreciate, Jim, you generally running these meetings to sort of let that conversation play out before we get to the motions and the voting. From the way my brain works, that works pretty well. But I feel like I've been the champion of process today. I think we should clearly say our motions, and then if we really want to dig our heels in and do that, we should do that and make that okay.
Yeah, my comment just is I'll wait until conversation is done as everybody else does. I've just been working in front of the Board of Forestry for a long time, and there are moments, just to be frank, that it is tactical to make the first motion and put other people on the spot. And so, I don't, if we're all going to operate in good faith in that manner, then we all need to operate in good faith in that manner.
Right.
Yeah, I, as a totally newcomer to the board and how it operates, I was like, okay, if I want to make a motion, I was like, looking for resources before this meeting. It's like, is there a protocol? Should I reach out to Elaine to see is there a script I could use? So I was so excited to see
that document with the proposed motions, but I also like process. I think it takes a little bit of stress away from like, I don't know, speaking up sometimes, but I also appreciate a natural flow of conversation, so I don't know, but I was looking for some sort of process as to how to give a motion as a newcomer, to how a board operates.
You got to beat me to it. And Brenda-
Yeah, well, you got a nice, I was gonna say, this is a good, this is a good conversation for you to hear. All right, with that, we tomorrow, Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee won't be able to be here earlier than their planned time of 10 o'clock. We are currently scheduled to start at 8:30, but we have had our item number 14, where adoption of post-disturbance harvest rules, we're done with that. So that means that we can have an official start time tomorrow instead of 8:30 at 9:15. And so the Board of Forestry is going to party tonight. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, and with that, we're adjourned. Thank you.